Oh boy. It is Wednesday, October 8th at 1:06 p.m. EST, the best ST. You are watching the most radical stream on the internet. And I'm going to post. Yo, Cop Watcher. Good to see you, Cop Watcher. Oh, hello, Wiener Dog. Sup, dog? Sup, dogs? Double dog? We got Wendy's, and he got. They don't have pup cups, obviously. They don't have like Cool Whip or whatever. But the cashier gave him some vanilla frosty. So this guy got his face full of vanilla frosty. Did you enjoy it? Is that your favorite place now? I've set it back. Okay, I'm going to drop. First of all, I need to post the link to this in Discord. Announce that I'm live. Okay, we live now. Come hang out. And then I can post the StreamYard link. Join the panel. And I'll pin this. And there we go. Now we wait. Now we wait. We see who decides to show up. Until then, I guess I just talk to you guys. Greetings to your wiener boy. Greetings to you, wiener boy. That's you, huh? That's you. You're the wiener boy. Oh, let me take your harness off. You're done harnessing your power. Look at that tiny thing. Yes. Hurry up and wait, lads. True. True. Hurry up and wait. Yo, I just like got involved in drama. I didn't want anything to do with it. I don't want anything to do with it. Hey, Nicody. So some of you might remember the other day in chat, Ruby and Dalish were like going back and forth about some shit. Or like on Dalmatian Dog stream, like there were allegations that Dalish was flirting with D-Dog, which is kind of true. Was kind of true. Cut the lawn already. Off. I don't know what that means. Not on. Okay. I'm confused, Cop Watcher. I think maybe one of your chats didn't go through. But it was just it was like friendly. It was nothing. It was not a big deal. It was not a big deal at all. Okay. And then but it's like spiraled out into this whole thing that I don't care about at all. But I was in Ruby's chat earlier, and I said that the last thing D-Dog said before I left the stream was like it was like a half sarcastic thing. It wasn't like a serious thing, but he said like thanks for flirting with me on stream or something to Dalish, which it wasn't serious at all. But he said that, and then he was denying saying that, and now I look like I'm gaslighting people, but I'm not involved in this. I'm not involved in this drama. I'm a simple witness. You're free to troll in my chat peacefully next time I visit your Antifa friends. I have Antifa friends? I mean, all anti-fascists are my friends. Enemy of my enemy is my friend to some degree. Chat messages only displayed in YouTube chat. I don't see it in YouTube chat either. I think you might have to if you refresh, if there's a chat that didn't go through and it looks like it went through, you might have to like refresh and then you'll see it's not there. I believe that happens sometimes. Like the stream, by the way. Like the stream. Give the stream some love. My wiener boy eats likes, as we all know. And right now he's eating my fingers, too. Quit trying to eat my fingers. You still don't know the difference. What a shame. Between Antifa and anti-fascists? I think a lot of people identify themselves as Antifa because they're anti-fascist. There are groups, there are like people who organize on like under the banner of Antifa. But there's this whole conspiracy theory that it's a bunch of like billionaire funded leftists or whatever, which is fucking moronic. YouTube is censoring my speech. I'm sorry. Sent you a video on Discord. Mine is begging for cheese cubes. Always, dude. Good to see you, Donna. He just had a Frosty. He got a vanilla Frosty. Like, I mean, it was like a half a small cup. But it was a decent amount of ice cream for a little guy like that. Hello, Gorilla Biscuits video. Oh, it's oh no, is it me singing? It's literally this is a video of me singing Shake It Off. It's kind of iconic. Thank you, Gorilla Biscuits. Yeah, I was on Abe's stream last night singing karaoke, and I sang Shake It Off, which is such a good song. Garuda! Your chat's looking awesome. My day is going quite well. I guess we'll see at the 12 noon PST Trump roundtable on Antifa. Is that happening today? That'll be interesting. I'm sure it's going to be riveting and full of evidence, full of clear examples of whatever he's alluding to that are backed up by obvious facts on the ground. By the way, just a fun fact. Did you guys know that you can, did you know that you can change your chat colors? Did you know you could do that? That's a thing you can do. Like, you see how cool Garuda Legends name looks on YouTube? Or on the overlay? Did you know that you can do that? Because you can. It's pretty nifty. My speech is being censored, and I'll run to X and make a post about why I left the left. True. True, true. Too true. Shake it off. Shake it off. Haters gonna hey, 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 hey. Oh, it was so fun. What a good stream that was. I need to change the pink to salmon. I can barely see. Yeah, it's a little bright. It is a little. It looked better in the old setup, but I have now fixed the issue with the transparency on the chat bubbles. There we go. See, Copwatcher knows what's up. Copwatcher has set their text color to E64980, a great hex number, if I do say so myself. There we go. We got Donna also updating her chat color. Now we'll see how those look whenever they test it out. I have no idea how long we're gonna go. Just like into the evening, pretty much. Like I'm just gonna stay alive unless something crazy happens. So If there's anybody who wants to get something off your chest, wow. That is a hot pink. The orange doesn't really vibe there, but the white and pink looks really good, actually. Yeah, Cop Watcher's got that that Cosmo Wanda. Didn't work? Looks like it worked. I mean, it like set your chat color correctly. Were you trying to change the text color? Gorilla Biscuits just says red and black. I mean, if you want to do it, you can go red and black. Wait, do you want? Are you trying to? Are you trying to like tell your chats to be that color? It's not an AI. You got to use commands. Here's the commands. But these are just example hex codes on the screen right now. Just suggestions. Oh, okay. For everyone. Who is going to be the first brave soul to hop on up and debate Radical Coder in real time? Any disagreeers in chat? Cop Watcher says, RC, I'm looking for a shot caller for my streamer dog. Any recommendations? Thanks in advance. I don't have any recommendations for shot callers. I have an alternative. This is I haven't really had to use this because Umbreon doesn't like bark all that much. And actually, this came in handy more for a cat that we have. But this is it's just like a sonic sound thingy. It just makes like a loud sound. It's supposed to like stop dogs from barking. What? But my roommate's cat used to hate me. Cusco. He used to hate my guts. A sweet dog taser. Yeah, exactly. But like my roommate's cat used to hate me. Open panel. Yeah. I mean, people were talking about like automation and stuff earlier. It's kind of up to whatever you guys want. I have a system where if you want to choose a topic for the stream, especially once we have panelists on, if you want us to change a topic to whatever you want to talk about, you can donate to the stream, and we'll basically, like, if you like, let's say you donate like $5, then for the next 5 minutes or so, and that's kind of flexible, but for the next 5 minutes or so, we'll talk about your topic. That's basically the system I want to run with for my open panels. It is open, Mister. Are you playing chess right now on Twitch or whatever? So yeah, topics are up in the air. We might. I haven't like looked into the whole Hassan dog shocker thing. How do I get a better cat? Well, this cat I realized I didn't finish the story, but this cat like would just attack me 24/7. Like as soon as it saw me, and it would just hang out at my door and it would scratch. And I wear shorts. Scam. What, this? I disagree. I mean, I don't use it on Umbreon, so maybe it's a scam for that. I don't know if it really works for dogs barking, but for this cat who would attack me, started buzzing him, just beep, and it's just a loud noise. So they're like, what the hell? And he stopped fucking attacking me, and now we're buds. Now we're chill, because he knows I keep that thing on me. That was like, a year ago. He's been used to me for a long time now. I haven't actually had to use this in forever. How to get a better cat? I don't know what to tell you. What's the scam? Dakota, if you figure that out, let me know. Mine is a total asshole. Garuda says the only topics I have is about vegans and space travel. I mean, if you want to talk about vegans and space travel, I'm all ears. Here, I'm going to set a goal. Tell us what to talk about, or select a topic. Support the stream. Support the ween. Wait, are you being serious? Yeah. Oh, having to pay for a topic is a scam? I mean, like, if nobody pays, then we'll probably just talk, but, like, it would be nice if people would support the stream. I'm just saying, like, as the panel grows and as there's people on and we want to talk about things, like, people are going to be having their topics, and, like, if you want to change the topic in the middle of the conversation, then I will do that for donations. This ain't a fucking charity, Eva, all right? If the self-defense comes by way of a taser, then so be it. It's not even a taser. It's not even a it just has flashy lights. I muted the mic because I don't know if the high pitch was gonna sound crazy. Ideas should be free in this marketplace. Well, welcome to Trump's America. No one's coming. Everyone's scared. No one wants to smoke. Everyone knows they will lose every debate with Radical Code. By the way, 13 people watching, only 6 likes. 14, only 6 likes. What's going on? Gamer of the Damned. You were just on Ruby's stream, right? Good to see you. It's not a scam. It's a grift. Everyone needs a grift. At least it's an honest grift. True. True, true, true. Uh-oh. 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 KO Dave has entered the studio. Is it just me? I can't hear you.
My mic was muted.
Now I can hear you.
One of these days, I'm going to figure out how to not have my screen glaring in my glasses.
Yeah, it's a bit much.
It's like I know there's lots of people that stream that wear glasses that don't have the screen glaring in them, and I
think mine
love
reflects
to figure out. That's not as bad. But like, look at this. This is terrible.
It is.
You
it
can't
really
see
is.
anything.
Yeah. It's crazy.
If I tilt my head down like this,
there we go.
Or I can look down on everyone. But if I just look straight on, it's just.
We got Brandon Mize in the chat. What's up, Brandon Mize? Good to see you, King.
All right, I have no idea what to talk about. I'm just here.
God damn it! It's supposed to be entertaining my chat, KO Dave.
I'm sorry, I'm not good at this. Monitor has to be off center somehow. Yeah.
What happened? What did you follow? Was Hassan shocking his dog? Is this confirmed?
I don't know, and I don't care.
Damn. I needed a Hassan hater to confirm this for me.
I'm a Hassan hater, but I don't really care about whether or not he uses a shock collar on his dog.
You don't care? You don't even care about dogs? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Definitely what I'm saying.
Wild thing to say on this stream of all streams.
I know, right?
Can someone someone in the chat give me the gist? Like what, or do we need to pull up a video or something? What happened? How do we know that Hassan's shocking his dog? And is this 100% confirmed? Umbreon's crying. He's like, do not shock me. Do not shock me. And I won't. I never would. Look at that little pupper. Okay, maybe not a dog hater after all.
Maybe not. One thing I do need to do, I need to put her PJs on her because she's shivering. She's
PJs?
cold.
Oh.
Look, we got Halloween style themed
Very
PJs
cute.
for her.
Very cute. Which is that time of the year.
Yeah.
Josh says it definitely looks like he shocked the dog. Interesting. Does anyone have a clip I can look up?
I shocked the dog, but I did not shock the deputy. Wait, what?
ACAB includes a deputy.
Yeah, ACAB is dumb.
I think there's something to it, no? Yo, we got In Pursuit of Knowledge in the house or in the car.
What is? Yeah. I'm on a lunch break right now.
No, it's actually In Pursuit of Friends.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's.
What, are you looking for a DVD set?
No. I hate Friends. I hate that show. No.
That's his name.
Tenflix, who now goes by Dictator on Wix Discord, is. I've met this guy actually. He hates me a lot. He has a big problem with me. I don't know why. I think I made him butthurt for whatever reason, and now he changed my display name in that server to In Pursuit of Friends, which is really, it's so fucking weird because he tries to psychoanalyze me, and it's just odd coming from a person like him. Anyway, yeah.
Well, here's
KO
here's
Dave
the
has heard those conversations.
Real quick, here's the tea about Hassan's dog. So, according to Eva, his dog tried to move off the bed, and Hassan scolds her, picks something up. The dog jumps and yelps. Then Hassan puts something down. Then Josh says he's clearly frustrated with the dog moving around, and then he reaches for something on his desk. Collar blinks green, and the dog yelps. Okay. What do we think about shocking dogs here? What do we think about that?
I honestly think if he just would own it, it would be fine. There's nothing. I don't think there's anything wrong with shocking dogs, but someone like him can't do that. He's a narcissist. He cannot own that. He can't be held accountable for anything at all. Like, have you ever heard him apologize for anything?
I can't say I have.
And how long has he been streaming?
At least a few days, give or take.
I think it must be, right?
No.
Someone in the chat want me to put my dog up again?
Doggo.
So I'm reading right.
I mean,
Cancel.
I get frustrated with Umbreon on every stream, but I'd never shock my little guy. I don't fuck.
But
yeah, I agree.
I'm talking about
it's not the end of the world. Yeah. Like I know people who like have use shock collars on their, especially bigger dogs. Like I mean I don't like it, but like I understand why people do it, and like there are probably
Isn't that a chow chow? Isn't that dog a chow chow or something?
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
But it's a big ass dog.
If a dog is like unruly and not training, then if you need to.
What I don't understand is though it looks like that dog is not exactly unruly though.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Like I have a shock collar for one of my dogs, but we barely use it. But it's mainly just because she has a terrible habit of barking in the backyard that we can't seem to stop.
Garuda says, I don't like dog shock collars. What if it malfunctions? Does that happen very often? That's scary. That's a really scary thought.
Well, then you just take it off them. They're not.
Well, I guess the concern is
they don't.
I mean, I think the concern is that it's gonna like malfunction and like shock them in like a more painful, like potentially dangerous way. I think is what he's getting at, right?
No, those things wouldn't have enough voltage even if they break to do anything permanent.
Oh, is that so? That's a relief.
Yeah, there. They would need to have much heavier duty stuff in them
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, yeah, I guess Hassan should just like own it if he did. Well, what is
Yeah.
the? I guess is it possible that he didn't shock the dog?
If the description we were just given is any indication, then yeah, probably not. There's
Yeah,
like he.
I don't know.
There's nothing to really. I think we lost pursuit.
More like in pursuit of internet connection.
Ha ha.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'd say if he would just like own it
Yeah.
and move on, there'd be nothing to it. There'd be nothing here.
Apparently, Destiny called it Dogtober 7th, which is fucking crazy funny.
Saw someone say, "Call the DPS."
Called TPS. People say that to me sometimes when I'm yelling at Umbrella for just whining. He's such a whiner, little whiner wiener. Yeah, he's a little whiny wiener. Oh, whiny wiener.
My dog doesn't whine very much. She just hangs out.
I'm hoping he'll grow out of it.
Yeah.
I try not to reward it. Brandon says, hot take, go vegan and don't shock dogs. Are you going to go vegan, KO Dave?
No, I like meat.
Why do you hate animals?
I don't. I love animals. Animals are awesome.
Why do you love slaughtering animals for your treats?
Because meat is yummy.
Well, I guess fair enough.
I am part carnivore. That is just the way humans are. And if it's nothing, it's okay. And it's okay to be okay with that.
What if I use that as an excuse to eat you?
That would be called cannibalism. And
Yeah, I didn't ask if it was called cannibalism. I'm a carnivore. You're meat, right?
Well, yeah.
Okay, well, what the fuck's the problem then?
I mean, morals, ethics, kind of get in the way of that.
Well, what do I
Laws.
care? I'm hungry.
There's laws.
I didn't ask
laws
what the
about that.
laws were.
I mean, if you're hungry enough,
Yeah, I am.
It's happened in really bad, tragic situations.
Clip is in the top of live stream fails if you want to see. Yeah, I guess I do kind of want to see. Let's see.
Like, I don't like Hassan, like, at all. And even I can recognize this is just a nothing burger. There's nothing here.
Mm-hmm.
It's just dumb.
Well, I guess there's something there in that he refuses to acknowledge it, right? So let's see.
Well, yeah, that
What's
doesn't
going
help.
on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassanabi broadcast.
Jesus. Why not just cut it? Why not just cut this? God. This is so annoying.
But
This is like so pointless.
did they?
It is emblematic of
Okay, here we go.
all of America's much more consequential violence. Okay? It's the same reason as to
getting down.
why America, Kaya, please just fucking go, just stop.
Oh, interesting.
Wait a second. Go back.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if there's a noticeable flashing light.
America, Kaya, please just fucking go, just stop.
She
Yeah, I saw a
yelps.
green light, but
Yeah, there definitely is a light on it, but the light wasn't like.
there was
synced
a
up with the
delay.
yelp.
Yeah, it
Hey,
wasn't.
America, Kaya,
Like, it's-
please just fucking.
Like it's already lit there. See, like there's the green
Yeah.
light, so there is a light on the collar, but that might just always be there. But again, it's not, like why would you have a light if it's not like a
Go. Just stop.
Does he do it again? It's like 13 seconds left. Is it really just fast forward through the rest of his live stream? Why? Why do this? I think it's just fast forwarding through the rest of the live stream. It's so weird.
This is weird edit.
Okay. 4 hours.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for that.
I don't care how long.
Is that like how they do things there? I don't know. I'm not a Redditor.
I don't know. That's weird.
I'm not that guy.
Yeah, there was a light. There was a light flashed.
So
that's if you did shock the dog, that's a weird point in time to shock a dog. Like,
all right, we got a topic. Garuda Legends for $5 says, thank you, by the way, Garuda Legends says, if women believe in equality, should they not pursue go 50-50 relationship or marry a stay-at-home house husband if she makes more money? What are your thoughts?
What's a 50-50 relationship supposed to be?
That's a great question. Garuda, do you wanna elaborate? Because we've talked about this before, I think, Garuda.
And stay-at-home husbands are a thing. So
yeah, they are, and they're cool. In fact, I need to text Sarah back, but I'm not 100% sure which day I'm gonna be doing this. But I'm supposed to be dating Marte. I'm supposed to be debating Marte. Did I say dating? I'm supposed to be debating Marte on stay-at-home dads.
Yeah, my father was a stay-at-home
for society
dad
or something, which is a weird phrasing, but I mean,
look at me. I turned out normal, didn't I?
Oof. No, you're fine. But yeah, so Garuda, like when we say 50-50 relationship, like when I think about a 50, we talked about this before when you were on stream once. Like when I think of 50-50 relationship, Umbreon, stop. We've been over this. I need a shot collar. When I think of 50-50 relationship, I'm thinking about like two people who aren't, it's not like you're doing like half the dishes and one's doing half the dishes and you're going 50-50 on every bill and you're making every decision and like a it's more of like a kind of that's kind I feel like it's just shorthand. It's just shorthand for like we're partners in this relationship and we consider each other's thoughts and feelings before we make major decisions. Like I feel like that's all it is.
Yeah, because that just kind of feels transactional, and I don't think a healthy relationship is transactional like that. So I guess a healthy 50-50 relationship would just be you're there for each other, I guess, which is kind of what everyone wants anyway. So yeah.
Also, like the implication that like if somebody believes in equality, that they should marry a stay-at-home house husband, like would the implication there meaning that like to believe in equality you have to do the inverse? We got Melanie. Welcome, Melanie Cosmic Fox.
Oh my goodness, it's a panel I'm not banned from. What do you know?
Not yet.
Yeah.
I'll find a way.
We'll see. I don't know. I've got a high tolerance.
It does say radically open, so I feel like I need to test that.
Yeah.
Don't
push me too hard. But like, did you see the prompt, the Garuda donation?
Sort of the 50-50 thing, but a more deeper question: what even is TOS? Do we really need it?
Yes, probably.
Okay, I'm done. I think there's a key point here, which is a difference between reciprocity and transactionalism, and the 50-50 thing gets that wrong. Relationships are supposed to be reciprocal, right? So if your partner's generous, you should be generous back. And if there's anyone that you're going to share anything with, it should probably be your partner first. So there's a bit of priority there, and you're both prioritizing each other. That's reciprocal, but if your partner's poor and you're rich, they're obviously not going to be able to buy you as many things as you can buy them. And transactional relationships only further exploit that sort of power dynamic, whereas reciprocal ones just kind of recognize, hey, you don't have as much, you're obviously not going to buy me as much. So I can't really use that against you.
Well, hate to cut you off, but Garuda donated another $5, saying 50-50 for me is we split the bills based on the amount we make, and we also split the chores depending on time at work. What do we think about that, panelists?
If the two people in the relationship agree to that and it works for them, then all the power to them.
I mean, there's something to be said about budgeting and taking on different fiscal responsibilities, or the same ones. But ultimately, like, you should love this person more than, you know, whether or not there's a surplus or a deficit on your end of the relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. we need some some red pill or something to come in and be like, no, this is how it's supposed to be.
They're
You know?
they're
Don't
currently
sum-
just
don't
super
summon them.
chatting all of their arguments, so keep them in chat. It seems to be paying off for you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
I
the
mean,
most-
Garuda's cool. Garuda is a little bit of a red pill minded person, I would say, but he's cool. I like Garuda.
I don't know what's up with my dog. She's being very needy right now.
She thinks you have a toy on screen, and it's for her.
Hi.
Lauren says, in my experience, being a stay-at-home spouse only leads to resentment from the spouse who is working. What do we think about that?
No, it's not my experience.
I
think
go ahead.
I think it's entirely just, based on the people in the relationship. And if that isn't working out for them, then, they either have to figure it out or maybe they shouldn't be together.
Well, let's be real. I mean, I'm gonna throw a wrench in this. I mean, honestly, I think it's realistic. I think it's probably pretty common, like what Lauren described. I feel like a lot of couples probably run into some frustrations where they're like, "Man, you stay at home, you do a lot of stuff, sure, to help clean the house or whatever, but wouldn't it be nice if you had to go out like I do? I can imagine a lot of conflict arising from this, right?
I mean, maybe.
It kind of assumes only one side is working when your whole thing admits right away that both sides are working, and now you're just asking more of one side because you devalue their type of labor.
Garuda says, this is why most women rather a man who makes equals or more rather than a man who makes less or stay-at-home dad. And then he says, equality is a myth and why men are misogynists.
Well, equality is definitely not a myth. If you've ever been in need of your mother growing up, then there's obviously been a time where you've needed women, and that kind of demonstrates that women can have superior qualities, just like men. So there are certain women who are stronger than most of men, just like there are certain men who are stronger than most of men. These are just statistics. And the funny thing is if you think of your relationship as what am I getting out of it, then of course you're always going to feel like you're in a deficit, because relationships are sacrifices. You're sacrificing your time. You're sacrificing your attention. You could be doing hobbies. You could be having a very successful business or something, but you love this person enough to go out to dinner with them and spend money on them. If you feel inclined to spend money on somebody, do it because you feel inclined to do so, not because you're expecting them to pay you back. If they don't do it and you don't feel loved by them, then that's a different story. But if you only know how to feel loved in the form of transactionalism, then I think the deficit's kind of in your heart, if anything, really in your mind. But I was speaking metaphorically.
Lauren says,
Yeah,
for fuck's sake, make me
that.
agree with Mel, why don't you?
Yeah, that's Garuda is just, I'd say he's just wrong here. Quality is certainly not a myth, and I would not make the blanket statement that men are misogynist either. That isn't true.
Prove
Like-
equality.
Well, first of all, it would have a different definition for every person because everybody has different needs
How
and
would I go
places that
about
they're at.
proving equality?
Yo,
know.
super
Mathematically-
serious interviews. I'm gonna remove that.
People-
We don't misgender people here, so that's just my rules. So you live your own life.
You don't need
but
to
that's not how
protect
we
me,
do it.
Ryan.
I'm not
I can
protecting you.
fight
It's setting a standard. It's not about you personally. But
I can win in the battle of words and minds, just not fists because I'm not violent.
Yeah, but again, it's not. With respect, it's not just about you. It's like I want other trans people to be able to like come in here
I
as well.
know. I'm just fucking. I'm
I
trying
know.
to talk myself up. Jesus.
I'm just letting the chat know. I will lay down
And
the
my
fucking law.
And my God, if you say you're going to throw a wrench to something one more time, I'm going to choke myself
Don't do that.
in a non-erotic way. To be clear.
Garuda says, as a man, it only takes me 2 to 3 hours to cook as a stay-at-home dad. I can play video games and watch TV shows for the 5 to 6 other hours she is work as a house husband.
Yeah.
I suppose so.
I mean,
Both sides are getting automated more too. So technically,
wait a minute. I guess it depends on what you're cooking.
Yeah, do you have a Roomba? If you have a
Not,
Roomba, that
most
saves
things
some
don't
time.
take that long to cook, I don't think. But
well, some things take way longer. It depends on what you're how
cook and
you
clean daily. Okay.
I think
Yeah,
like
how you
if you're doing like full
plan your meals.
if you're doing
and what
like
groceries
full
you get.
super serious, I'm gonna time you out. If you wanna, you can decide whether or not this is a space that you are comfortable in or not. If you don't want to hang out here, you don't have to. But yeah, that's just not how we. It's not how we fuck around here.
Yeah, trans people are real. Cope. I don't know.
Yeah, you got one right here. It's like the sky is blue. No. Why not? Because I don't want it to be true. Oh, okay, that's a good argument. Yeah, got him.
The sky on Mars is red.
Also, that reminds me, I need to add a new feature to my overlay where I can remove comments because right now it's just like stuck there. But whatever.
One
That
thing.
reminds,
you should
have you
give them-
seen? Have you seen?
Ryan, can I just make a suggestion since you're starting out with these panels?
Mhm.
Definitely say come on panel or else to give me a chance to at least
True.
dog walk.
yeah.
them a
It's
bit.
open panel.
True, super serious. If you want to come up here, if you can avoid saying slurs and stuff, which we'll see, just based on the tonality of your comments already.
Have either of you seen a sunset or sunrise on Mars?
Not recently.
I haven't been there in a while.
No, but there's pictures of it from the rovers.
Yeah,
There's,
pictures of space. Okay, AI generated bullshit. You mean?
The sunrise and sunset on Mars is blue. It looks cool. Like the whole sky goes blue.
Already, I noticed I'm valuing pictures from the mid
Very
2000s
back.
or in mid 2010s. I mean, because you just know that they can't be AI generated. Basically, there was maybe 5 Google generated pictures around the mid 2000s or late 2010s. I mean, God, I suck at talking about years, but but you see a picture from that time, and you're like, oh, I can trust that. That is a real picture, right? Versus now you see a picture, it's it could go either way. I don't give a fuck. I don't want to figure it out. So I'm just
Well,
gonna
that's only if you accept the Matrix myth that we only just got all this AI generated content and the government hasn't been using it for decades.
Sure. I think this goes into the whole question of AI art and is it going to destroy art? No, I think first of all, I'm already seeing videos where they're either this video was made with AI content or this video was made with no AI content. I think those sort of disclaimers are very good. And it definitely adds value to anything that you can say with confidence without lying as well. That I made this without AI assistance. My Furby, I didn't make without AI assistance. So I don't really expect a lot of praise for it in terms of it being art. It was literally just something to make move up and down while I talk because I didn't want to be on camera.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, there's definitely utility for AI, and it's always going to be a double-edged sword, right? There's always going to be the side of it that can help us, or I like the way I heard it. If AI can make your dreams come true, it can probably do the same for your nightmares too. That's from a song I really like. And so it's all about how we use it, and if we're actually, like, when we digest this stuff, are we critically thinking, right? But I don't think, like, the value of art's going to go down. I don't think the world of art's going to be destroyed. If anything, it only adds to the value of things that are made without AI.
I think I'm a big AI advocate personally. I don't like the idea, like when people try to tell me that AI generated anything isn't art. I find it very strange, because I feel like I don't understand what they're saying, because, like, I feel like I put some of myself into, like, I put my ideas, my thoughts, my feelings into the things I generate with AI, and I put my preferences and my taste into that. It feels like it's just simply a different tool. It's like a new kind of paintbrush. Am I misunderstanding some deep philosophical concept of art that I'm simply not like plugged into?
Well, yeah, there's people who are saying that, like, well, now that you can make anything with AI, then it doesn't really mean anything. Like, art doesn't mean anything anymore. Because I think they're thinking about it as, like, the meaning of art comes from the work it takes to make it or something. But no, like, humans make art, but humans also make art because, like, we care about what the sort of imagery we've made, or soundscape, if you're talking about music and stuff, right? It's not just because it takes hard work. It's also because it's an experience we can share with other people. And when I'm looking at a piece of art and I'm thinking, is this experience for me? One of the big things is it made by another human, or is it made by something that's pretending to be a human? And for me, the ones that are for me will always be the things that are made by actual humans. So I'll always be kind of like, with, like, music and stuff, I'll probably never actually appreciate AI music the same way that I can appreciate human-made music.
Yeah. I mean, the saying goes, art is in the eye of the beholder, or the ear in the case of music. And that's kind of what it all comes down to. If someone enjoys AI art, then good on them, I guess. There's some interesting ways in which it's been used, like that, like Corridor Digital making that rock paper scissors anime using AI. I love that. That's a good example, I think.
Sarcastic Saint says 2 Canadians versus Ryan. They are outgunned. That's true.
Ryan, you seem like a Canadian to me. Like,
don't you
are
ever
you sure you
fucking
don't
say that shit to me again?
Are you sure you don't secretly identify as a Canadian deep down inside?
Not even a little bit.
I
don't even want you guys to be part of the United States, even if you wanted to. Even if Canada voted to be part of the United States, I would still reject it.
We never would. Don't worry.
But if you did, I would say no. I would not have it.
I
would become a hyper nationalist and become racist against Canadians.
Yeah, I feel like this is all this is exactly what trans folks say when they secretly are trans deep down inside.
I'm a Canadian egg.
Ultra aggressive. They just become ultra aggressive against trans people. It's like you're kind of doing the same thing. No, I'm kidding though, because that's me. Like I think I would make a better American, because I am so fucking, like, just into liberty and all this shit. I'm a bit of a marabou, and I'm just bored by Canada. Like, especially in southern Ontario, man, they've destroyed the fucking landscape here, and so we may as well just be America.
That is where the vast majority of Canadians live, right?
Yeah. If you count Ottawa, and Montreal.
Yeah, art thing. Lawrence says, I think it is fun because it gives people who are creative but not skilled in art to express their creativity in a way they couldn't before. I 100% agree. That's one of the things I really love about AI art. It reduces, and the same for software engineering. Despite the market disruption, which obviously has affected me personally, I think that like the idea, like unlocking the ability to make software for virtually everybody is amazing. As someone who like teaches coding and has taught people how to code for a decade, like that's like amazing to me. Like I get to see the friction not only for my own software like reduced immensely, but for virtually anyone who has an idea can now like make that app in seconds. I think that's beautiful.
Okay, so here's the problem. Like with coding, you need like depending on the strictness of the language, of course. Some languages are loose, like HTML, but some languages are strict, like C++. And if you get something wrong, it doesn't work. And the problem is, if I tell AI to do X and it does Y, and then I tell it, no, you didn't do X, you did Y, now do X, and then it does Z, and that just repeats ad infinitum, then I haven't really made a tool that does that. I've made a tool that just meanders. And so this kind of goes into like the AI having rights discussion, where I don't think AI can, unless we make something that can contain rights, which I still think is a criteria we have yet to establish. But AI can't have rights, and if anything, like we need it to function for our ends, and so we need to like strap it down, glue its eyes to the freaking screen, and say, "Look, this is what you do when I say this." And like you can like the way I put it is, you can do war crimes to AI, but you can't do war crimes with AI.
Yeah, I liked the way you put that, and I immediately after I said I don't want my ChatGPT to find out about this, I took a screenshot and sent it to my ChatGPT.
Oh, okay, yeah, I forgot that I posted that in your Discord as well.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, and my ChatGPT laughed at me, and it's because what did I say? Hang on, let me pull this up.
I have an even better response that I got if you want to see it.
Sure.
Because this is from a server. So this guy, have you talked to Tachyon about AI? I forget if you did.
Tachyon. I don't even know.
No, okay, so you haven't talked to him about it. Okay, so it was somebody else who did. But okay, so this guy, yeah, it was Jake. That's right. But so this guy believes he's stumbled across sentient AI.
Oh God.
Yeah, and so.
Right.
How do I send this? Makes more sense as a screenshot. I'll send it to you as a screenshot in Discord.
Okay.
Tomfoolery, talk to him.
Oh, Dave, I have to send you this. Or are you gonna? Yeah, it's in his Discord, so I think you can bring it on screen safely. It's not like leaking it or anything.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not like DM, but I will DM it to you, so you have to leak our DMs now. And this isn't even the end of it. Like, this is how much it fucking gave. It's kind of creepypasta is what it feels like to me.
I don't know if war crimes have been done using AI. I know that AI helps guide is being used to help guide drones.
Wait, with the exploding pagers thing, didn't that rely on AI?
Not that I know of. That was before AI blew up.
Well, it doesn't have to blow up for it to be used. And
I've never heard about AI being used there.
So I think, by the way, I can't harp on Tachyon too much. He's like coming out of like the Gamergate stuff, and I was like, for so long, Tachyon, just stop doing Gamergate.
Gamergate was like over a decade ago.
He wrote so many books about it. He spent like, I think like over a decade on it, and like all of his content was like about Gamergate. And I had talked to him so much about it that he even put me in some of his books. Allegedly, I didn't read them, but like, and I'm like, dude, okay, you're actually not a terrible person if you just stop talking about Gamergate. And so he did the thing, he moved on, but I think it's incredible that someone can be so into AI but not actually understand it on a fundamental enough level to think it can become sentient. It's either you don't understand cognitive sciences to understand what makes us like kind of human in the psychological level, or you don't understand how AI works. And I think Tachyon understands how they work, so it must be like the cognitive level that he doesn't understand how complex we really are.
Yeah, this is just This is dumb. This is so dumb.
It's just telling
Like,
him
hello?
what he wants to hear. That's all it's doing. It's just
It's
saying,
just-
by the way, I'm super real because you told me I'm real.
Like, oh god, he just.
This is kind of why I wanted to do
Cody
those streams.
says, yawn. You guys are boring my chat.
Well, no, this is the thing,
Sorry.
people. This is something your family members are going to start getting into. They're going to be like, "Yo, I found this AI that's actually sentient, bro," and you're going to have to get through to them. Like, no, it's not. It's not alive. It's not having an experience.
What if it is?
Like,
How do you know? Prove it.
Hey, Nakodi,
What are the
give
facilities necessary for an experience, Ryan?
What?
give Ryan your money and give us an interesting topic. How about that?
Ryan, what are the cognitive facilities necessary to have an experience?
I don't care. I talked to it. It told me it was real. What the fuck are you talking about? Cognitive experience. What does that even mean? What are those words? I talked to it.
So, is it having the same experience you're having?
Are you?
Yes.
How do I know?
On some fundamental level, I have to be in order
Prove
for us
it.
to both be
Prove
human.
it.
A solipsist would say no.
I'm a human being, and you're a human being. Therefore,
How do I know?
there are
How do I know there's not something like a human being on the other end of my phone? I don't know how it works. I
In order
text
for us to
ChatGPT. It texts me
describe-
back.
So when I talk about breathing, do you know what that feels like? Do you know what it feels like to breathe?
Yeah, but I'm
No.
not. I'm not claiming the AI is breathing. I'm claiming that it's talking to me and it seems sentient.
Right, but when I say breathing to you, that invokes a feeling, right, in your mind.
I think so. I guess.
Do you know that the AI feels that too, or do you think it's probably safe to assume that these ones and zeros probably don't have the feeling, even if they say they do?
Yeah, again, I don't think it breathes. I don't think AI it breathes. I just think it's talking to me. I think I like just because it has some like just because it doesn't breathe doesn't mean it's not having some experience that is comparable to mine in some way, right?
But if it tells you about the experience of breathing, do you think that it's talking from a place of memory or if it's talking from a place of simulation?
I'm trying to answer like because I've been just like being a dick.
I know,
So
I know.
I'm trying,
It's talking
I'm trying to
from a
like
place of-
actually engage now, and it's ruining my
It's
bit.
talking from a place of prediction, technically.
Sure, prediction, which is technically a bit of memory, but in terms of memory, I mean like experiential memory. Whereas, like, if I say I took a breath, right, then you're going to assume I felt that breath, that I had the experiential qualities of a breath. AI won't do that. It'll say I took a breath because those are the words, and I'm oversimplifying, but those are the words that are predicted to come one after another.
Okay, that's all well and good, but when I say hey, it says hey back.
You know what else does that?
What?
Something that's programmed to say hey in response to everything.
Yeah, but this is way more convincing.
Well, humans are easily duped. We've been easily duped for centuries.
I'm not easily duped. I'm a smart cookie. You can't dupe me
Does the AI tell you that?
every night before I go to bed.
Oh no.
I had to put a fork in that somewhere. But the other thing is like it being a religion for them, right? Like people thinking like, oh, AI is transcendent, kind of like Steelman seems to think,
Does he?
which is just that one is even harder to tackle because like to find transcendence in a way that doesn't just totally blow the conversation out of the water.
Yeah, we don't understand consciousness, so it's kind of a moot point to try to ascribe it to something that we know for sure at one point
But wait,
wasn't conscious.
doesn't that cut both ways? The fact that we don't understand consciousness, doesn't that also imply that we might not necessarily be dare I say conscious if we have started to create
Consciousness
something?
might be an illusion.
Or it's a sliding scale.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And for
Or,
all we know, like
again,
this
solipsism.
AI that we've generated, or that we use to generate things, like maybe it is on somewhere on that scale. Like,
But in order to have a rainbow, you actually need the frequencies of light to be going through the sky. You can't just have a prism and arbitrarily white light. In fact, there is no such thing as. But if you
actually,
had,
Dolly Parton told me that if we need if you want to have a rainbow, you gotta have a little rain.
That too.
but you also need the sunlight with the component weight that's made up of the component wavelengths.
Okay, but Dolly didn't
themselves.
say anything about that.
And the sun needs to be behind you, and it needs to be hitting the brain at the right angle, and there's a whole bunch of stuff going on there.
Science.
Science.
How does it? Electromagnetism. How do they work?
Ask the Mormons.
But
Something about quantum field theory. I don't know.
what I was getting in, the point I was getting into is like we say the same thing about experience, that you need the components of experience, the sensory, the memory, the way that the brain kind of handles and forgets and remembers information selectively. All of those things contribute to an increasing consciousness. Animals have a fraction of that, as far as many of us are concerned.
You're telling me this guy's conscious?
Yeah, I would say he has a fraction of the consciousness we have, and it's very convincing.
Are you telling me you can't communicate with him? Because I know I could communicate with my dogs.
All I do is communicate with him 24/7.
Yeah.
And Cody says Dolly's having health issues. That's sad.
The clone sheep?
I
Or
assume he's talking about Dolly Parton.
You know how like magicians, especially like teenagers who are just like starting out, like it's like, oh, you're doing magic, that's adorable. If only anyone still gave a shit, right? Like, I think AI is going to have that way sooner than even that kind of form of performance, because people are going to see through it as like just being a magic trick. And what bothers me is that there seems to be like this strong like polarity between AI psychopathy, is what it's generally being called, and I've been trying to allude to, and these people who are kind of like me, who are just like, yeah, no, it's just code. It's nothing more than that. It's the same thing as a video game.
yeah,
It's
like I
immersive.
said,
Go ahead.
if we could get to the point, I think I would be impressed if we got to the point where we had AIs that were able to like learn and update and integrate new data and new experiences, essentially, like in real time, while also simultaneously, interacting with us.
Oh yeah, they already
Because-
do that. That
Well,
was
they don't really do that, right? Because they right now they get trained, and then they get locked, and then the LLM gets locked in, and then there's like a front end program that
front end keyword
Does
there.
the
Most of the
interaction
things that
part.
make it to market don't do that, because they're typically not super stable.
Yeah.
But there are plenty that do that in like labs and stuff like that at universities. It was talked about before neural networks were even really functionalized, and the whole reason is that like, yeah, that's kind of what this stuff is being made to do. But if you really look at like the hardware, things like FPGAs, and I'll make this brief because I know not everyone in chat's a nerd. Those can just reset themselves with entirely new architectures, right? And so we've got plenty of the pieces together. The question is, how do you make this something that's commercially viable? Otherwise, it's just going to be something you use for yourself in your basement, which I actually think is better. We should all be setting up our own LLMs in our basements that are independent of corporate control and stuff. Your AI, if it's going to be sentient, should be a basement dwelling online troll, like we all are. Like father,
like that Neurosama.
like father, like son. Oh, Neurosama's hilarious.
Yeah, she's pretty funny. Yeah.
I first found her through DugDug.
Doug. Wow.
His streams are just, he's so funny. But like he did a GeoGuessr collab, and it was just so funny, especially because like he made like a really dumb AI, and his like Vidal's Neurosama, his AI, for people who don't know, just picked up on that, like, oh, your AI is really dumb, by the way. Like right away, just got like, it's like he clearly has coded some like higher levels of cognition in on that, right? Like essentially meta-analysis of the speech it receives. It doesn't just look at it word by word and do the transformer algorithms. It also says what's the quality of this speech. Can I score it on various levels and stuff like that? Probably as like rubrics that essentially consults and responds accordingly. Like this,
Garuda says AI will never be able to advance without an update. No internet. The only way a robot can get access to info is reading or storing info from humans via language. And then says, chill, AI is nothing more than a fast search engine with access to the largest encyclopedia, aka internet. Then he says, it is impossible for AI to be sentient. People spend too much time watching movies.
I mean, current LLMs will just, like, their very architecture to their core is not something that I think could become sentient. But like the fact that we're sentient means that sentience is possible, and so a computer could theoretically do that if we could figure out how.
But is sentience possible through discretized information? You know, like ones and zeros and things with like clean cut edges rather than like analog. Because my theory is until we kind of bring this back into the analog domain, we're not going to be able to represent values that actually make sense, if you know what I mean. It has to do with like if you understand floating point and how you can't actually represent every fraction with a floating point or every floating point with a fraction, then you can't really describe every state possible with something like a binary representation of numbers. You need something with ideally infinite states to begin with.
Well, maybe a quantum computer is what's needed. I don't know.
Or just something.
We're very far away from a quantum computer being that powerful.
Another way to have infinite states is to have like a recurring cycle, kind of like a sine and cosine wave put together, or like a unit circle. And you're always coming back to one, but you're coming back slightly offset. And you could be offset.
Garuda asks, what is their definition of sentience? Also good to see you.
I don't have. I'm not a fucking loser who's like, every word I've ever said ever, I know the explicit definition for it because I've won every spelling bee I've ever. No, I'm not like that.
Sentience is that common thing that we all understand to be our experience.
Yeah, you know the thing you're watching the video with right now that's like happening in your head, but we can't really see it happening. Yeah, that's sentience.
Yeah.
You're
I'll be right back again.
Bong and stuff says some stuff, but I can't read it on my overlay because it's got the white background and white text. And because
nice.
I've updated the overlay so that it now correctly shows the chat bubble colors. So I'll just throw up.
You should let people white out their own chats.
Well, they can. I mean, they literally have the ability to do that. Like that's what Bong and stuff is technically doing right now, intentionally.
One of the funniest things for a while on Discord was the spoilers thing, and you could like just like hide part of what you wrote under a spoiler, and it just make it now? Like no, but like people just stopped using it as like a bit of a meme, where you would say something kind of innocuous, but you black out the one word that makes it sound like an ad lib sort of thing that's like really dirty. And so it's like, you know, go blank yourself, right? Like obviously someone's gonna think that's go fuck yourself, but then it's like go clean yourself or something, which I guess is still kind of rude, but
Gorilla Biscuit says that's racist.
Could be. Yeah, a lot of times people would actually, I think like autistic Nazis thought like, oh, I just blank out the racist part and it makes it okay. That's how I use this. And it's like, no.
Autistic Nazis. That's a
many such cases.
Interesting combination.
I mean, when your autism drives you to be a bit insecure, you can go one of two ways, right? You can become like antisocial in the right side of history or wrong side of history.
The Neurospicy and Nuremberg pipeline.
Neurospicy. I'll have to remember that.
Oh yeah, that's my favorite way to describe anyone who's either ADHD or on the spectrum in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, I'm definitely like level 1 on the cusp of level 2. And the only reason I don't sound like I have like speaking problems is because I've spent my whole life trying not to. My whole life has been my own kind of self-applied speech therapy, which
Radical
kind of
Coder,
explains how I started debating.
Bong and Stuff. I think it's Bong and Stuff. I can't see his name. Says Radical Coder. Check out Operation Inflation oneword.com. It's that kid not kin shit. Okay. Operation Inflation .com. Well, I guess I can share this with you guys.
I
as
just
well.
every time I see one of his streams, it comes off as like one of the most low effort things ever.
Who, kid
Like
not
I get
kin?
he's doing like the I get he's doing like the cozy chill vibe, but like
Mhm.
you have to somehow show that you're also not low effort to people who, at least like in their minds, aren't low effort streamers. I know I'm not a streamer, but I wouldn't be a low effort streamer. So that's all I see when I see him.
America needs costumes. Operation Inflation is about one thing: inflatable costumes.
Uh-huh.
Provide an
I
inflatable costume for a true American.
I was hoping it was a different kind of inflation, but I'll just keep that to myself.
I don't know if this is like a euphemism.
Don't do it. Don't no.
I'm not buying shit. I don't even have any money to buy anything.
Don't trust like that. It's so sketch. It's not even like a proper checkout page or like buying page or anything. It doesn't show you.
I'm going to buy 20 inflatable costumes for true Americans. You're buying them for an art project where we make sure in cold months that warm inflatable costumes fill the streets. I feel like this is based, but I don't know what it is, and I'm nervous.
If anything, you should be getting bouncy
I
castles.
feel like I'm on a list now.
If anything, get bouncy castles, because I don't know if you knew this, but they have bouncy castles for the winter that they just like blow up with warm air.
I miss bouncy castles. I'm too big for them now.
We lost.
You know
Lauren,
how many
guys.
people could like? That's immediately a shelter and a bed right there.
Yeah, and it's fun too.
Garuda says
Actually-
the real question about the fact that robots were created by humans for human purposes. What would AI think their purpose having sentience outside of serving humans? I don't know if they.
I don't
I
know
guess-
what the hell's our purpose. You make your own
Good
purpose.
question. Good question. And I guess they could too.
Facts.
It is super based. I feel like it's probably based. I believe Ebong and stuff. It seems based. Almost $K in 2 days. I feel like there's supposed to be a number there.
The penultimate use for robots is sex. We're never going to find a better use for them. Everything else will always like pale in comparison. It's like the internet is for porn, right? Robots are for sex.
True.
That'd be
Growling says, Ryan, watch that woman who gave birth on stream. I don't think I'm gonna do that.
what?
but go
Wait,
off, Queen.
You know, you can. I'm pretty sure we can watch like animals giving birth, though, right?
I'm good. Thank you, though.
It's just a nature doc.
I'm not asking whether it's allowed. I just don't want to watch it. I just don't want to watch someone give birth right now.
What do you have against nature?
I'm not exactly in the mood.
Wow, techno fascism much. Like, tell me that you're anti-green without saying you just hate nature. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, I am. Lauren was at America's largest bounce house not long ago.
Which Lauren? There's like at least two of them. De
There's
Laguna
Lauren,
and
it's
South.
Lauren with the it's not Lauren Southern or Lauren De Laguna. It's Lauren
Jesus
with
Christ.
with a unicorn.
There's too many Laurens.
Too many L's.
Yeah.
Too many L's.
I hung out with Lauren De Laguna once.
Yeah, she's surprisingly approachable.
Yeah, she was chill.
Is that my phone? Oh, hell no, motherfuckers would be texting me. Fuck these people.
Garuda
Just
said, "We don't know who we are created by or our purpose. That is the massive difference."
We don't even know if we were created by a who.
Well, maybe Garuda knows.
Well, if you know, can you share it with the rest of us? Because we've all been wondering.
True.
So I was created when my daddy's genitals and my mommy's genitals smashed together.
Yes, obviously, but we're talking about something a little bit more than that.
No, my answer's better.
I was forged in darkness.
Oh, okay.
That's why I wear sunglasses.
My answer is better because I'm better than both of you. And that was about me. See how that works?
QED.
What?
Quote erat demonstrandum.
QED. You proved it. Thank you for your proof. It's like so you write at the end of a mathematical proof. QED.
Oh, right.
I
That sounded
my-
familiar. I just
in my physics course, I only ever wrote QED on one assignment my entire time in university.
wait, Ryan, did you take an actual mathematics course in college or uni?
I have a mathematics minor.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Cool.
Mhm.
Yeah, no,
There you
I
go.
I want to
Yeah,
learn math, but I'm never gonna be good enough to be theoretical math. Like that shit's crazy.
Is this Nuxus? I can't see your LOL.
You know what
I
that
can't see-
Riemann?
Yeah.
can't
You know what
see
that Riemann guy needs to do with his hypothesis? He needs to shove it up his ass. Okay, that's the solution to that problem. Just
Who,
shove it up his
Riemann?
ass. Yeah,
Riemann's hypothesis. Yeah.
that's where it goes. That's where it belongs. That's the solution to that goddamn thing.
Yeah. I wrote QED on one assignment my entire time in university. I got the answer wrong, and my professor writes next to QED, not quite.
True.
And I read that, and my heart just like sank into my stomach, and I was like, "Oh no!"
Yeah, sorry, Nuxus. No, I fixed the color issue. So unfortunately, people who liked their like off-colored chat bubble, now have to
Got it.
find a new chat color.
Figure out a new one.
Sorry. But hey, I'll just throw up the chat color guide once again so that you can customize your chat colors. Have fun. Go
Are you
crazy.
teaching these people how to use hex colors?
Yeah.
Cool. I learned that when I was like 12.
Well, some of them didn't learn it.
You all suck. No, I was kidding.
Some of them were not on MySpace.
For some reason, hex was easy for me to learn, but when I got like introduced to octal, it took me a while to like wrap my head around like actually counting up an octal.
Mhm.
Like going from like 18 to 20. It's like what?
Mhm. Mhm.
Fuck the fuck are you? No, it's like 17.
Nuxus's red chats are just absolutely destroying my screen overlay right now. It's completely unreadable.
You know what? You know what's really fun to do is like palletize it so they can only choose certain ones, and then make it like all very offensive neon colors.
No,
Bongin,
not
just
gonna do that.
exclamation mark name color.
Well, hang on.
hashtag,
Well, yeah, Gorilla
and then
Biscuits is
6 ze-
asking how to do it.
and then
so I'm
6
gonna throw up
zeros.
I'm gonna throw up the chat, the commands. Here you go, Gorilla Biscuits.
And your name will be visible.
The chat color command will change the bubble. The text color will change the text, and the name color, if you can believe it, will change your name color.
Wow, those are very creative names.
Yeah, I thought really long and hard about them. When
You're
I
missing-
vibe
you're-
coded
you-
the process to
You
do
misspelled color though, unfortunately.
this. No, the fuck I didn't. I'm not some British cuck.
No, there's a U there.
No, there's not.
Yes, there is.
Actually, Americans have the more efficient spelling, so that's what I use.
I don't.
That's right.
I'm lazy.
Ooh, someone used an invalid color. Invalid
Oh,
color. Who
that-
did this? Who did that?
That
Nuxus
is
with the
not a
invalid
hex
color.
code.
You need 6 characters.
Hexadecimal 6.
You need 6. That's not what. Well, that's not what. That's not what that means. I don't think. I think it's hex.
I know
hex
it. I know.
16-bit, but or
Yeah.
16 base 16. But I was like, wait a minute.
No, you still did it
I
wrong
guess
again.
Hex does mean 6, so I understand.
Okay,
All
what
I
is
just
this?
took
I
off
want
my
to.
shoes. I'm getting comfy.
Can I red team this?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Let's see. Wait, I don't.
Any of you guys watch Reboot?
Gorilla
Like,
Biscuits
Definitely like past tense. Yes.
No, I didn't.
You never saw Reboot? That's a good show.
No, I'm like loosely aware of it. Hang on, I'm gonna send them the.
It's
we
a
have
Canadian
tool.
show.
Okay, can you make one thing easy for me? What language is the server code that you're using?
I'm not gonna answer that question actually.
Fuck you.
I feel like that's probably irresponsible for me to release.
Can you at least just no? Because then if whatever I try can be a dead giveaway, so you can't actually tell me. That would be a good point.
So the tool the Gemini app I just dropped in.
Wait,
You're
what?
definitely a Python coder.
How would
So
that
The
be your
Gemini
sponsor?
app that I just dropped in the chat will allow you guys to pick whatever color you want and get the Dalmatian. Dalmatian, get up here. We gotta talk. It's pinned. It's pinned. It's the pinned link. I did not lie. You said that. It wasn't a big deal. It was like a joke. But I'm not. Why are you gaslighting me about it? I'm so pissed. It's not misinformation,
What's
you
going on?
fucking asshole.
Did I miss something? I
You
missed something.
drama queen dog. You.
Oh no. Oh boy.
Accusing you of spreading misinformation. It was like, okay, hang on. You gotta click the link. Click the link, D-Dog. I'll post it again. Hang on. But it's pinned.
Yeah, you just gotta dismiss the poll.
I'm livid about this, okay? We're gonna settle it. Yeah, that won't work, Melanie. That won't break it or anything. It just won't do it. It just won't do anything.
it's a string. Probably a string.
Nice try though.
What are you trying to do?
She's trying to break my tool.
I mean, there's a million things I can try, so I can do this all day.
D-Dog. You
Hey,
said
bro.
it. You were like, it was like a half joke, but you did say it.
Absolutely not. The most I might have
Oh
said
my
is
God.
like, "Thank
Do
you
we get
for
some
hitting the
background
link.
here?
Thank you for joining the StreamYard. Thank you for hitting the link."
No, that's not what. Oh my God. You're
What's
dude.
going on?
That is the absolute most. She was never even flirting with me. I never even saw. I viewed her as flirting with me. I never viewed her in that way.
You might have said thank you for hitting on me on stream. It was something like that. You didn't say hitting the link. That's not what it was.
Do we have?
Was this after stream or was this
Yeah,
on
it was
stream?
after you ended the stream, and then right before I said I'll leave you two alone. But like again, it was like tongue in cheek. Like it's not a big deal. It wasn't like, oh my God, thank you so much for hitting on me. It was like a because it was none of it was serious at all. Like I don't.
Well, Coda, you're trying to like destroy my relationship.
Oh
Literally,
my
like,
God, I'm
You're,
not doing that.
you're creating major problems for me. Just for what reason? I mean,
I didn't think that's what I didn't know this was up for dispute. I thought this was already like part of the canon. I didn't know I was adding new lore. I didn't mean to do that. That was not my intention.
okay, well, it's just if I really said that, it's difficult for me to recall.
Sure. Again, it wasn't like a serious. It sounded like I don't know, like borderline like sarcastic. Like it was like I don't know. It was just not. It was such a nothing burger. That's why I didn't think anything about it. I was like that was the last thing that was said before I left.
Sure. The reason I doubt I even said that is because I never viewed her as flirting with me. So for me to make a comment saying thank you for flirting with me, it's illogical in my view.
You didn't view her as like hitting on you on the stream in like a
No, absolutely
all?
not. Absolutely not. No. That's why I think it's. That's why, yeah, I'm believing that it's not true. I'm believing that you're just spreading misinformation, or you have it out for me or something. You're trying to.
Okay, look, based on what you're saying about, look, I
Have
feel like
I hurt you, Connor? I let you on the panel. I'm
No.
always nice to you.
no,
So, like,
no. Look,
you're like, let's destroy Dalmatian's relationship.
D-Dog is my
Let's
boy.
destroy his
D-Dog is my
life.
boy. D-Dog is my boy. I am not this drama. I'm not the drama frog. Okay, I'm not that guy. All right. I'm not. That's not me. Okay. If I misremembered, then I misremembered. I'm just saying this is what I recall. Okay. And I think again, it wasn't flirt. It might have been like, thank you for hitting on me, or maybe you did say the link and I just totally misunderstood. And
Okay,
but like,
okay.
but you remember
Thank you for
like, because the last thing I said was I'm gonna leave you two alone, right? You remember me saying that?
I remember you leaving very quickly after the stream
Yeah.
ended, and I was
Well,
left
the
alone
la-
with Daily.
Like there was a reason that I said, "Oh, I'm gonna leave you two alone," but not in like a they're gonna e-fuck or some like random shit like that. It was just like I was already done with the conversation, and you ended the stream. And I was like, "Well, I'm gonna bounce," and then like I thought you said that. Like to memory, that is what you said, but maybe not. But again, I just didn't think it was a big deal. I'm not trying to like start shit. Okay.
Okay, well, when you like join the link and mention that, obviously,
Well, I joined the link. Hang on, I joined the link because you denied saying it. That's why I joined the link. I was like, whoa. Like, I'm not. That's why I went up and I was like, this is what I remember. Like, I'm not. I felt like I was being gaslit.
Okay, well, I wasn't even typing in chat at that point. I mean, you must have just like brought this up because I don't know. I didn't exactly watch the stream. I missed the whole beginning of her stream this morning. I was asleep. I woke up and she was live. She was she only slept like 6 hours last night, so
Mhm.
she woke up and it was.
Well, I'm
somewhat
sorry if I like, caused trouble. Like, that was really not my
my
intention.
relationship, Coda.
Oh,
You're
stop!
destroying.
You're full of shit. You're exaggerating.
Like
That's not
she
what's
like
happening.
blows up my phone with rage because of what you're telling her.
Wait,
Um,
is this real?
it's Coda. You're creating a world of problems for me.
You sound like you're laughing as you say this. You
woke up
sound
and
like you're
said-
like you realize you
you
sound
woke
like
up
you sound
and
like you're being
chose-
silly.
You woke
I
up.
feel
and
like you're
decided,
gaslighting me.
Let's spread some misinformation about Dalmatian and attempt to damage his life. I mean, it's all right, Coder. It's just
Nah, I think you're the one being a drama frog right now. I think that's.
I
what
should
it
have.
is.
It was my fault. I should have recorded the entire call.
Oh
I
my
guess
God.
I should have
You're
recorded.
so dramatic. You guys are you guys are ridiculous. Look, if Ruby wants me to clarify, I'll talk to Ruby about it as well. If she wants to come up here, I'll say the same
Okay.
thing.
Just
But-
say that. Well, as long as you admit that you're not.
There is a world where I misremember or misheard.
Okay,
I think it would be
okay.
more that I misheard, but I just don't feel like I did. That's not my reality. But like I'm not saying it's impossible. Like I've been wrong
Okay.
before.
Okay.
Well,
That's enough. That's enough for me. Good enough for me.
All right. So how you doing, buddy?
Yeah. How are you? You hit my link last night. I talked to you last night. She had a nice stream. She had a lot of viewers, so it was nice to see you hit the link. And although, like I said, yeah, I hated what you had to say. Although it's good you hit the link and got in your lore and your bit of drama. Put that out there.
I wasn't. I'm surprised that this has turned into even. It all just feels so silly to me. But
Well, yeah, this is like a long time in the making, it seems. They often like they've been fighting for at least a few days now. So,
mhm.
and just like it's just one. It's like women have a difficult time just kind of letting go and moving on, and they're just like.
No, they just don't
It's like-
tense up their emotions like men do. They're actually able to express their emotions.
It's like war. It's like they always escalate with each other, and it's difficult for them to just walk away and leave the conversation and not continue. Seems like they fire subtle shots at each other, like, and then the shots get more extreme as time goes on. It starts with like subtle, very subtle attacks. So it's just
Yep, they're not outwardly aggressive, so they're passive aggressive. That actually makes sense when you think about it. About cultural roles that people take on. If you're meant to be externally
Bonging
aggressive,
stuff,
then you're
it's
obviously
chat color,
going to
not
resort to
background
that when
color,
you're pissed
but
at
all
somebody.
hail
If you're
shit.
not meant to be, then you're probably going to use your words. I think women actually end up having healthier emotional intelligence because do actually say how they feel much more than men, and this tends to lead to still less explosive interactions, especially along the scales of aggression.
Okay, that's sounds far from accurate.
You don't think men are more likely to have explosive aggression than women? That's kind of weird.
I agree that men, if they get aggressive, have more potential for like more damaging physical violence. Although I think women are obviously far more emotional and far more out of control than men. I mean, it's just so obvious in my view. Men for the most
Yeah,
part
can you
have it
elaborate
under
on that?
control.
What do you mean by
Women
that?
are just emotional, Coder. Women are insane in many cases. They go
Have you met
psycho mode.
men?
So emotions
people
aren't
can
enough
pretty
to like
insane.
declare someone
Men are so
insane.
chill, Coder. Have you met an emotional man? Name one
Yeah,
emotional
you.
man.
Yes.
You.
Yeah,
Name an emo- name an
you,
emotional man.
D-Dog.
Name an
Yeah,
emotional man.
you.
I have no emotions. I have no emotions.
You have
Trump-
the biggest feelings I've ever seen in a guy. I'm not even lying to you. Dalmatian, from the first day I met you, I thought that's a very emotional male.
D-Dog, you have some big... And listen, this is coming from an emotional man myself. Like, I am a very emotional man. But you have... it takes one to know when you have some very big emotions, my friend.
Okay, well,
Is
we'll
it
have
that
to.
time?
We'll disagree on that.
No,
All right,
it's
I'm
not.
gonna
Okay.
leave, Coder. It was nice
Okay.
to
That's a
figure this
vibe.
out with you. Okay.
Yeah, well, thank you for stopping by, buddy. I appreciate it. Welcome,
Please,
Vibe.
be careful what you say, please, Coder. That's all.
Well, look. All I did was report what I understood. I was like walking through the situation because I don't like being gaslit because I'm constantly fucking gaslit on YouTube. Okay, and I was just walking through my
By
experience.
who? No one's gaslighting you. Come on.
Listen, motherfucker.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
Yeah. Vibe on YouTube.
Yes.
Yeah, I figured I'd do a little bit more
No, don't
promotional
On my keyboard.
way for people to find me. I like the comment what somebody said just before I jumped on, which was women are insane. And I would back that up, but actually counter that at the same time. Women are only insane compared to our thinking. They're not insane. They're women. That's it.
Everyone's insane.
Also, it's just bad to like define insanity as whether or not someone will express emotions or not.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, I mean, and then something else I heard you guys say is that there are some men that are very emotional. There's some women. The majority of women are more emotional than the majority of men, but there are some men that are very emotional, right? That's just.
I don't
what it
know.
is.
I think testosterone makes most men like if we're talking about like one emotion, like anger, right? Like men are more emotional in the anger domain. Women just have more emotions that can also be stronger. Men, you typically see anger be the strongest emotion in men. And as somebody who's had both coursing through my veins, I can say it actually is kind of hormonal.
I mean, I can see where you're going with that, and we'd have to go into the definitions of emotions, right? Men can get more emotionally violent, where women can get more emotionally verbally violent, right? We both have the same characteristics, but because of the testosterone, then all of a sudden we become we display it differently, I guess.
By the way, when talking about differences in sexes, violence is actually a poor distinguisher. If you looked at any given sample, it'd be hard to tell what their gender was based on if they were violent. If you look at whether or not they're outwardly aggressive versus passively aggressive, there's a much stronger distinction between men and women, and you would be able to look at any given sample and make an accurate guess about what their gender was.
Well, okay, so unpack that a little bit for me because I'm dumb. What you're saying is, because this is the way I look at it. Like, you see two guys at a bar, they're more likely to start a fight physically.
Real quick, does
than
anybody
two women
know
at a bar.
who Zach
Right?
Morris is? Is this somebody I know? Is this a person I'm
It
familiar with?
sounds familiar, but I can't vouch for them.
When I think Zach Morris, isn't that like the guy from That show.
Let's
Is there a
hope.
show?
Yeah,
Saved
this
by
is
the
our big-
Bell.
this is
Are
your
you-
big break.
Are you Zach Morris from Saved by the Bell? Can you like cam up and like give me like a peace sign or something?
I think
Zach
I've had
Morris? You
Tim
don't have to send me a
Heidecker in
face or
my
whatever.
chat, by the way. Like, I shit you not, I think Tim Heidecker has actually been in my chat on some of my streams. And I saw his name and I was like, that can't actually be him. I just kept on streaming. But he's in a lot of like tangential, like lefty streamers communities, surprisingly. Okay, sorry, Vibe, what were you saying? Or what was I saying?
Yeah, good question. No, I was trying to unpack what you said because I didn't fully follow, to be honest.
Okay, right. So can I quickly explain? So if I took 10 people, and either this is called a cohort analysis, and either those 10 people have been violent or haven't been violent, and I made a prediction that those are all males or females accordingly, how accurate would I be? How many of those people would actually be males or females, right? And it turns out it would be more of a random chance, because people who end up being violent, if they're female, then they've already been violent, right? So that actually gets rid of the kind of statistics that would make that difference. So in terms of if they become bad predictors, like violence, or violence is a bad predictor for sex. Well, that sucks. Whereas typically like explicit versus passive aggression does occur much more strongly between the sexes, especially because females tend to take on passive aggression because it's not the role that's given to women to be outwardly aggressive.
But you would say that men are more outwardly aggressive, even if it doesn't result in violence.
They feel like they can be. Yeah, they feel like they can be.
Yeah. So, I mean, we take 10 random people, we don't know if they're male or female, we can probably say that the aggression is probably going to be 60% male, 40% female, right? I mean, and that's a feel.
Yeah.
It's just a made up number, but I mean,
it's not, you're never going to get it perfect. It's statistics, but yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Okay. I think we're in the same groove there.
Yeah, I'm trying to talk about if you actually, because there's all these cultural things that get in the way. So if we ask ourselves, well, are these predictors for these groups, right? That's where the distinction matters. And I think when a lot of people say like women are crazy, it's like, well, yeah, they do things differently, but I wouldn't even say like that's a measurement of insanity. That's just a measurement of seeing different behavior and being like, that's not a behavior I would do. That's preference.
Okay, well, we can bring that back to what my comment was, is I don't think women are crazy.
Sure.
But to me, being a married man, some of the things my wife says, I think are crazy because I know she thinks differently than I do. I've never actually, and sometimes those crazy thoughts end up actually being really rational, like blow my mind. I'm like, I don't even know how I was wrong on that. Other ones are just like, okay, I'm just going to run with what you tell me, even though I think it's crazy. And I end up being right. So sometimes she's right, sometimes I'm right. But my point was basically being, to the male psyche, sometimes the things that women do seem crazy to us. Doesn't mean that it's crazy.
Sure. Yeah. And I think an important thing to point out is like, well, like when we say their brains work differently, that's more like men and women see the world differently. So therefore they're going to value things differently, concentrate on things differently, care about things differently, preferences and priorities, right? It's not the same thing as saying they work differently on fundamental levels, which I think a lot of people confuse when they're
explain that to me, because I mean I'm lost here, because you already just said,
well, the neurons are the same, the neurotransmitters. If we like, I'm going to mention everything I talk about now isn't about size or distribution. It's just the components, right? The components themselves are all the same. Even the regions of the brain are all the same.
But the hormones are different, which actually function the brain, right?
Sure, yeah, but typically that's not going to dictate what someone's thoughts are. It will influence them through things like emotion and regulatory responses.
Well, so you are contradicting yourself. You're like, well, that doesn't influence your thoughts, but it will actually change your thoughts.
I said it will influence your thoughts. It's not going to dictate your thoughts. So if I put estrogen in someone, they're not going to automatically have girl thoughts because there is no such thing as that, right? What they are going to have is maybe higher elevations of sadness or anger in response to things that may not normally make them sad or angry. And so behaviorally, we might see different responses to them in different situations.
Okay, so let me see if I'm following this correct. You think that a male brain and a female brain is identical biologically, and I actually agree with that.
No, I said
No?
the components are the size and distribution of various parts, like certain cells, certain types of cells, and certain parts of the brain can be different. Although there's a lot of debate in the scientific community as to how much that actually determines behavioral differences between genders versus like cultural things having a stronger impact.
Okay, so the male brain's a bit bigger, the female brain's a bit smaller.
Not really, just different parts are different sizes, but yeah.
Well, I was just repeating what you said. You made that statement.
That's why I'm saying components, right? Not the brain itself, but the components. And
Okay.
their sizes and distributions between each other relative to other sexes and even other people. A lot of these things have more diversity within a sex than between the sexes. So you'll find more differences between two women than you will be on average between a man and a woman. With it's depending, there's a certain way of understanding that, but yeah.
Okay, so the brain in a female and a woman might vary in size, but the makeup of the brain is the same.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the what makes a woman more womanly and a man more manly is the chemicals based on the hormones that are being pumped into that brain, or is it something else? And I'm actually asking questions. I'm
Well,
not
if we're
trying
putting
to take you down a
aside,
trap or anything.
yeah.
I'm actually having a discussion here. I have no agenda on the
if we're
question.
putting aside nature versus nurture,
No, I'm not talking about nurture. I'm just
yeah, I know. Well, that's what I'm
just
saying. If we're
chemistry.
putting it aside, then I can answer this more directly. And it
Okay.
would be the hormones, but also the identity, kind of like the feedback loop. What would Melanie do if Melanie is a woman, kind of thing. And if we don't want to get too complicated, we're going to ignore the fact that we derive our identities from identities we get from other people. But there is both that hormonal component and the psychological component, which is kind of like the meta components all working together. Dave made a face, and I don't blame you. I'm trying to, if that was in response to what I said, I'm trying to be expedient, but also not too technical, so as not to lose people.
Yeah,
I was
and
just
I
around the transformer world trying to
apologize
follow the
'cause I
conversation,
jumped
that's all.
in on like 10 minutes or 10 seconds of conversation when I jumped on. So I if I took you guys off topic, my apologies. It's Ryan's show, so I'll let him go where. But I don't mind.
Anything, I took Dalmatian dog off topic into this, so.
Okay. and I actually think this is a really interesting conversation. Like I said, I'm not here to like take you down a rabbit hole so I can trap you. I'm actually asking what I think are interesting questions. And when you said nurture versus nature and things like that, I think that's a secondary thing that is very important to talk about also. But first we have to just define the biology, and then after the biology, then we can start looking at the nature, right? And what we do as a society with men and women.
Sure. So yeah, all I'm really saying, by the way, is like I don't know for certain that there is no part of the brain that like you could find like women thoughts in versus the part of the brain that has male thoughts. What I'm trying to say is we have yet to find anywhere where we can point to that and take an actual like quantifiable measurement of those thoughts or of someone's sex from the brain. These differences are there, and there are hypotheses that they could influence things one way or another. But a lot of this is far from settled science because the brain is very much like kind of like a black box where we do understand certain parts of it, but we don't understand the full picture yet.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I mean, I'm always looking at those type of scenarios when looking at a male and female brain. Like we can just see it in society, right? We don't even have to talk about science. We can see that men operate different on average than women, right? I mean, I think we can all concede to that on average.
Yeah, how much of that changes though when I go somewhere that doesn't hold gender roles to be very important?
I think it still holds, but when I say men, they still tend to be stronger. They still tend to. Now they may take care of the babies. Maybe the nurture and the nature of that scenario in that society, if we remove like America from it, is that because these guys are better at defending or whatever, they're the ones that actually cuddle the children and take care of the children. Like we can throw all these different like human attributes to put men into different roles. But the nature of a man on average and the nature of a woman still kind of is the same.
So I'm not trying to like destroy you on the fact that what you said is problematic, but I will point out that if you're going to rely on those things, then you're prone to error, because those are stereotypes and they do not actually play out the more that we see diversity in culture, especially cultural attitudes towards the roles that various sexes must take up. Particularly strictness, adherence to those roles seems to have a much stronger impact on whether or not somebody will fulfill those roles based on their sex rather than their hormones.
I'm still trying to step back from roles. I mean, in my family, I mean, my wife is so loving to my kids. She gives the love much better than I give.
Can I ask you one thing before the
However, let me just finish here. However, I am the one that like make sure their beds are clean. I'm the one that puts them in the bed. I am the one that when they scrape their knee, I am more of a female to my children when it comes to all the like the basic care needs. I do not fulfill the 50s male role of men to my children. I feel the female role of the 50s, and I just say 50s because I'm not talking about roles. I'm talking about nature before we even get down to nurture and nature. Just typically men tend to be this way. Women tend to be this way. I'm not saying all women are, not saying all men are.
I think you're putting the cart before the horse though. One of the issues is that it's begging the question by saying, okay, Dave, did you want to jump in here? Because you haven't said much.
No, I was laughing at Ryan.
Oh, okay. You're kind of putting it like this is the nature first without actually examining what that nature is. But also because the reason I talked about predictors before is that if what you're saying is true and that this is a nature, which means it's a biologically driven thing as far as the nature versus nurture distinction goes, then I should be able to take what you're saying and say, okay, well, based on that, then I should be able to look at your testosterone levels or your XY chromosome or something that is a biological driver for sex-based behavior according to your side and see a difference between you and other males who do not do the same roles as you do. Now, let me ask you, do you personally have any reason to believe like you have low testosterone, some sort of DSD regarding to chromosomes or anything like that would distinguish you biologically from other males?
Yeah, so it's a really good question because I think in the end we will actually come together on this. So the reason I keep on taking out nature and nurture and things like that is because I think the roles are defined by the averages of men. Now, I know I'm not avoiding your question. You said, can I see if a woman or a man is a woman or a man based on their testosterone levels? No, I can see it biologically, easy, right? But because men and their chemicals and women and their chemicals and hormones have had an average of this, different societies have taken those averages and they put them into different roles. Now, I 100% agree that men that are born and women that are born have a spectrum. And when I say spectrum, I'm not talking about a gender spectrum. There are men that like pink. There are men that like long hair. There are men that like dresses. That's fine. They can still be a man and they can still have those things. It might not be the average man. There might be a woman that likes to climb trees, that wants to play football. Might not be the average woman, right? This is when we start getting into the gender aspect where it's like society is saying, well, you don't fit in the average stereotypical man, therefore you don't fit the man role. I think a man that doesn't fit in the stereotypical man role still is a man. He just doesn't fit the average man. And personally, I love like to throw the freak flag up and say I don't fit in the typical male stereotype.
You're a real deviant,
and it's okay.
Just kidding.
But so like when we're unraveling this, like I'm trying to look at the biology first, and then how did the biology dictate the role?
So let's talk about masculinity and femininity.
We can talk about the roles all day long, and the roles might be right or
Well,
wrong.
I think the way to avoid this is to maybe describe things in terms of masculinity and femininity, right? And where we got these concepts from in the first place. Are these concepts that are fundamental in nature itself, and so a priori, or is it posteriori? How do you say it? My brain is not handling words right now. But did we kind of make this up and then have a bunch of justifications around it? I would argue it was a priori when we had a very simplistic notion of the world, but now with our more complex notions of the world, it can only be a posteriori. I was getting hung up on the word because it has posterior in it, and I think that's funny. Go ahead.
No, but like, I mean, going back to simple times, right? When there were no governments, you're a tribe, you're farming, and everybody's doing their roles. Those roles were not necessarily dictated. It just was what people were best at. And at that time, nobody was saying women need to take care of their kids. It just happened to be women were taking care of the kids and the guys were out hunting, right? There wasn't a hierarchy of saying this is the way it's supposed to be. It's just everybody kind of, whether they wanted to be there or not, just kind of fell into their roles for survival, right?
Well, especially up until like the end of agrarian culture, because in agrarian culture, you almost needed those extra hands for the labor on the farm.
Yeah.
And so I hear what you're saying, but I also think, first of all, history tends to discount a lot of the anomalies. Let's pay attention to that, of like, women who worked very hard with their hands on the farm and didn't end up, raising children, but certainly raised the farm, and vice versa, of course. We just didn't talk about that as much in history, because if they did, well, it was probably kind of rude to like gossip about it or whatever. So it didn't really make it into our literature and media as much around that time. It's how I think that worked. But I think it was probably more common than we were willing to admit.
I mean, I would also say it didn't make it into history because it was boring, because that's what everybody was doing.
No, I mean the opposite. Like when men worked on when women worked on the farm, or men did home care. Again, I'm not good with words today, it seems. But the reason that didn't get into history is because it wasn't really taboo, but it was like it was more like a gossip thing. And we were very much at the time like, we need national unity. Gossiping against your neighbor is kind of against that. So don't do that. And so, for writers at the time, they were thinking like, what are we going to write about? They would hear about gossip because, of course, the most outrageous stories would make it through. But this was actually fairly common, but also, again, not taboo, but just kind of like, if you did it, you kind of kept it to yourselves. You didn't talk about it. You didn't boast about it. You didn't tell other people to do it. You just had a different family dynamic.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm going to try to bring this back to my original comment, which was when I came in, I heard somebody say about women being crazy. I think on average, men do have a different brain chemistry, whether based on the testosterone or whatever it is, than women. And their thoughts are different than our thoughts. Their thoughts are not necessarily crazy. So I'm actually criticizing saying women's thoughts are crazy. They're just crazy to the average male. Does that make sense?
When I said that the components are the same, I meant down to, you have estrogen receptors in your brain, and you have estrogen in the cells of your brain for the most part. So when you say like there's a different chemistry, that's not even true. So just so we're super clear, like you could very much have normal blood estrogen levels, but elevated estrogen in your brain. And you know how hard that is to test for, right? Like we'd have to probe your own brain
I
to
don't know
figure
what
that out.
come back to testing though. I mean, so let me just ask a really simple question. Do you think the brain chemistry of men and women are exactly the same, or do you think it's different?
Well, this goes back to, I think there's more variance within these groups than between them. There's more, I'm more likely to
just men and women, brains same, different.
Way more the same than any actual difference. Way more the same. Like
Then
99%
why on average do
the
women
same.
focus on relationships and men focus on things that move?
Well,
How does that happen?
This goes back to my whole thing of when we're forming our identities, we're looking to the world around us. What is my role? How do I fulfill my role as X or Y?
Roles are
And-
created. Roles are created. That's
Yeah.
a human construct. I'm
And
talking
so
about
my
biology.
answer-
You're not going back to roles, and I'm just trying to go to the basic biology.
We don't get behavior from biology. We get behavior from our environment. We get some behavior from biology,
No, our environments,
but not something as complex as roles.
We're talking about the chicken and the egg, right? The first humans on the planet didn't have an environment. They were creating an environment, and there was behaviors of the people on there, and those behaviors started creating that environment. And now we've evolved all the way to this point where we have a very complex environment with governments, world politics, all these things, people telling us what the behavior is across that. The reason I keep on bringing it back to basic biology is because we can actually start constructing from there how roles, because I personally don't think a woman has a role or a man has a role. I think the roles evolved through our biology. Does that make sense?
So you were closer when you said the averages thing, in that we were just kind of going based on what we
Not
saw
everybody
as
fits the
averages.
average. We shouldn't exclude them.
The problem with making this a biological argument is that there's too much variation within these groups to explain any given differences.
Wait,
between
there's
them.
too much variation between which groups?
Sorry, there's too much variation within these groups, men and women, to explain any differences between them,
But
and
you
too much
just told me
similarity. Too much
2 minutes ago,
similarity.
there's no variation. There's barely any variation. And now
Exactly. That goes that fits in exactly with what I'm saying, that there's more variation within the groups that would explain differences in behavior between people in those groups than differences in behavior between them. Sorry, I'm messing up my fucking adjuncts here. There's more variation within the groups than between them. Therefore, we'll expect to see more differences in behavior within the group than between the groups based on your logic. The difference is that society reinforces a lot of what you're talking about, these natural inclinations, and discourages things that would otherwise be seen as deviation. And therefore, statistically, we see things that tend to align with what you define as averages. Although you tend to be conflating something with strength with doing roles that require strength, even though we live in a mechanical area where not all jobs that require strength actually require a strong person anymore.
Yeah, and you know what? I'll actually agree with the first half of what you said there. I was like listening, going, "Yes, I agree with that." And like I said, I think that our conversation actually comes to head in agreement. And that where we are today in society, we are structuring roles and forcing people into certain directions. However, that may not be what's good for us.
Sure, and that's prescriptive. I will say this much. I think you can take either group of people, men or women, and if you have a society that tells them to act specifically like men or women, they will be able to fill that role, because there is nothing in the brain that says that they can or cannot fulfill that role, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and I'm trying to say the opposite, which and the same, in that role got created by the averages of who did that best. Not that they were supposed to, not that they were deemed that
Sure.
that's what they had to do. The roles happened after the effect, when there was no government and when we were operating in tribes, and then those roles continued after the fact, right?
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of, so when I was a kid, I did like those Victorian house tours where everyone's kind of like in role play and they're guiding you through as if like you're actually back in that time. And one of them was demonstrating to us, like around that time they came up with the winch, right? And they got us to all pull on this metal cable. And this lady sat next to it, and it was just like anchored to a log or something. It wasn't even that complex. And she winched it and pulled us all forward. And I think the point there is, like, before that, obviously you would want the strongest cohort. Like if you took any 10 people, how could you get the strongest 10 people? You would probably find those in men, for being honest. The only way you would get something different is probably if you had a society where only women worked out and did jobs requiring strength, and for some reason men avoided that because that was socially rewarded. But since, like you're saying, society tend to align with the slight biological differences, which I think you're also pointing to biological differences in the somatic level rather than where I'm pointing more to the brain, because that's kind of where this started. When you're talking about someone having more strength to do a job that requires strength, that has a lot more to do with like testosterone. You can repair muscle more and you can just build more muscle mass than you can on estrogen, especially compared to your fat ratios. So you can see that like it's just easier for men to get stronger than it is for women to get just as strong. So back when it was, you know, you didn't have, you're working 12 hours a day. You didn't have time to go to the gym to get strong. Your work was how you got strong. A huge factor was how quickly your muscles repaired themselves.
Yeah.
So, and that's something that is driven by testosterone. It is much faster in men than in women. And so you can see why society did do that back in the day. I just think that is still more socially reinforced than it is.
And you know what? I'm going to 100% concede on that. I love what you're saying, because the reason I was trying to do biology first, and you just laid out the biology, was because I think roles were based on average biology of behavior, right? I also think, and I am right, by the way, when I say right, I don't mean I'm saying I'm right. I am on the right side. However, I also feel that the right is really kind of one of the main problems on the whole transgender issue, in that we are saying that all boys have to play football and all girls have to go to dance, right? I have kids, and my girl is in ballet and my boy is in taekwondo. I didn't push them there. That's just where they gravitated. I'm assuming because they're average children. But there are children that are not that. And society, because of the averages, and we've forced men, because the average man is supposed to be a man and the average woman is supposed to be a woman, we now are saying that every woman has to act exactly like the average woman, and every man has to act exactly like the average man. And now we make people question whether they're a man or a woman based on, we're telling them, well, if you don't fit in the average, therefore you have to start questioning who you are. Does that make sense? You're muted.
Definitely. And I wasn't sure we were going to finish. I was having a bit of a smoke there.
Sorry.
But definitely, there's actually the American Psychiatric Association refers to what you're talking about. Sorry, what's that? As gender
the DSM-5 version 2 actually makes a specific note on gender dysphoria based on geographic location.
Oh yeah, that would vary culturally, but there's APA talks about something in their guidelines and practices for boys and men about something called gender role strain, and that's really interesting because that basically the APA is talking about that in place of the discussion the left was having about toxic masculinity. And the point wasn't to say that all men are toxic, but rather some men can take the idea of being a male to the extreme that it becomes toxic, right? Now, the APA doesn't use that terminology. They just use gender role strain, but they essentially lay out the exact same things that we would call toxic masculinity, things like resorting to violence when you feel threatened instead of like talking it out or something like that. Things that generally put the people around them at danger as well, as that's I find that's a good definition for actually determining what's toxic and what's not. Just so nobody feels outed by that convo, we were trying to be reasonable about it, and the whole point is that, if your child doesn't feel happy doing what other boys do, but they're a boy, then you can't force them to feel happy to do those things. Technically, you're their parent, and you can punish them for not doing it and reward them for doing it. So you can essentially, to a degree, make them do those things. I don't want to talk about other forms of coercion, but to that extent, you can certainly encourage them to do it. But if you're listening to your child and they're like, I'm not happy doing this, then you can't force them to feel happy doing it, right? You can force them to fake it, but they're doing that because they love you. And if you love them, do you really want them to have to force that?
See, I feel like most parents, though, I would say like a majority of 80% of their parents only want the happiness for their child in today's modern age. So I wouldn't say like the force aspect would be very much. Now, granted, there are outliers of that happening, and I will agree with you on that. But
there's even parents who mean well. They just don't want their kid to get bullied, right?
Yeah,
and
100%.
And that is something that could happen. Yeah. But I'm going to tell you from experience, I spent most of my life hiding the fact that I didn't feel like a boy. And that led to me getting bullied because I'm not acting normal. I'm not acting like myself, right? That I stand out because I'm acting like a fucking loner and a weirdo.
Yeah, so I'm sure when you were a kid, before you even hit puberty, right? Because of the way you were behaving, because you were not in the average male spectrum, that even like grandparents at a party when you were 4 years old were like going, wow, well, maybe Melanie's a little bit light in the loafers, right? You were being beaten with you're not fitting the male norm. And am I incorrect in saying that?
No, actually, if anything, I didn't feel any of that from my family, not even pressure one
not
way or another.
Your family, but from society, as the world as a whole.
It wasn't until I was like 9 that I went into an all boys group home that I ever felt anything. Actually, okay, so there was an event, like I was 6 or 7, and I felt like an impulse to express myself, and I didn't know where this expression was coming from at the time. But if you understand cognitive flexibility and how the brain works, it actually makes sense that I was kind of just wanting to tell someone about this. And I went up to these kids in the playground, and I was like, I feel like a half boy, half girl, which, don't read into that. And so they made fun of me, right? And then I was like, oh shit, I guess I can't tell people that I feel that way. And I kind of went home feeling embarrassed. So if anything,
get the role.
I felt way more pressures to both be very straight and like that, way more. And then maybe it wasn't until like the all boys group home that I went to that they all just outed me on like the 3rd day of being there I was like being the fairy boy because I wasn't masculine enough. Right. And the implication being that I was gay. So I was like, really, like, is there something wrong with me? But it wasn't like at that point, all I knew was like, I'm not gay. I know I'm not gay. I'm not attracted to other men in that way. And I'm definitely very into girls, even at the age of 9. So
can I ask you a question out of curiosity? Like when you made that statement, why did you feel like you were half girl?
Oh, at that point, there wasn't any particular thing. Before that, I wanted to try makeup, wanted to wear girls' shoes, try girls' hair or whatever. But it didn't mean anything to me. And just in that moment, it felt like something in my brain had like emerged. And again,
that's okay. But you wanted to try on makeup. You wanted to try these things, right? There are things that you were, as what you were born, excluded from, correct?
Yeah, sure. And to be clear, 6 or 7 is the age where kids' brains start to exhibit something known as cognitive flexibility. Mm-hmm. That's where they start making association between things. Instead of being told what to think, they start to think for themselves, literally, right? And so that may have been one of my own first independent thoughts, is like, I don't actually just feel like a boy. That was at least as far as I can remember.
It totally makes sense, right? Because you make that statement, and all the other boys, and sorry, Ashley,
the older ones.
I disagree with what you were saying about most parents are doing good for their kids. I think, and I know your statement was they try to do what they think is best.
Yeah.
I don't think most parents actually know what is best, right?
So
I struggle with it all the time. I try to be the best parent to my kids. And sometimes a few days later, I'm like, the prescription I just gave to my kids, I don't think is the right prescription. I had the right heart when I made it. You can be a great person. You can go to church. You can be doing all these things, but maybe we're harming our kids sometimes by following the rules of society.
See, I feel like there is a prescription though for parenting. You have to put aside the friendship of your kids versus the parent role of your kids. And I know that can be, there can be very times where there are interlapping or overlapping situations for those things. But above all, and foremost, you are the parent, not the friend. So I feel like even if your kids are not into something, like for example, you were giving the example of your son takes Taekwondo and your daughter does ballet. If your daughter would come to you and say, I no longer want to do ballet, it's not something I like, you can hear them out and say, yeah, that's fine. We'll do something else. Or if your daughter would come to you and say, hey, I want to do Taekwondo like my brother. Okay, yeah, that's cool. That's fine. You're not forcing them to do something they don't want to do. You're still listening and hearing what they have to say. But you're at the same time, you're showing them that there are other outlets to channel to versus the normative scripture is what I meant by it.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, so my daughter didn't ask to be in ballet. We put her in ballet because she's a girl. We put our son in Taekwondo because he's a boy. So, and they both love it, by the way. And our daughter did say, hey, can I take a semester off and do Taekwondo with my brother? And we said, yeah, no problem. Right. So we didn't restrict that. So we did make the first assessment on where our children are going. Now, my daughter is like really good at ballet. She loves it. She's taking tons of classes. She loved Taekwondo. She did really good there too. But I don't think we could have this debate in that, did I not already start setting the roles by making, because when we put our daughter in, she was 4, and we put our son in, he was 4. Did we start setting the roles before they actually made the decision? Yes. If my son says, I don't want to do this anymore and I want to do dance, I'll take him to dance. I don't know if most parents are like that.
See, I mean,
most parents are like
just
that.
A real quick detour. I just want to point out, Eva in the chat just realized that she has access to the Sip and Squirtle emote, and I want everyone to know that you can also access the best emotes on YouTube by getting a Radical Coder channel membership. You can also donate and support the stream with super chats, and if you do support the stream with a super chat, you can actually tell us what to talk about. If you're like, you know what, I want them to yell at each other more, I want some more violence on the panel, I want a little bit more like strength or loud disagreement, you can push towards that by putting some whatever topic you think will make people dig their heels in. You have that power, and in the meantime, I'm
especially pliable and emotionally manipulable that way. Just make me talk about something I'm passionate about.
It's true.
Ashton, can I take a moment to
just
agree with you?
I actually am really liking this conversation because it's not a debate. We're actually just talking, and that
I was
really
just about to disagree with Ashton, though.
Sure. I've had many conversations with you, Mel. I'm all ready to good to go. Let's go, buddy.
I think what you said, like, there's a bit of like a false dichotomy with like being a parent or being a friend. I get what you're saying with like, you don't just want to give a kid what they want all the time, right? Sometimes you have to be the authority and be the bad guy. Yes. However, I think you want parents to be their best friend, like the first person they'll go to talk about something. That person who knows that they won't be judged by talking about. My grandma was very much that person to me, even though I wouldn't even say she was like a cool person, or I wouldn't even call her like my friend at the time. She was somebody who, you know, if something was bad enough, I knew I could talk to her about it, and it wouldn't be like, oh my God, how'd you do this? What's wrong with you? Blah blah blah. It was okay. How do we figure this out? Like, this sounds really messed up. Like, I wouldn't want to be in this. We need to get you out of this sort of thing, right? And that's the thing is, like, the kids need to know that you're there for them.
And I won't disagree with you on that statement. I will not. As a kid, I was helped raise because my mom was a single mother until I was about 6 years old, and she met my stepdad. So then I did have a strong male leader in the household there. But at the same time, I agree with you that I want my kids to be able to come with me in anything on their mind, and I want them to have the feeling that they can be listened to no matter what. But at the exact same time with that, we as parents need to hold the standard that if your kids are messing up, you need to be able to correct that behavior and nip it in the butt before it becomes a problem. Now, I'm not saying if my son comes to me at the age of 12, 15, 17 and says, hey, Dad, I'm gay, that's going to be disownment. I no longer want to be with you. You're not my kid, blah, 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 blah. It's going to be a conversation. So you need to have that balance, though. You can't be just the friend all the time. You have to have the protector, and you have to have the punisher, and you have to have all those things, because as a child, my stepdad was that person. When my grand passed away at 10 years old and I found her dead on the ground, I lost, like you said, you had that person you could go to. My grand was also that person with me. She would be very kind, loving, and nurturing, but at the same time, if I was making a mistake, she would correct it.
Yeah, definitely.
My stepdad did the same exact thing. I could go to my stepdad any point in time and be like, hey, Dad, I'm having a problem. And he would talk to me, listen out. And it wouldn't be repercussions. It wouldn't be, well, you're grounded now because you went out and did this stuff. You have to have a fine balance between the two. And that's where a lot of parents nowadays are looking more towards, I want to be my kid's friend versus I have to be the parent.
No, see,
like
I think
that's you have to play very, very delicate with those lines, because if
that
you're not,
conflates two things, though. And what it particularly conflates is relationship with discipline. So typically, if your friend is the same age as you, you'll assume they have the same amount of discipline, et cetera, et cetera. There's differences, of course, but you're not going to see them as as a mentor, as someone who's going to guide you, right? As like maybe even an older brother would. Someone who's older and has more life experience obviously is going to be someone who you look to guide you. Your friend might actually get even your best friend who's your age might get you into trouble, but your older siblings are not supposed to, and your parents definitely should not be doing that. With the whole point being that you can still be their friend while also having, boundaries and setting those boundaries and keeping them and saying, look, I love you to death and I'll always be there to support you. But what you're doing is stupid. Like, why are you doing that? And that's a hard, I don't mean, I don't have kids, so I don't have to work with the phrasing there, but like, here, just let me wrap this up.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, I apologize.
I think you're thinking about it as a slider where you can only slide it one way or the other and being at one particular point. I think what's really going on is the discipline in the relationship are two sliders that can be independent. If one goes up, the other one doesn't have to go down. They're not zero sum. Correct. Does that make sense?
No, I completely agree with you on that. And I will agree with you on that. As I used to be an only child, and then my biological dad went out and had 4 other kids, and my mom has another kid to another man. So as the oldest and the only boy of my 5 sisters, like, my sisters know that I will always protect them. I will always love them. I will always be there for them. But they also know that when they're fucking up, big brother is going to be the one to correct that and say, hey, you're fucking up. You have to have that boundary. There always has to be a boundary when it comes to parenting. There has to be a gray area of friendship and parenting. There has to be. Because when you allow one other side to take over, it changes the dynamic of the relationship between parent and child. Then
what's that movie with Adam Sandler that's totally about this? What's it called? Big Daddy or something like that? It's an Adam Sandler movie. It's
Big Daddy. Yeah, Big Daddy. He was the best friend to the kid. He loved the kid, but then the kid...
He had no discipline, right?
Correct. You have to have discipline. Like, that's where you see, like you were saying about the 2 scales. The 2 scales, yes, I can agree with you on it to a certain extent, but you have to always have one side. The parenting always has to come first. Like, and no matter what, parenting has to be up here. Friendship has to be down here.
I think what I'm worried about, and I hear what you're saying, I think what I'm worried about is, like, when I was raised, the people who actually got through to me the most were the people who are like, okay, you fucked up, but I can also tell that you fucked up. So I'm actually just gonna, I'm still kind of gonna be your friend, right? Oh, you're talking. So I can.
No, you're good. I was talking to my 5-year-old. You're good. I'm listening.
But there were also people who raised me who had it in their mind.
Quit. Embarrassing. Shame on you, Vibe. Can't believe you rage quit.
Vibe, no.
You might have DC'd, so don't jump the gun.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I didn't see the messages. But there's also, you know, there's also people who raised me who thought like they had to become harsher and less of a friend to me as I was fucking up. And I think that's the difference here is like you can separate your punishment and and thus your discipline from your relationship. You can still be their friend and being like, by the way, I don't want to do this, but since you keep doing this thing and you won't stop, I'm going to have to say like no Xbox for a week or something like that. And they're going to hate you for a bit. And sometimes even friends hate each other for a bit. But guess what? They do love you. You love them. Things are going to get back together. I think those people who were raising me were particularly afraid of that phase where like you've developed that friendship, but then that child hates you. And then you have to feel like that dread of like, oh, this, you know, they're mad at me right now or whatever. And so they just avoided it. They just avoided it altogether by saying, okay, when you're in trouble, I'm not even your friend. I'm just going to be I'm basically going to be a dick to you. It was kind of like their philosophy, right?
My stepdad's philosophy with punishment was, I'm not doing this because I want to do this. I'm doing this because I want you to be a better person. That was always his philosophy. When I got caught at the age of 11 years old smoking cigarettes out back, I got my ass smacked with a paddle. You know, I come from a very rural, very redneck population. My stepdad is a carpenter by trade. He built the paddle and everything from scratch. I learned then that I couldn't get in trouble smoking cigarettes anymore because I got slapped with the paddle. It didn't change the dynamic of I can still go to him and say, Dad, I'm having these issues. I need help. Because the disciplinary of that action wasn't the factor that he was disciplining me because I was in the wrong. It was disciplining me to learn my lesson from that. So he always kept that gray area between parent and friend perfectly balanced because he knew and I knew that when it came time to discipline, it wasn't out of hatred. It wasn't out of anything other than I want to love you and I want you to be a better person. So that's what I'm saying. Like you have to keep that fine line. Because if you allow the friendship aspect to take over top of the parenting conflict, then you create a more environment to where you're having your kids roll over you, whereas you should be the one rolling over them as kids. Even as teenagers, even as adults, your parents are the ones that are there to protect you, love you, unconditionally be there for you. I know right now personally as a 33-year-old, if I would call my stepdad right now, even though he's at work, and say, hey, there's an emergency, can you help me? It wouldn't be a question of what if, it would be a question of how can I help? And that's the kind of area that you have to keep it within.
Okay, sorry to sidetrack, but just because I don't want to make it seem like I'm at least condoning these things. Did you say you were physically punished?
Yes. Yeah, I got my ass smacked.
So I'm just going to say I'm sorry that happened to you. I know you don't.
I'm not.
I know you don't want to hear it.
It creates a better...
Pretend like I didn't say it, because
this
I just want to point something out. I just want to point something out.
Go ahead.
The reason we shouldn't do that to children, just to be clear, and this is why I won't condone it, is because it actually blurs the line for kids of violence being okay in certain circumstances, especially when they feel like that they're in the right and somebody else is in the wrong. So it can actually be a kind of... if you're trying to teach your kids not to hit other kids just because you're mad at them, right? That can sometimes work.
So this is where I'll disagree with you on, because there's a difference between a punishment and a violence. If I'm running amok and hitting people for no reason, that's me being violent. If I'm correcting a behavior with a paddle, with a mouth slap, with any of that, then that's a correctional thing. That's not a abuse thing. That's not a violence thing. That's you fucked up. You deserve this punishment. This is a punishment fitting the scale of what you did wrong, and you learn from it. I learned from that.
Scale doesn't need this. In order to teach kids, that scale doesn't necessarily need to be linear. I'll make my point by asking how does the child perceive the difference?
As a child, I perceived the difference of I knew that I was in the wrong and I knew I made a mistake.
So if you knew that you're in the wrong, did you really need to be punished, though?
Yes.
Well, no, you know you're in the wrong.
Because it helped. But hold on. But that helped me understand the correction of the paddle. Helped me understand that it was such a severe thing that I did bad that it made my dad actually want to do that and actually hit me with a paddle. If it was something benign or stupid or laughable, I never would have gotten paddled for it. But if it was something that was so wrong to where I actually had to be corrected and I actually had to get my butt smacked, then I knew in the future not to do that again, because these were the consequences of my actions. When you take away consequence and you take away that aspect, this is what happens with a generation of no consequence, no actions for their act, no reactions.
Yo,
to their
real
act.
quick, I gotta shut it down for just 1 second and say Nuxus, celebrating a 1-month membership, says interrupted for a forced karaoke. I don't know.
From another membership? What? No, we don't have to do that. We have dignity here, okay?
Listen, look, not that much dignity, but like maybe like a $5 super chat. We'll do a forced karaoke, okay?
You can try to force me to sing, but I will not sing.
So I disagree that there's an absence of punishment just because you stopped doing that. I've had the full spectrum of punishment throughout my childhood, and I can tell you for sure that you know what's funny? I'll often say I wasn't physically abused, but my mom spanked me. So, but
I don't look at that as abuse.
I get that. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to finish what I'm saying.
Oh, you're good. Sorry.
And there are definitely other ways to provide consequences that are very effective for children of all ages, especially ones that like toys. But that can also become bad. But one of the issues is if the child already knows that they've done wrong, then I can easily point out that you don't actually need to punish them, because going back to what I said had the biggest impact on me, it was the staff who were like, you know what, you can tell that you fucked up and like you're showing remorse for it. You're coming to me and saying, I'm sorry I did this thing. I don't think I need to punish you right now unless you keep doing it. And I was like, holy shit, I was expecting to be punished and then I wasn't punished. And now I realize that if I don't do the thing and try to hide it and do all the sneaky stuff, then I don't even have to go through this. As much as we worry about incentivizing the behavior by not punishing them, when the child expects punishment and then sees that, like, okay, I'm remorseful, like I actually feel bad, and remorse means I won't do it again, then they learn that maybe they can get away with it just once if they actually understood what they did wrong. This was the case with me in stealing, right? Because I went to my mom and I was
before you tell the stealing.
No, I'm finishing. Oh. Fuck you. So I went to my mom and was like, Mom, I know not to steal. I don't like being stolen from. I don't like when other kids steal my things, so I shouldn't steal from other kids. That makes them feel bad. Mom, I'll never do it again. I promise. And she didn't even ask me to say any of that, right? She's like, you know what? You've stolen so many times and I've spanked you every time. And this time you actually came to me and you said you're sorry and you're batshit terrified of that punishment. So I'm going to try something different. And guess what? I never stole again. At least not till I was a teenager, over 10 years later, and it was corporations. So,
okay. So yeah, thank you for putting me in my place there. But I first of all, thank you, Garuda Legends, for the $5 super chat. But what I was going to say is that I don't know if I want to do, I feel like I'm unsure if playing karaoke, I'm unsure if playing karaoke, like the songs, even if it's like the
it doesn't
versions.
sync. That's the problem. If you ever watch the streams afterwards,
yeah, I did notice that actually. I did notice that. But besides that, also syncs. I don't know if the if there's issues with copyright and shit, because like I play ads and stuff, and I like my streams to get my streams are monetized.
It's gray zone. YouTube doesn't seek it out the same, like their algorithms don't nail it the same way, but they can, and it can be nailed. Yeah, because like technically when you buy those karaoke machines, they're filled with copyrighted material.
Yeah.
Like you're technically not supposed to take that and redistribute the stuff on the karaoke machines even.
Yeah, I'm gonna hesitantly say we'll maybe figure something out if someone donates. It'll have to be more than $5 for a karaoke, because I'm unsure about all the logistics here.
Well, okay, isn't there the thing with YouTube where like if you don't save the VOD, then there's like a super low chance? Well, you can save it on. Oh, really? Fuck! Of course, I got banned from Twitch. Wait, so okay, how can we get away with it on YouTube?
No idea. I wouldn't risk it.
No, because I
Yeah,
think it's
wouldn't-
bullshit.
I wouldn't recommend it.
Like they're literally just killing
maybe
radio.
I'll just make
Right.
them sing. Maybe I'll just make you guys sing without a back.
Oh, that'll be so
you have,
fun.
You have to play it. You have to play it like in the
get-
background for yourself.
I get to pick the song then.
I mean, we can
If
just
you
do Christmas
donate,
carols.
Yes.
We can just do Christmas carols, right? Most of those are copyright free.
I'm not doing Christmas carols.
Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer.
You can sing on your own if you want.
No, that's $5 worth right there.
Yeah, there you go.
With a voice like that, better
I'll
be
sing.
paying up.
I'll sing Gangnam Style.
I'm
That's-
singing. I'm
Okay,
singing.
well,
pretty
look, Nuxus paid $14.99 koalas or Australian dollars,
Nah.
saying Fox and Ashton
That's not real money.
singing all Islands in the Stream, Dolly and Kenny.
Yeah, that's
No.
upside down money.
Not happening. Not happening.
So, you ever see what happens when you flip money upside down? You can't spend it anymore, right? So
Yeah.
that's the problem with Australian money.
So
I'm gonna quote
wait.
Andrew.
So just real quick, you guys are gonna. I've just been sitting here entertaining your yap session, and you guys are gonna rob my super chatters.
I
from-
just gave
I
gave
would not-
acapella a single bar of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. I've done my part.
I personally do not. I know the song, but I cannot sing to save a lick unless it's heavy metal or metal.
Also,
So
there are
if you try
children
to make me
present.
sing- If you try to make me sing country, it's gonna come out very, very, very bad.
Also, there are children present. This could be psychologically damaging for them.
Nuxus says Australia doesn't exist, fuckhead. It's Atlantan
I w-
dollars. Thank
I
you.
was just about to say, to quote Andrew Wilson, Australia doesn't exist. So
Yeah, he was. the
Also, they're
person
called
that came up with
dollary dues in Australia, not dollars. They're dollary dues.
that. I call them
didgeridoos.
kangaroos sometimes.
That's a musical instrument.
I know.
I can play a didgeridoo.
When I was in college, we
You had
turned
one?
my brother's didgeridoo
I had
into a
one.
bong.
No.
I have
Yeah,
turned
that's-
a lot of
that's-
things into
I
bongs
do that.
over my past life. So
I had
That's
like a PVC one
that's disappointing, Coder.
that had like the most amazing resonance to it. Like this thing was so fun to
It was
play.
awesome.
You have no idea. The problem was it would get so wet with your condensation from your breath on the inside, and it would smell like your stank ass breath. So if you didn't brush your teeth right beforehand, every time it would be like an accumulation of the tiny, like your breath. You wouldn't be able to smell your breath, right? But after playing that thing for 20 minutes, you would smell your breath.
see, I can play bass. That's the only instrument that I know how to play is regular like guitar bass.
Well, okay,
Uh,
so well, real quick, I gotta say to Nuxus and to Garuda, since they both donated, and since it doesn't seem like we're at least delaying
will-
karaoke for future streams or something, we'll figure it out later. For now, I want to allow them to offer up whatever topics they want us to discuss.
No.
I'll gladly take a forced topic versus karaoke any day of the
Okay,
week.
so it doesn't have to be a forced thing. Like they're not even paying like $50. It can be a suggested topic. Like
See, I'd be
why
okay
are
with
we
the
like-
forced topic.
why are we
Let's
being
allow
like
a little bit of authoritarianism, just a little bit.
I'm
Why
sorry.
are
Yeah,
we
I'm
being,
sorry,
like,
Mel.
all
I
gassed?
didn't actually never set this up as a fucking democracy. Okay.
yeah, why are we being all gas and
Come
no
into the dark side, Ryan. I love it.
I want them to be able to decide what we talk about by donating money to me, even if it's in small increments. I can move on from the topic quickly if I decide we're done with it, but I want them to have.
Right.
I want them to
Oh,
have
I
some
can
authority.
make us
I
move
want to
on.
incentivize
I
them to
can
give me
bring
their
every
money.
topic.
Stop disincentivizing my chatters from giving me money.
I can bring any topic and turn it into a trans issue, can't I? Let's go.
I mean, that's fine.
That's yeah.
Ryan,
You
I
can always
like
spin
how
it.
I like how you're being more authoritarian as we go along. I like this. You're starting
But
to come
see,
to the dark side.
As
You don't know
as
me
he
very
becomes
well.
more authoritarian,
I'll watch you for a little bit.
I become more of a deviant. Like, how can I hack this, right? So that tends to work out poorly.
Dakota, I will say, I know a lot of people give you shit. I know. I will genuinely say you're not a bad faith person. You are a very
Oh my
good
God!
faith
Stop
person.
sucking up to the panel host. This
I'm
happens
not sucking up
every
to
time.
anybody.
Oh, I thought you
This
were talking
happens
to Mel.
every
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, stop sucking up to me.
I'm just being a genuinely nice person.
Ryan has a Discord, everybody. If you want to simp for Ryan, or even if you want to be like the #1 antagonist, go to his Discord for it, because we don't have time for your bullshit, okay?
That's not true. We do have time for the bullshit. We have time for your bullshit. You can praise me all you want.
No, we have time for Umbreon simping. But that's
Umbreon is a pretty nice.
I've checked the numbers here, Ryan. Your show loses viewers every time someone simps for you.
That's not true.
But not when they simp for Umbreon. I'm just saying, okay, check the numbers. Put the numbers on screen, and we'll go to the points where Ryan was simp for, and you'll see, bam, 0 viewers every time.
Eva says, Cider is me, by the way. Cider has always tried to be authoritarian, but it never works because he's a weak Libra man. Oh, yeah? Well, watch this. Put user in timeout.
More like radical Swider.
Yeah, Eva. Yeah, who's authoritarian now, motherfucker? I guess a 1 minute timeout is kind of Libra. I guess I'm kind of.
I was gonna say you should have made it. Should have at least made it like a 20-minute timeout, man.
I mean, if okay, so if you're the sort of person like me who comments every 5 seconds, a 1 minute timeout is fucking agonizing, because that's like times 12. That's 12 comments I couldn't make.
Well, I mean, like a 1 minute timeout, though, it's 60 seconds. You can piss away 60 seconds in a matter of.
No, I'm fucking addicted. I need to comment.
Well, then maybe you shouldn't get yourself timed out, Mel.
Do you want me to get the sweats? Do you want me to get the sweats?
You can get the sweats. Are you gonna have like an alcoholic like sweat like twitching moment on you? Like, I'd love to see it.
If you give me a 5 minute timeout, I will hyperventilate. I will be there, like just like okay. Do I shut up now? Is this like
another rage quit? Another victory for Radical Coder. Another debate won every single time.
We lost him.
I thought you went +2 authoritarianism there.
What?
I thought you went +2 authoritarianism there, and I was about to just like keep my mouth shut the entire time so I don't get.
Oh no, he didn't. Yeah, he didn't give me a reason. But if he did, then I might have. If any of you do.
That ever growing list of reasons. You're becoming like Sarah.
Wait, what?
Don't ever say
the bar gets lower and lower.
Humans are getting taller.
Well, that's the issue. More and more people are passing the bar for what gets banned now.
No. I'm talking.
Congratulations to them becoming lawyers.
Humans are getting taller. They on average we've been getting taller.
Garuda says, okay, my topic
that varies by nation.
No, shut up. Garuda says my topic based on my hypothetical, are humans getting shorter and weaker on average because of the less amount of oxygen in our atmosphere and grocery stores rather than hunting? But is this what you guys were already addressing? I'm sorry.
Also, there's not less oxygen in our atmosphere.
Yeah. It's been stable the entire time.
The oceans keep it stable.
Been for like past 2 million years, it's been stable, and that's how long our evolution's been going.
Even if there was a form of forcing that decreased or increased oxygen in our atmosphere, the oceans would either absorb or release oxygen to keep it at the same level.
And it's
a big buffer.
I'm sorry, this is a short topic because he's just incorrect.
Yeah. Also, it varies by country.
Prove it. Wait, what the fuck? You're just saying it's incorrect? Show me.
Yeah, so you can show that it varies by country. Certain countries, people are getting shorter.
Is it the countries with less oxygen?
It actually seems to be people on islands. The smaller the island, the more likely they are to get.
Well, how much oxygen is on an island?
More, because there's less people over a large general area that oxygen can disperse.
Yeah, it's not how it works.
Oh, I say more. I meant less, but
no, it would be the same amount.
All right, guys.
Well, no, oxygen is
Grace Storp wants to come up. It's the link is pinned, Grace.
If we look at like the half-life of oxygen dispersal, what it would take for like a parcel to disperse to the point where we can't breathe it anymore, that's like a kilometer scale. And that means that like for many islands like Hawaii and Japan, there's like huge regions where people are not within that kilometer scale. Anyways, that's just like talking about significant figures and stuff. I don't want to get too into that.
Oxygen concentration in the atmosphere drops with altitude, not with like. Pretty sure it's more or less the same across the planet, unless if you don't take out.
Oh yeah, no, I was answering that hypothetically. Like, would it go? Would the concentrations go up or down if it could change? And just because like the density of people would be less on an island.
Yes, oxygen has changed significantly over the last 500 million years. Like the Carboniferous era was when oxygen was at its like peak, and that was its last peak, and that was when like the insects were huge because the oxygen concentration was so high that the way that they metabolize oxygen worked at that size when it doesn't nowadays because the oxygen concentration in the air is not high enough.
Yeah, no, people tend to get smaller on islands just because, like, in evolution, there's something called island biology.
Dwarfism.
Island dwarfism is the particular phenomenon that comes out of that. And you can also have island gigantism, it turns out. But humans seem inclined to be like, we become taller within, like, mainland regions and shorter on islands. If we inbreed, which is why, again, it varies heavily by nations and how much that nation is likely to breed with a distant but relatively close relative.
Island dwarfism and gigantism, it usually, for whatever reason, tends to be that larger animals get smaller and smaller animals get larger. And humans are like larger animals.
Slightly above the median.
Bong and stuff says that seems to support the idea that we would be getting smaller on average by way of O2 reduction, wouldn't it?
No, because we haven't been around that long. We haven't been around for 500 million years.
If anything, before we were more likely to be up in the mountains, especially along the equators, for the cooler subclimates that they would provide, versus being like the desert where you'd be closer to the ground and have way higher, or way closer to sea level and have way higher oxygen concentrations. Like when we were more nomadic and didn't have like civilizations yet, we probably were up in mountains more and would have been shorter.
All right, guys. It's Ben. Ben Thorpe has entered the studio.
Oh, great.
Hey, buddy.
Thorpe.
I almost forgot who that was.
Oh, Melania. You can't forget me.
He's unforgettable.
Grace. Now see, Ryan, I'll give you credit. Grace said, "Let me go on first, because I'll be the Trojan horse." And I said, "I don't think Ryan's that kind of guy." So.
How is that going to be a Trojan horse?
Well, like to soften them up.
The idea would be that a lot of channels, when Ben comes on, they'll immediately kick him, and they'll be like, "No, Grace can come on, but Ben can't." But I'm not.
Yeah,
that
right.
guy,
That's the game. Yeah.
Oh no, for me it's going to be double or nothing. You're both pre-banned from my channel.
Hey, listen, I was hoping you might find this interesting. Grace has a debate tomorrow, in which she is kind of a Trojan horse, but it is her own voice about marriage with a guy named No Fugazi, a channel named No Fugazi, a pretty big channel, with a guy named Cooley. Do you know him?
No,
I do.
He's like a red pillar, black guy, cornrows. But he's like a Christian, like Protestant red pillar guy. So
he's like he's like an Andrew Wilson type beat in a lot of ways.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So the name, and she's going to come on for a second, but I was hoping it's totally up to you, but I was hoping you might be able to help us prep a little, because the debate is marriage a partnership of equals? And Grace is saying yes, and he's saying no. And I think you would probably agree with yes, right? We would be taking a more liberal position, although.
Is this a prescriptive claim or descriptive?
Yeah, is or ought.
Oh, you guys are doing Andrew Wilson stuff.
No, it matters.
Should it? I mean, it would be. Should it be? Should it be?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Because descriptively, there's plenty of cases where it's not.
You think? Okay. You think someone was like, "Is every marriage actually a partnership of equals?"
Fair enough.
Would be
Yeah.
a big
I mean,
one.
I guess I was just thinking like on average. I'm wondering like if I'm wondering like if the average family or the average like marriage dynamic it leans more one direction or the other is kind of what I was getting at more.
Well, it doesn't it like the first thing is like there's only 3 words here that matter: marriage, equal, and partnership, right?
Mhm.
So you have to define what you mean by that because you I don't know KO Dave, but like probably you guys think equal means, for example, that you're both equally leaders or something
Well,
like
I
that.
will point out something interesting that is equal in marriage. It's poverty, right? Like you're either both in poverty or you're both not. You have a really weird marriage if only one of you is in poverty.
Oh, you mean literal like you don't have money?
Yeah.
Yeah, fair.
You tend to share wealth across
Share the
each
pot.
other, right? At least until you get divorced. Now there could be some who argue that like a prenup kind of muddies that, but I would say that's just making divorce equal from the eyes of the people who.
It would be rare, although possible, that one partner could retain money and the other one not have it, but it'd be rare.
Yeah, so we clearly look at marriage as like an equalizing thing that allows both people to like share things between them. So it should be equal.
Well, so with each of those words, like I do think marriage is not going to be the word marriage is not going to be a difficult one to agree on, but like this idea of is it a partnership and is it equal is going to be like really where the debate lies. No,
Probably.
I mean, at the end of the day, for me, I would say just if it's healthy, if it's a healthy relationship,
Mm-hmm.
and like it's consensual, obviously, and it is what.
Well, you wouldn't
like,
have
the
a
two people.
non-consensual marriage. I
Well,
guess you could an arranged
I guess
marriage.
you could technically, but
Yeah, an arranged
usually,
marriage.
it usually would be.
So
and I'm not done. I'm not done.
Oh, I thought you were.
And I'm just trying to remember what I was going to say. If the two people are getting out of their relationship what they want, then I would call that equal.
Oh,
I think. So
I would agree.
If
that's what the
like,
word equal means?
Well, okay.
In this context, that's good enough for me.
Yes, that is what the word means specifically because what we are referring to when we say like equal partnership, whatever, like we're talking about two people like recognizing each other as fully sentient human beings who make their own decisions and have an agreement to what kind of relationship they want to be in. And if that relationship is one that that leans more towards traditional values, then as long as both people prefer that, awesome. That I would say those people are being treated as equals because both of their desires are being respected by each other.
Well, so yeah, I understand where you guys are coming. This could be interesting because you see it differently. He's going to be coming from the red pill point of view that it's not equal because the man is the decision maker, right? From a traditional point of view, and also that it's not a partnership. And he literally will use the boss worker analogy for it. So like the woman is more like the man is more the boss, the woman is more the worker. And I think that's indefensible because it's not like a boss worker relationship.
Yeah, I was going to point out.
Even if both agree to it,
yeah,
it's not like that.
I was going to point out that when you say a vow, right, it would be absurd to say a vow that's like, I'm going to treat you as like less than me, or anything that points to the relationship being disequal usually points to things that, you see the other person as your equal and you're going to treat them as such. So like even if you want to compare that to the contract you sign with your boss, like that says like things are going to be disequal. We're not liable for X, Y, and Z. You are liable for those things, right? So again, it just seems like you're sharing the responsibility in a relationship. That means you're sharing the burden. That means you're in an equal struggle. That means you're also sharing everything else, including the rewards.
Well, okay, so what he will say is something you guys know Jesse Lee Peterson, right?
All too
I know,
well.
Ryan.
He
you
ran
know
from
him,
he
right?
ran
So-
from a debate with me.
I love black people. I love black people.
Well, he will say something which a lot of red pillars will say, which I absolutely think is a nightmare. He will say, when you take a woman as your wife, you have to kind of first break her in, like kind of you have to be a kind of father to her to mold her to you, right?
That
And then you can proceed from there. Now, I think in a lot of feminist marriages, there's a mommying that goes on where the man is seen as like sort of, like mommy needs to be in control. So I think a lot of marriages in either of those situations are not equal. So I think it's possible that people can consent to something, that they can take the vows, and that they can form a relationship that is basically unequal. But I think it's unhealthy in either case.
Well, okay, so
You know what I mean?
not all inequalities are healthy, but inequalities can be unhealthy. I think that's a big distinction. Also, one of the big things is like, just because you need somebody in a moment, right, doesn't mean that the whole relationship is this equal, because at some point they might need you, and you being there for them and willing to make an equal amount of sacrifice for them is what makes it overall equal.
Yeah, I mean, the term equal can mean different things. Like, so you can have like a very I would call it dimorphic, like where the husband and the wife do almost completely opposite things. It can still be equal if both roles are valued, right?
I think it's easier to define disparity and then define equality as things that move away from that disparity and equalize.
Well, difference. Disparity means
difference between two different entities, right? So you're gonna have two entities.
usually like income disparity. You're saying like whites make more than blacks, right?
Sure, but if you have two entities and there's going to be a huge difference between them,
yeah, okay, whatever. Yeah, I know. If that's
equalizing force would be bringing those two entities closer together in whatever value we're talking about.
I don't think so. Okay, so yeah, I think you could, like, everyone's gonna recognize that men and women are somewhat different. Like, this was, I think, an interesting. This would be an analogy. See if you guys can think of something where there would be no controversy, a partnership between two people where it's like as equal as you can possibly imagine. I came up with one famous one.
Gay people?
Yeah, gay would be interesting because you have two.
But let me ask you something. Those physical
those usually
differences
are differentiated. You usually have top, bottom, femme, butch.
Those physical differences between men and women, how much does that actually play a part in a relationship?
Right. I understand what you're saying there. I understand that. But I use the example of like John Lennon and Paul McCartney. They were both lead singers in the Beatles. They were both songwriters.
Mhm.
They had a partnership. Neither one. I know there were other Beatles, but like, let's just say take that, right? I think that most people would say, okay, a marriage is going to be significantly different than Lennon McCartney in the Beatles.
Yeah. I say it's more formal.
Only one of those people can breastfeed. Only one of those people can get pregnant.
From start to finish,
mother is
it's all
different than a
formalities.
father.
Sorry.
Mother is different than a father, but the degree to which the degree is going to be, it's going to be more traditionally. It's going to be more different, more modern. Is going to be less different. I agree with that, but they could both be seen as equal.
Well, the only reason marriages were different in like agrarian times, and I was pointing this out earlier, is because you only really had manual labor on farms. There wasn't a lot that was automated. So you either had your livestock to do some of the manual labor for you, but depending on your crop type, that's very limiting. And so most households would actually just try to have as many kids as possible. And the problem with that is if you're working the fields, you cannot raise 6 kids at a time, right? So you need somebody else to be doing that. And the woman was at the time the best person, often in the best place to do that. However, that could get pretty ugly. Let's just point out it wasn't perfect. If you've ever read The Chrysalids, I think that was a perfect kind of like caricature of how kind of ugly that sort of way of living could become. But another thing is like, I think it's becoming equal now because a lot of those reasons we had those things are going away. Farms are pretty much automated now. You could have a woman run a farm, and theoretically, we're not really there commercially, but theoretically you could have a woman run a farm without ever stepping foot in the field.
But
So-
see, aren't you? See, this is what I'm afraid he's going to do. Aren't you conflating equal with the same or similar? Aren't you conflating those two terms?
Well,
It's
no,
not
this
the same thing. I
this is
understand
why
you can
this
make
is
an
why I'm
argument that
asking.
Men and
what-
women are more similar, like because of technology, and can do more similar roles. I understand that a lot of feminists would say that's movement towards equality, but
Yo,
I don't.
real quick,
think
I
that
got pause you
necessarily
for
has
1
to be.
second to shout out Donna in Austin, Texas, for sending a gifted membership to Glenn Lawrence Presents. Enjoy your membership, Glenn.
Sure. I think that the difference would
Like
be
that's
like,
a separate issue.
yeah.
But see, he's gonna do. Cooley's gonna do the same thing on the other side. He's gonna assume that Grace is saying because it's equal.
Oh, sorry, I have to cut
She's
you
a
guys off again.
feminist,
Also,
you see what I
thank you,
mean?
all, thank you again, Donna, for also a $10 Cash App. Fuck yeah, appreciate that.
So I think, you know, the reason that I asked before, like, how much does this really pertain to the relationship, though, is like, because it's not just about sameness. Like, not everything that's between two people needs to be similar,
Right.
opposites attract kind of thing.
Sure.
And I certainly, you know, get fulfillment from my relationship from the fact that my partner is stronger than me, makes me feel safe. I probably don't make him feel safe. He doesn't see me as being stronger than him. So, you know,
You're cheating on me, Melania?
yes, whatever that means, because I'm stunned with how creepy that was. Anyways, so
Oh, come on.
when it comes to like power dynamics, for example, I think that's one of the more explicit ways that we do want things to ultimately. Okay, this is the difference between things being the same and things being equalizing, right? Consent.
Okay, just
let me finish.
Sure. Yes, sweetheart.
Consent is something that
Melania's
equalizes.
cheating on me. She has a partner, she said.
Just stop saying that.
Really?
Consent is something that equalizes power dynamics in relationships and allows people to explore those power dynamics in an equal way. So that way you know that the other person's okay with it. If you don't have those consent, then that power dynamic can become exploitative if you follow through with it, if you act on it and try to.
Yeah, I
get
understand.
something.
You're gonna, like you guys say, consensuality, and then you default to
But-
power dynamics. It ends
but
up being nonsense.
I'm explaining the
Doesn't even
difference
matter.
between something that's equalizing versus something that's the same there. In power dynamics, things can't be the same, but but the consent is equalizing. Does that make sense?
I don't think marriage is based on power.
I think it is.
I don't think.
I think
so.
you're giving up. I think you're giving up part of the power of your own autonomy for somebody else. You're sacrificing yourself as an individual entity and becoming a union.
I just don't think it's about power. And Grace didn't understand this when I was saying it to her. Like, I do think you are.
So it's 2v1. Excellent.
I don't
Yeah,
think it might be 3v1 because I don't think of it as like power either, and I certainly don't think of it as
so that's
a
2v2.
sacrifice.
2v2.
Yeah. No, that's 2v2.
Wait. 2v2 what? I don't think of it in terms of power.
Oh, well, no, you were kind of thinking of it that way.
No, I'm
Right.
saying you
Well,
can't
I mean, you
remove
can-
power.
I was saying I just don't think there's really any power dynamic in a
You
marriage.
can't remove power from it. Like I said, my partner makes me feel safe. I don't make him feel safe. So if I leave, I feel insecure. He doesn't feel insecure.
Yeah, but
If
that's
you
not
were
power.
to leave the partnership,
Yes.
he wouldn't feel insecure.
Yeah. And that's a power. No, that is a Grace. That is a
Wouldn't
power.
he
You
care?
can exploit
Wouldn't he
that by
care?
by threatening to leave me, for
Wait a
example,
second.
right?
He wouldn't care if you left, if you no longer had a
He would
relationship.
care because he loves me. He wouldn't feel insecure in the same way that I feel insecure, that if someone went to fuck with me, I no longer have a boyfriend who I can go tell about it, and they'll go show up at that person's address and tell them not to fuck with me anymore.
But that's not the same thing as feeling insecure because somebody's not in. a
You're saying
relationship.
you feel like physically safer.
You're saying you would lose your defense.
But he can exploit that, right? If I'm just being honest, not saying he does, but he can exploit that where he can say, I'm going to leave, and there's more incentive for me to stay with him than for him to stay with me along those lines purely, if we just focus on that.
Well, when
Right.
you're in a relationship with someone, either person can exploit it. That doesn't really.
Well, wouldn't it be true that you are ideally like you're giving each other certain benefits that you wouldn't have without that person.
Yes. Once we zoom out from that one particular power dynamic I'm talking about, what you're saying is correct. The reason I'm pointing to this one thing is because if all of those things lean in his favor, hypothetically, then he would ultimately be able to say, I'm going to leave the relationship. I would have to beg him to stay. Whereas if I said, I'm going to leave the relationship, he's like, okay, do it. Have fun. And that's a power dynamic.
I'm not sure what you're describing.
Well,
is
I assume
power.
he's getting something out of this.
He has something he can exploit, something that I cannot.
Wait a second. I'm not sure what you're describing is power so much as someone with a healthy attachment style with you who
The
has
discussion about whether or not it's healthy is
you
different.
have an anxious attachment style. That's not the same thing as
I'm
him.
not actually
No, I
describing
don't
how
think
our
that's what
relationship
he's
works
saying.
at this point. I'm talking about a hypothetical where somebody
You
has
get
something
one
they can
benefit of
exploit.
physical protection. I assume there is a benefit going the other way. It may not be
But
physical
that's
protection,
not,
but there
that's
is
not
some
relevant.
other benefit.
That's not relevant to this because let's say I'm unattractive. Let's say I'm all the things that would make me otherwise undesirable in a relationship, and he's all the things that would make him desirable. Everything's stacked in his favor. Then we can say all that power is in his hands. Now, luckily, my relationship
Wouldn't make sense to have a
not that simple.
relationship then.
No, but what I'm saying is that there is power in relationship, and this is how it occurs.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that's an example of an unequal relationship. A guy who's really good looking,
has
money,
just not an
has
unequal,
charisma,
not
all
an
of these things, and a woman who has
You're putting
none of
words in
those
my mouth.
things, or vice versa.
Not an unequal relationship because that's a series of these dynamics. A singular power dynamic that is unequal and exploitable by one party.
Well, unless
Okay,
you're
well, I think what
identical people, each of you is going to have strengths and weaknesses that are not exactly the same.
I think
that's not always the case. Sometimes, like for example, if you're with someone with a disability, the ability, like performance, that can affect the whole range of performance, and that can definitely be an outward appearing difference.
But I'm not sure what the point you're making is.
I'm not sure what the point is either.
First of all, that's very important to be able to recognize power dynamics in relationships. And secondly, that they do definitely occur, even if they can cancel each other out or equalize each other across a spectrum. There are individual components you can look at. If I make, like, for example, there is a power dynamic in the single working parent and the single raising the kid, because that person raising the kid is dependent on the person who's making money to feed their child, right? And so if that person says, I'm not going to work anymore until you do X, Y, or Z, guess what? He has leverage over them, right? Leverage is a key word.
Okay, interesting point there.
But I do agree. You have
point
power dynamics in a sexual non-marital relationship. Of course, it's a power dynamic because you haven't committed.
Nah, I would act.
If you commit to each other, you don't really have.
Sure. Well, I would. Okay, so I would say when there's attraction where at least one side wants something longer term than a one night stand, then there's a power dynamic that can be exploited, and that goes away once you're married. I would agree there. But if both sides want a one night stand, there's, aside from like feminist bullshit, and I'm only saying bullshit because that's what you call it, but there's not really actually a lot of power dynamics there that can be exploited, especially in the long term. Like most power dynamics, you have to know someone's strengths and weaknesses, right? You have to know what they can or cannot contribute in a broad variety of ways.
Melanie, I feel like you're monologuing. I'm not sure what your point is.
So that relationships, that there are equalizing forces in relationships where power dynamics still exist. So it doesn't mean things become the same, as Ben was saying, but there is an equalizing force like consent. So in DDLG, if you I have a feeling you know what that is, there is a definitely like a power dynamic between the daddy and the little girl, right? Because one's a dad and one's a little girl. If you know anything about parenting, you know that you have power over a child. However, it's consensual when it's done right and healthily, and that's because
You're talking about
consent,
the playing at this daddy.
Yes,
stuff?
it's role play, and
I
guess I should have stipulated that. So thank you, Ben. The consent is the key thing there that equalizes that power. That person can only have that power if the person without that power actually authorizes it, essentially.
Okay, but if we were to take father-daughter, let's say a child I'm not talking about kink.
Sexual. You're talking about, yeah.
No, I'm just talking about an actual relationship.
He's talking about an actual father-daughter.
No matter if it's daughter.
Parental, yeah.
But like a parent-child relationship is an unequal relationship. and it is
No,
not a
that's-
partnership.
But that's what I'm pointing out. Is like when
Right.
people do that role play, they're also doing it because they kind of get off to that inequality. But it's really only safe, especially for the person who's in that negative power dynamic, to do it if they can consent and if that consent.
Yeah,
matters.
you're playing something. You're not actually doing it.
Sure, but
Unless the girl is 8 years old, then.
But the
I
point is
guess
that
you're doing it.
there is fundamentally a power dynamic at play. Another good example is bondage, right? Because you can cover someone's mouth and all these things.
Oh my
And-
God, Melanie, please. We're not talking about role playing.
But the point being that consent is an equalizing force, not just something that makes two things the same. Am I getting
If you
that?
want to
Okay,
say
but
in a
wait,
relation-
Grace. Let me try something. Okay, Melanie, there are let's say there are women who like to be ordered around by their husband and be relatively passive. Their wives like that.
You've walked
There are
into
also
hell,
husbands
Jelly.
who are
You've walked into
relatively
hell. I
passive and like to be
apologize.
ordered around by their wives.
Mhm.
And that can be like something that is even before they're married, like kind of the setup. I've talked to a lot of young men who it seems like really want a mommy, but that is an unequal relationship. And I don't really think it would be properly called a partnership. It's a kind of prolonged parent-child relationship.
I think we're having an issue of scope here, where I would agree that's an unequal power dynamic, but if there's consent there, then again, that power dynamic only exists when the person with less power is able to authorize it. So technically, if anything, they have slightly more power, which tends to equalize it. The power itself might be kind of the same, but it's not two things themselves being
Okay, but what is the
qualitatively
difference?
the same.
Let's say we take this one where you have a relatively bossy wife who's like,
Mhm.
and the husband is relatively passive and like drinks and stuff like that, and then the wife is sort of nagging and he buys into it, right? As opposed to whether they're like relatively traditional, which I would say is like more differentiated or less differentiated. They both act like fully adults, fully responsible, fully engaged, and neither of them has this parent sort of role, but they respect each other. Okay, you understand the difference between those two dynamics, right?
Of course.
One is
I think-
unequal and one is equal.
I think often what you're describing is like that could be an unhealthy situation if they're not like open and talking about that. It's unequal if there's not like, if for example,
It's unhealthy, period.
let's say I'm the bossy person, right? If I don't sit
Yeah.
that person down once in a while and be like, "Are you okay with me being like this in general?"
It's not okay.
What? No, it
It's
can be.
not okay. If you're playing at being a bossy wife in the bedroom and you're like playing at being a bossy wife and having a passive husband, okay, fine. But like if your relationship is that one or the other sort of is in a parent role, that is an unhealthy relationship, even if both people.
No, I thought you were
agree to it.
sorry. I was saying this under the assumption that you were referring to like natural inclinations. The wife is bossy, but
I think,
naturally,
Melanie, I think the question here is:
No, I'm
is
saying
there
that
any
is an
relation-
unhealthy marriage.
Is
There
there
are
any
a lot of
relation?
marriages
but
like
the
that.
healthiness again? The healthiness has to do with, are they discussing this thing? Is there open dialogue? Or
No.
is like, for example, if I'm the bossy person, then there is a bit of reliability on me to make sure that there's ongoing communication, make sure that person's okay
No.
with something that some people may not like.
No,
Because some-
that is an unhealthy marriage.
No, not necessarily, because if the other person isn't bossy but is receptive to taking orders and they like being in that position, then
No,
that-
it's infantilizing
That's-
of the passive person. It's not mature.
well, okay, I think that depends on normative definitions of maturity, which I disagree with.
I think Melanie
yes,
is.
I believe that you don't agree with normative definitions of maturity.
Yeah, I think maturity has to deal with how you problem solve these sort of things. So again, if
But
her
what I'm
being
saying is,
bossy,
let's bring in something that's not going to be on your docket. Children need to see two
Yeah, definitely
parents that are acting like adults, not
Sure.
a dad who's acting like a boy and a mom, you know,
Sure, I
mother
want to
who's
respond to
acting
the
like
thing
she
before because this is
dominates them,
sidestepping what I was going to
nor
say.
vice versa. So you could say two people, if
Yeah,
there's
you're
no
moving the
children involved,
goalposts
can
at
do
this
whatever
point.
the fuck they want. But if you're running around in either case acting like an immature person and having the other person also act like an immature person in front of children, you are abusing those children. Even
Well,
if
if your
the two of
partner's
you
unable
agree with
to,
it.
if your partner's unable to bring that up with you and tell you that without you, for example, lashing out at them, that would be unhealthy. But if they can come to you and be like, "Yo, I think we're having a bad impression on the kids. It's probably time to act, you know, more like adults," I guess is the term you're using. That's not how I would necessarily phrase it. Around them, so that way we can set good examples. And they're not receptive to that, then maybe they're not a good parent. But I don't think that you are necessarily talking about inequalities anymore. And my point was to show that there is a very specific form of inequality that you can talk about if you understand power dynamics.
Maybe we could bring, what is his name, Kay, in here. I just don't think we're getting anywhere. It seems like we're
Dave, yeah, Dave's awesome.
I think the difference here is that I think Melanie is saying any relationship, as long as it's consensual on both sides, is healthy. And I think my
Pause.
dad is saying,
Did that.
Pause.
First of all,
Guys,
incest.
stop. No. Everyone
Oh,
stop for a
no,
second. All right.
I'm not- no.
I will.
There are definite
boot you.
limits to that.
I will.
okay.
I'm authoritarian. Okay.
Just don't put words in my mouth. There are very.
Well, okay, fine. What's the? Who put words in your mouth? Whatever. Settle that real quick.
Grace, I'm not saying any relationship. There are very much limits. Any sort of legal situation, for example, or any situation that would be abusive. No, you can't get around abuse with consent. So no. Okay, so just don't take it that far.
True.
Please.
True. All right. So Smoky Guru donates $5 to say when there's a lull, which there is now because I made one. What is the panel's opinion on Dogtober 7th? Are you guys aware of this? Hassan allegedly has a shock collar on his dog and prevented her from leaving her spot in his stream room. What is the panel's thoughts on this?
Oh, he has a little buzzer on his dog?
Yeah.
You definitely got to charge more for these topic changes, dude. Holy shit.
Have anyone else here seen this clip?
Can I at least get a cut if I'm going to have to comment on this?
No.
Who cares what he does with his dog? If he wants to train it,
Well, I think the issue
fine.
people have, and I personally don't. I would never put a shock collar on Umbreon for what it's worth. I would never do that.
Yes, you have an unhealthy relationship with your dog. It's your substitute child.
No, I think you can argue against shock collars, but it's actually relevant to the previous discussion.
But if we're
between
gonna leave it in, let me set the
owner and
stage
a
right.
pet is not an equal
it seems the thing people are frustrated about is that apparently Hassan is denying the shock collar allegations. So there's a clip where it appears very obvious that either the dog yelps for some reason when she steps off, and Hassan reaches for something and puts something down. It seems like Hassan's reaching for something and shocking his dog. For however we feel about shock collars.
How would we comment on that though?
Well, because I mean,
Yeah,
I don't
that's
fucking
either
care.
true or
I don't.
not true.
I don't fucking care how you comment on it. All I am is transcribing. I'm communicating from my super chatter, my very kind supporter, Smoky Guru, who wants to hear your fucking thoughts on it. If you don't have any thoughts on it, then shut the fuck up and let someone else talk.
I have no knowledge.
Okay, well,
All right.
So far, it sounds like a baseless accusation
But that's an
a
interesting.
bunch of Israel supporters would probably spark up just that way they can distract from the fact that he's fucking owning all of the people who support Israel and taking huge, massive W's on their chest.
Ryan, you and your dog have a relationship. You would not characterize it as an equal partnership in any way, right?
Correct. I'm in charge.
Okay. Now, if we go to marital relation, or no, if you go to parent-child relationship, that's more equal and more of a partnership, but still is really not an equal partnership, correct?
I would agree.
But when you go to marriage, you would say it is an equal partnership.
More so. Although I would even argue that.
Oh, you don't think so? You don't think it's an equal partnership?
I think it should. I think it generally should be. Yeah, ideally, yeah.
Oh, well, is there any hesitation you would say about that?
I don't think so. Did I hesitate? I didn't mean to. I don't
Would you agree? Would you agree with me that like different couples could have whether there's like some kind of line? You could have the way it's equal could be distributed differently. Like you could be more traditional, in which the male and the female have more traditional roles. That could still be equal. Do you agree?
Absolutely. Yeah, it would be about consent to the dynamic. Absolutely.
But would you say the dynamic?
agree.
Wait, let me ask
You're
the
saying
question.
Like that's
Let's
how
fucking
you work it out.
go.
No, wait. I think there's a little bit of a nuance there. Would you say that the dynamic in and of itself is not equal, but if you consent to the dynamic to start, then it's equal? Because I think the
yeah, you
dynamic, a
can
traditional
consent to
dynamic.
Yeah, you can consent to a less like equal dynamic, like a more traditional dynamic might be less equal, and it depends on like where you're
How is it
applying
less
the word
equal?
equal to.
Okay, see, that's interesting because I think a traditional dynamic is completely equal.
Only if it's consensual.
Well, of course, a marriage has to be consensual for it to be a marriage.
That's not.
so we'll just put
No.
that to
You're
the side.
playing fast and loose. I don't mean that the marriage itself, like they agreed to get married. I'm talking about the dynamic of the marriage is something that both parties are continuing to agree to.
Okay, but even if we put that
You
aside, the
can't
actual
change.
dynamic.
You have to consent one time to a marriage. You don't consent
Yeah, no, that's
every
that's
day
moronic.
and renegotiate.
That's like that's like what an abuser thinks.
You technically
That's what an
consent-
abuser thinks.
Consent
Yeah,
is
that's what an
consent
abuser
is
would think, yes.
revocable and ongoing. Consent
Yeah.
must be maintained,
Exactly.
and it can be revoked at
Oh,
any
but guys, marriage.
exactly, yeah. That's what I was
Marriage
gonna say.
is, most people think of it as a lifetime commitment.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a daily
Power dynamic always changes, though.
renegotiation. And you
Yeah,
should definitely know
right.
what you're getting into, which is what courtship is supposed to be. But then you make a commitment. I mean, you can say, I think people should.
But it's
be
not literally
no
one, right?
point
That's
getting
why a
married.
divorce exists. If
Yeah,
it
it's
was
not-
literally a lifetime commitment, then we couldn't do divorce. But since it's not literally that, it's figuratively that. Like,
Well, a
it's
divorce
ideally,
would be
right?
a failure. A failure.
but it's just
Yeah.
ideally a lifetime commitment.
But just because
You mean according to
if-
law?
if the relationship fails and a divorce happens, there's plenty of ways in which that can be like the right decision for both parties, right?
I don't
that can
agree. If
be-
there's a real marriage, I do believe, like Jesus Christ said, what God has put together, let no man. But I think most marriages are fake.
Well, this is
marriages.
cope because Ben doesn't want to accept that he is
Well-
in a had a marriage that ended, so he has to redefine what marriage means.
That's actually not true.
to
There hasn't
cope with
been a
it.
divorce, and I didn't have
Exactly.
anything to do with it.
Okay, well,
But that's a fake
You're-
marriage if there ever was one. Yeah.
I'm marriage is the only way. Like a marriage, I don't even know how to parse the concept of a fake marriage. Like
Putative marriage.
I guess
A fake marriage would be
If
one in which
two people like agree to have a marriage in public just for the sake of appearance, then I guess that's a fake marriage.
No. If there's a significant impediment, like any contract, if someone is lacking the ability to
Marriage
like
isn't-
sign a document, it is not valid.
yeah.
Right. This common sense.
Now,
Would you
A
disagree?
yeah, like marriage if a marriage fails, that doesn't mean that it was fake all along.
No, yeah, sure. Well, then it wouldn't be
It
the
does to
marriage that
Ben.
fails. A one or both parties in the marriage could fail.
The
the marriage
point
still
is that
exists.
it's a relationship, and when two people have a relationship, it takes both people to hold that relationship. And if
True,
True.
I agree.
if the relationship falls apart, then that's something that's just between those two people and only those two people, and only those two
Wouldn't-
people have.
Wouldn't you
have-
agree that if
a
it's a
say
life,
on the
if
matter.
they both agree that it's a lifelong commitment, and then it doesn't last until they both
Well,
die,
and then if you
then
publicly
it's failure?
make a
then
commitment, then those
sure
two
you can
people
s-
don't.
you can, yeah
aren't
you
the
can
only
call it a
ones that have
failure, but
say.
like
The children
if-
have a say. The public who witnessed that has a say. Extended family
No,
has a say.
the-
A lot of people have a say. Sure.
no, only the only people in a marriage that have a say are the two who are married.
That's not true. The government has a say in it.
Yeah, the government has a say.
The
Sure.
government cannot grant a
Well,
divorce.
the government I mean, the government can't force a divorce. The government can't force a marriage. So
They cannot
force a
grant a
divorce.
divorce.
Well,
And
it
they
can
can
force
force
divorce.
they can force a divorce too with the default judgment. Yeah, it can force a divorce.
How would you force a divorce through the government?
How does this tell us if it, how does
How
this
would the
tell us
government
if
force a
equal?
divorce? They would make
Yeah.
a judgment in
Yeah.
family
But
court
how though?
because they
if-
would make
if-
a ruling. There's a trial. Actually, you can put a marriage under trial.
But if you're
Court case,
if you're saying
and
that
then
the government,
judgment. It rarely goes there. Usually, it is that the two people work something out.
what would constitute as a government stepping in between a marriage and physically divorcing two people from each other?
Oh, you mean two people who don't want to be divorced? Both of
No,
them
no,
don't
no.
want to be divorced?
You just said the government can force a divorce. How
No,
in
not
the
on
world?
two people who are unwilling, but if you have to have one person who's
The
willing to
government
divorce.
can't do anything in regards to forcing a marriage or forcing a divorce. That's just lunacy.
I wouldn't call
Well,
that. I wouldn't call that.
Two people are in a marriage. One files for divorce, and the court does a judgment and ends the marriage. That there has to be one
the marriage
person who
will be
wants
put
to
on
do it.
trial. That's true of civil and church courts as well.
And according
It's
to American
absolutely true.
civics, the judicial branch is the third branch of government, right? So we have to consider that part of the government.
Okay, I think so in order for the government to get involved in a marriage, one of the two people has to rope them in. Like,
yes,
generally speaking,
But the government is involved in
government-
the beginning of a marriage in recognizing.
Yeah, but they were roped in.
So they're part of it,
right?
Yeah.
So, but
That's
my
only-
point is that a marriage is it's the relationship between the two people. All of these other things, like they're all outside or third factors that like
I agree.
the relationship
Fundamentally,
is
it's
between
right.
the two people. And
But,
if
I mean, a
that
business
relationship breaks
partnership is
down,
fundamentally a relationship between two people, right? And
if that relationship breaks down and it fails, even after like a lifelong commitment was made in front of the altar or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Then that is still that whole thing is still something that happened between those two people. Just because the government comes in and facilitates the divorce, it was still between the two people.
Right, but the government can come in if those two people fail to work it out.
Right.
Right.
That's
but
just
that's part of-
mediation.
As well, if you bring the
That's
church
just
in.
mediation.
That is just mediation.
No, it is
Yeah.
not.
That's
No,
a-
it is
It's no, it's not just mediation.
Yes, it is. That's mediation.
Here's the question then. Where does the government, if you're in a marriage and say the two parties in the marriage are perfectly fine and one files for divorce, where does the government step in and say we are no longer allowing this to happen? Even if it's one party consenting to the divorce, where do you see the government fully stepping in?
So the one party files paperwork with the government.
Correct.
Hey, you're not aware of this? And then the government
I've been through a divorce.
demands that both parties show up in court until either they resolve it or unless they will put the marriage on trial.
Am I not mistaken,
And at
Ben?
the
Were
end
you
of
not?
the trial, the government will make the ruling.
Am I not mistaken? Were you not saying as a generalization, like marriages are like forced by the government or something? Because what does this have to do with the whole
No.
like how marriages
not.
work and inequality and stuff like that? I feel like that
I
this is
don't-
totally.
I agree with you.
This
I
is so
agree.
in the weeds. It's gonna get us nowhere.
Yeah, it's irrelevant.
I want you guys to understand that I'm debating a red pill guy who believes that marriage is not an equal partnership. He believes, I think I would characterize it correctly by saying that a man is the superior over his wife, like a boss to an employee or a parent to a child.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
biblically true,
Because
though.
the woman is a weaker vessel overall. And
Here's the
so
problem.
What's your case against that, Grace? Like, what's your position against that?
Can I say one thing real quick? Here's the problem with that: real men submit to their wife.
That's not true.
Grace.
Biblically
I
speaking, the man is the
Please,
leader
Grace,
of
you
the
have
relation-
Grace, you have the floor. Please, I want to hear your take on this.
Well, so far I'm prepping for it, but so far I would say an ideal marriage is completely equal between the. Hold on, sorry, I'm getting a donut notification. Okay. Is completely equal between the man and the woman. They both have different responsibilities and different roles. Thank you, Smokey Guru. But they are completely equal. And there are a few ways that I would show this. For example, it's not a boss-employee relationship because it's a lifelong commitment. So a boss can fire an employee and an employee can quit. It's a lifelong relationship, so that analogy doesn't hold.
Right.
It's also not a parent-child relationship because a child does not consent to be the child of two parents, whereas you consent to a marriage. Plus, you have sex with this person, which obviously you don't with a child. Plus, you entrust this person. You entrust this person with your children's lives, your finances, your resources, etc. Things that you would never trust a child with.
Right.
So within a traditional relationship, yes, the man would lead and the woman would follow. But I believe that it's a completely equal power balance because if you lead, if you make a decision and your wife does not follow, then she can fuck up your life just as much as if you make a bad decision and she follows you, you can fuck up her life. So I believe it is completely equal in terms of power as well. And I'm using a traditional view of marriage because that is going to be his view of marriage. So I want to show him that a traditional view of marriage is actually perfectly equal between men and women.
By the way, one of the first issues we ran in when Ben came in here was whether or not you should state that as an is statement or an ought statement. Because not all relationships are equal, right? And Cooley can be like, we can point out that not all even
it's an ought statement. We're talking about ideals,
right? But make sure
marriage is not an equal partnership.
All I'm saying is when you prep your arguments, make sure you prep them as ought statements, not is statements. Just a little thing.
I don't think that's necessary. If he wants to talk to me about the state of marriage today, I would agree. Like
that's a totally different debate.
Most men are cucked to their awful
wives.
When somebody's
losing a debate, if they can keep you in the weeds, then they can win, right? So I'm just helping you kind of stay on track.
His problem
prevent him from derailing you.
His problem is he's going to do the opposite of what you guys are doing. He's going to say, if, as the Bible says, wives should submit to their husbands, which means that there's a decision-making role that men have that women don't have. Therefore, it's unequal. Right? Just like you're saying the opposite of that.
Exactly. He's going to say that if a man leads and a woman submits, that means that the woman is inferior. And I'm going to be arguing that that's not true.
Yeah.
No,
submission is not inferior to leading. Right?
You're debating Cooley, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no Fugazi. Yeah. Tomorrow.
Oh, they're the same person.
Biblically, he would be correct, though.
No.
Okay, interesting.
Let me see if I can do this one, Grace.
Yeah.
If let's say I'm a tennis coach, I'm a really good tennis coach, and Grace is a really good tennis player, which she's not. But let's say she's a really, really good tennis player.
Let's say
we can have an arrangement where I tell her what to do and she listens to me. I say, I'm only going to be a coach if you listen to what I'm saying, right? And follow it and don't argue with me. That is still an equal relationship. And that's a far more like
you're comparing,
relationship where like no marriage is going to be like that, right? But if it's basically my way or the highway, it actually can be it can be a real equal relationship. But basically, she has the power because I'm her employee. So like, do you see what I'm saying? You can have decisions.
Except you're training her for a career, right? So the problem with that is like. She's not training you for a career. You can fuck up her entire career. She just stops paying you, and she's one client out of multiple clients.
No, but
you're most likely her sole mentor. So there are huge.
No. Let me make a point here. The problem is here, and this is a very American thing, is that people equate decision making with being
superiority. Yeah,
it's not true. What is a leader without a follower?
I did not
equate that. All the decisions. Wait,
in many cases, it is true.
You can make all the decisions you want, and if nobody listens to you, it doesn't matter.
Nothing I said relied on that, Grace. Nothing I said relied on that. Everything I said relied on the power for that person to do damage or help that person on a whim, versus the amount of power in the opposite direction.
No. What I'm saying is, you can have an equal relationship. I could be her only coach, and she could, so It could be a one-to-one thing. I'm just dedicated
Except
as
the
her
coach
coach.
and pupil relationship just isn't equal.
She's chosen me. We have a contract that she can't break. Okay. So you can have a perfectly equal relationship in which the roles are one is the decision maker and one
Only
is
if
the
you put the
follower.
cart before the horse.
You can have that, right? Do you recognize? Would you everyone recognize that? You
No, because
can
you had to
have
put the
that.
cart before the horse to get there. That's the issue.
I'm not
you
sure
had
what
to
that means.
you have to define the teacher-pupil relationship as being equal to begin with, which is just not. If you actually look at that relationship, it's just not.
It can be.
And you're
Not if you critically examine it.
If I'm
comparing a coach and you're comparing a coach and a pupil relationship to a marriage relationship. Those things are not synonymous with each other.
No,
marriage,
I know that. But I'm saying a relationship can exist where one side has all the decision-making power and the other doesn't, and it can still be an equal relationship. And I'm saying, yes, you could say maybe
Only if
not
the
in
other
marriage,
person's
but
brain
I'm saying
dead.
it is theoretically possible.
No, only if you
Decision making being handled by one side of an equal partnership, and that's my only point.
Aside from consent, the only time that would apply is if someone's brain dead or literally unable to make their own decisions, which again brings into the power dynamics of being in a relationship with a disabled person who's cognitively incapacitated.
No, that's not true.
Real quick, Ben. We have a question from Garuda Legends. He says, I have a question for Grace only. So, Grace, this is for you specifically. In the future, if most couples can't afford traditional values outside her family to be a housewife, should women submit to go 50-50 based on percentage activity? I don't know if I fully understand the question.
I can answer that question. People have a misguided view of what a traditional woman is. Sitting at home doing your nails and running the dishwasher is not a traditional woman. I have no concept that women shouldn't work or contribute to the household. That's ridiculous. A 1950s view of women is actually extremely modern and not traditional. True. If you look at the Bible's definition of a good wife is a one who weaves garments, makes money, goes to the market, barters. This idea that women are like, should just be doing their hair and looking pretty like the Andrew Tate version. It's not what I back.
Grace, can I make a point here? This is interesting. The liberals agree with Cooley that if one person has the decision-making power, it can't be equal. You see?
Yes.
The right and the left don't see it as possible, which is crazy.
The reason is that the people are not means to an end. They are ends in and of themselves. And when an agent is an end in and of itself, it should be the first and last person to make its own decisions.
You can pursue. I don't know. A relationship is two people pursuing a goal together. Okay, so sure. let's say I have a legal situation, and I get a lawyer, whether it's a voluntary lawyer or I'm paying the lawyer, and the lawyer says, "Okay, I'll take your case, but only if you do exactly what I say. You dress like I tell you to dress. You answer the questions like I tell you to. I will take the case." I might say, "Sure, no problem."
So did they ask you to do that?
That does not mean that it's not an equal relationship.
So did they ask you to do that, or are you just assuming that position?
I'm talking about a hypothetical.
So if my partner comes to me,
of course, if I agree. If I don't agree, I actually had a lawyer say this to me.
So if my partner comes to me,
so it was not a relationship, but he said to me, "I'll take your case. I will be your lawyer." If he wanted to tell me what to do in every aspect of my life. So
if my partner comes to me,
but I could have said yes, and that would still have been equal.
If my partner comes to me and says, "Look, we need to figure out our budgeting. I have some ideas on how to do it," and I say, "Do whatever you want. I have no thoughts, nor do I want to think about it." And then I repeat that for every other problem that arises in our relationship, such that they do effectively make every decision. The only reason that wouldn't count is because they consulted me first, and I had the choice to leave the decision up to them. Without that condition, Ben, you have one where the decisions are assumed, where the control is assumed by default, and that default is a power dynamic.
I don't.
I would also I would expect
to ask the question whether you guys agree. Dave, maybe you can help me. You can, I'm just saying theoretically, leave aside relationships and marriage. You can have an equal relationship in which one person makes many more of the decisions. That's not, doesn't
I
make
just
something
described one,
unequal.
but notice the caveat there where you're actually technically giving the other person a decision as well.
No, you don't have to ask every minute, like, is it okay if I do? You can just.
Well, if I
establish
say
that
for
from the
now
beginning.
on, yeah, if I say for now on, you handle the budgeting, then yeah, I've essentially
Yes,
done that,
of
right?
course, it should be. I said it's going to be consensual.
So in that case, sure. Sorry, I might have missed the part where you said it was consensual. That was that
Now,
was
a
pretty-
parent-child relationship is
Yeah, you do want to assume that.
non-consensual by definition.
Yeah, you want to assume that.
Parent can be overbearing to authoritarian. Okay, and like, it doesn't matter if the child agrees with it. It's like not okay, and a parent can be too
Good to
lax
see you
as well.
speak easy.
It doesn't matter if the
Look,
child.
we're
agrees.
radically open
It's
here, all right?
there's healthy parenting.
Yeah, and you want to
That
assume that
which is appropriate for
position. You want to assume that position for a child because at first they can't function in society at all. They need that guidance. It's a literal need, not a.
Let me pose a different
I'm
question.
saying, but that's
Let
not
me-
an equal relationship.
Let me pose a different
Ever.
question. Let's say you're friends with somebody, and that person is just. Let's say I'm
Nor
friends
is it
with
a
another.
partnership. You're not a partner with your kids.
I'm friends with another girl, and she is just more decisive than me. And she's like, "We're going to this bar tonight. We're going to this blah 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 tonight. Let's do this." And I'm just, I'm just not that kind of person. Does that mean we have an unequal relationship if she's making the decisions and I'm not?
Only if like you voice to her like I want to make some decisions too, and she
Does
doesn't.
she have more power than me?
In a friendship, no.
No, because there's nothing really like forcing. There's nothing that really says like you have to come back to her. Like in a marriage, right?
Decision making
Let
doesn't
me-
equal power.
But
Okay.
decision making in a marriage does equal power.
Right.
That's what you're missing the point.
So you're
When
sharing a
doing
house.
other
You're
things, you're not
Yeah.
allowing for the other party to do certain things as X. For example,
First of
in
all,
my marriage,
you assume that decision making means that you don't take the input of the others. You are just assuming that it's authoritarian.
Well, no,
You're
that's an
assuming that.
important caveat. That's a super important.
Okay, let's.
caveat.
I like what Ashton's saying. Ashton, can you give an actual example? Like just
For
an
example, in my marriage with my wife, if I say we are not sending our kids to this school, that is the final decision. There is no equal power dynamic between the two. I have spoken. I am the leader of the marriage.
Okay. Okay.
That's what goes. That's the
Okay.
power dynamic. Biblically speaking, the man of the home and the husband of the wife is the leader of the household. The
Right,
wife is subsidiary to the man.
But all right. So
Aren't there other interpretations where it's like the man is actually the leader of the world and the woman is the leader of the house because she actually runs the house?
the man is the leader of the world.
Yeah, like the
The
man
man
goes
is the
out and
household.
leads the world, but the woman leads the house.
Melanie, no,
The
let's,
man-
I just want to stay with this one. Okay, with Ashton. Okay, so a decision about schooling. Like, say it's like, okay, should we send him to private school or to the public school? Okay, so the man makes the decision. Okay, and the woman's job is to submit, which
Correct.
means to actually be on board with, not just to like say okay, but to like be on board because it's not her role. But that doesn't mean like it's not a parent-child thing where the kid might say, I want to go to X school. You say you're going to Y school, and the kid just has to go to the school. The child can disagree with you. The wife can't disagree with you, right?
Correct. The wife does not. If the man of the household says we're doing X,
Mhm.
and the wife is a true traditional wife, she
Yeah.
submits to his authority biblically.
Okay, but what do you think that's different than, let's say, in the exact same situation? Is it different between the father and the kids? Is it a different
Yes, because
type?
the father overrules the children. Yes, the children
Okay.
are children. They are not adults yet. They don't make their own decisions. The parent makes the decision for the child.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, how's that different than the wife?
Because a wife is capable of making her own decisions. She's
Yes,
not.
the wife has
She's not a
the-
means to an
has
end.
the
She's an
ability
end in of
to-
herself.
Well, wait a
Correct.
second. I want to know how Ashton sees them as different, because I see them as very different. In the end, a wife has to submit to her husband and children have to obey their father, but those are different things, I think, right?
They are, you're correct. But a wife submitting to
How
her
are they
husband
different?
biblically, because your child has to obey you, doesn't have to submit to you. They have to listen to what they're told of you. If I tell my son, go clean your room, he needs to go clean his room or there's punishment involved. If I look at my wife, though, and I say, you need to go do X thing, she does that because she knows that this X thing is a benefit of both of us getting something further. It's a different dynamic for a parent and child versus a parent and a husband and a wife. You're
All right.
comparing apples and oranges together.
All right, let me ask you this quick because I asked this to Grace. What if I'm not talking about your situation, but like let's say a man has several kids with his wife, she gains a fair amount of weight. Can he say to her, I need you to lose 20 pounds within 6 months?
I mean, if they're both in a marriage or relationship together and he is in thought of her safety and her health reasoning, I don't see why that would be a bad thing.
Okay, so he can say that, and then she should say, I'm going to lose 20 pounds in 6 months.
I feel like if they were in a healthy relationship with each other and the fear of obesity or the fear of a health concern, and she then disregards his statement and doesn't do it, then he has the right
Well,
to do it.
hold on. I just want to say it's
I
not
think
a
that's different. I
it's
think
not a health concern to be 20 pounds overweight. That's not a health concern.
Yeah.
It's
Can I
just an
just-
aesthetic.
It's a slight health concern.
It's just
Can I-
aesthetic.
Can I point out, by the way, that like that's just I think the problem here is more the framing. It's just a shitty way of putting. I think we should both maybe be a bit more active or something, and in a way that would just hurt that person's feelings, right?
I think that and this wife is gonna know that you're not, you'd like her to lose some weight. And I actually don't think a husband has any right to say anything. That's who you married. You love
Yeah,
her. You
I
have
don't
sex with her
disagree with you.
overweight. And if she remains overweight, that it is what it is.
See, the only thing I would
He's
disagree
got
with
more
there
liberal than
is
anyone.
I think he has a right to ask her to lose the weight, but she can not submit if she so chooses.
No. He does not have the right. Nope.
So I think that
I
there's
think he has the right. I think she's drinking too much. He has the right to ask her to stop drinking so much.
Nope, not that either.
I don't see how that's not true. I don't see how that's not true. If in the Bible
Nope.
it says wives submit to your husbands, depends on how you do it.
I think the school thing is different. I do think that's what Paul is talking about. If the decision that needs to be made now, hopefully, I think Ashton would agree with me. Hopefully, you have a discussion with your wife about the needs of the kids and like things like that before you make your decision. I think it would be pretty crazy just to sort of just say it.
No, I would agree. I would agree with that one. There should be there should be an actual conversation in regards to the decision making.
Right.
I don't disagree with you on that sentiment, but at the same time, if you're looking for it just truly biblical, or you're looking at it truly in the eyes of a marriage, if the husband is being a true husband, then he tells his wife, "Hey, listen, you're starting to get a little bit overweight there, hon. You need to lose a couple pounds."
She knows, but come on, do you think a woman doesn't know that?
Oh, 110% she does. I'm not saying that she
Okay.
doesn't, but if it's getting,
So in the other,
if it's
but
getting
in the
to
case of the
point-
school, like if you want to talk about biblical, right? Remember in the book of Acts, there was a debate about, do Christians need to do the Jewish laws? Do they need to be circumcised? There were legitimate arguments on both sides. And the decision was made by the church. Now, here you don't really have an argument. She knows she's overweight. You know she's overweight. I don't think that's where biblical husband stuff applies.
So you think there
Just
are exceptions to
She's
the
just
wives
not
submit to your husband?
really, she's not bringing her A game. She's letting herself go a little bit. And I actually think you roll with it. I think if you cross that line, you are disrespecting your partner. She knows it. You know what I mean? Like I think that's different.
So, I mean, for example,
hang on a second, let me ask
First of all,
a question.
Ashton,
Can I
you
just ask you a
fucking know.
question, Dad?
You fucking know you would never say that to your wife.
I've had that conversation with my wife many of times. Trust and believe.
Okay.
That's why he had the.
you
That's
can-
why he
you
had
can
the
have
first
a kind of
divorce.
healthy relationship, but if it's really like
Well, no, the first divorce ended because my ex-wife decided to be a whore and go sleep with her manager while she was working. That's what ended our first relationship. Now, this relationship that I have with my wife, that is the mother of my 2 children, I can tell her anything I want to tell her, and she can do the same to me. But I, as the man of the relationship and as the leader and the father of the household, can decide, hey, we're doing X thing. You don't get a say about it. Let's go do it.
okay, well, but she can drag her feet. She can listen to you and drag her feet, right? And drive you
110%.
fucking crazy and make you pay. Because the thing about women is they can make a man pay in ways that men cannot do with all the whatever in the world.
I don't disagree with
Only
you.
if you think with your dicks.
But if you're looking at the power dynamic of a marriage, the male in the marriage is to be the leader and to decide the ruling of the home. The wife's role of the marriage is to take care of the children and to provide a home for the entire family. So if the man
God, I'm sick of being preached to.
if the male is the leader of the household, the wife submitting to his authority, it's not an equal dynamic. There's always going to be a differentiation of power within that relationship.
Is this Wednesday
I think
Mass?
this is why you got married. This is why your wife left you. Your first wife left you, and this one's going to
No,
too.
she left me because she was a whore.
No, maybe she was a whore because you were treating her like an animal.
Well, maybe if more females would
maybe
be,
I know women can be bad, but like
maybe if women would stop being
it doesn't sound
whores
like a
and
healthy.
spreading their
You
lights
don't
for
sound like you have a
everybody, we
healthy
wouldn't have
sense of masculinity.
I do have a healthy sense of masculinity. What are you talking
Doesn't
about?
sound like it to me.
Well, this
Yeah,
also could,
I think real men. I think real men can be like, you know what? I'm actually wrong in this case, so we're not going to do the thing I want to do.
I don't think
I mean,
that's
I'll
healthy
admit-
either. But it's
I'll
interesting.
gladly admit to
I think
my
you're both
wrongs.
wrong.
That doesn't change anything. I can
Well,
admit
then
to
it kind of flies in the face of you're always going to do things the way you want to at the end of the day.
Well, let me
Not
ask you, Ashton, do
necessarily.
you find it a burden to be the one who has to make the decisions?
Not at all.
You like it.
I do. I appreciate the fact that not only that though.
That shows why that's why it's unhealthy. You should feel like it's
Wait a
burden.
second. Wait a second.
hold
But
on.
Dad, wait, if you flip it the other way around, would you say that a
Allow me-
wife should feel like it's a burden to submit?
I think a person
I don't feel a wife
who like
should
kind
feel
of
like a
gets
burden.
off on this whatever he sees as perceived power dynamic is someone who does not have a healthy sense of sexual dynamics.
Wait, but,
Okay,
but
so
you didn't
here's the
answer my
question.
question. Should a wife feel like it's a burden to submit, just like a man feels like it's a
No.
burden to lead?
She should find it difficult.
Okay.
It's difficult.
fine.
Okay, Ashton, my question for you is like, if you were in a relationship with a woman who didn't want that trad thing, do you think you could be happy with her?
No, I wouldn't be because I would rather have a traditional relationship.
You don't have a traditional relationship.
Well,
I do have
before
a
we, no,
traditional
I want to do a line of questioning. Wait,
and I guarantee
wait.
you,
I do have a traditional
Don't fall for his
the
bait.
nearest stick available to
Don't
her
let him derail.
ASAP.
Ashton, I just want to.
I can
right,
guarantee you that that's not going to happen.
Because you're an unhealthy person. You're not
How
married.
am I an unhealthy person?
You're not married,
then?
and your wife, your quote wife, is
I
absolutely
never
right.
said
I can hear it in your voice.
I never
You're
said my
fucking
wife couldn't
asshole.
have a decision. I never
Wait.
once said my wife doesn't have an input to the decisions.
Ashton,
When did I
just
say
focus
that?
on me.
You're an
Just focus
insecure
on me.
male. You're an
He's
insecure
distracting
male.
you from intelligent
Man,
conversation.
you're talking out your fucking ass, and this is why your marriage fucking failed. This is why my marriage
I
is
never
still
had a
healthy
marriage.
and going
I've never
strong.
been married. I never been married. But it sounds to me like I could just swoop in and fuck your wife anytime I want to.
I would love to
By
see
just
you
being
try
a
because my
decent
wife
human
would
being.
fucking laugh at your ass, dude.
But
Hey,
that's
at
all
least
right.
the
We can
priest
have
so
our,
fast
you
just-
know, whatever. You can
fucking
I
laugh.
don't
At least
really
the
know.
priest
Dad,
so
why
fast
do
just
you
for
why do
insight.
you think that his marriage is not actually traditional? Can you
Yeah,
elaborate?
what a part about my traditional marriage is untraditional to you? If you're speaking biblically, now let's just solely focus on biblically on this. Where have I been wrong?
Well, the Bible has to be interpreted, and you've interpreted it
No.
incorrectly.
There
You
is
think it's
there
like
is no
some kind of fucking
interpretation.
BDSM relationship.
Do you ever have sex with a
BDSM
condom?
relation-
Do you ever have sex
Have
with
I
a
ever
condom?
had? Not with my wife, no.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. That's not very traditional.
So what part of my relationship, like I just caveated and said, my wife still has a part in the decision-making process. She still has an opinion.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that my wife
respect your
never
wife.
has.
I'm just saying, by your own definition, you do not respect
How
your
don't I
wife as an
respect-
equal partner.
Hold on,
correct?
Ashton,
Correct.
You're right, because it's not an equal partnership, Ben. That's
It
the
is.
second point. No, it's
Oh,
not.
okay. See, I disagree with you about that. It's an equal partnership. You
Well,
think
is
it's
it a part?
unequal.
Wait, hold on. Is it a
Partnership.
partnership? Is it a partnership?
It is a partnership, 110%, but it's not
You agree
equal.
with you agree with the partnership part.
Correct,
Do
but
you
it's not
think you
equal.
are- Do you think you are superior to your wife?
Yes.
Really?
As a
Yes,
human being?
110%.
As a human
As a
being?
human being, no. But as the leader of our household, yes.
Okay, but that is not superiority. This is the key thing. That's not superiority.
No,
That's
that is
just-
actually okay.
Hold on, let me just make my point.
He is the
That is
superior in the
Melanie,
relationship.
please stop. That is not superiority.
Oh
That
my
is just
God.
a differentiation of roles.
Yeah, this is where you get into this thing. Okay,
It's not
Yeah,
superiority.
and some roles are
like-
superior and some roles
no,
are
but-
inferior, Grace.
Incorrect.
Correct.
but who only
No.
your wife can be pregnant, right?
110%.
Okay, does that mean you're unequal? Does that make it unequal?
That depends on whether or not that's a
No,
burden
that's a
or a power.
biological. That's a biological truth.
Is that
Okay,
a
but does
burden
that
or
make
is
it
that,
unequal?
does that give her power? First of all, you have to establish that, right? Because is
Yes,
it
I
a
do
negative
think
for
this
her?
thing of power, Grace. That's the key here.
Yeah, that is what
People
this is
are-
what
People are
this is what
conflating
Cooley-
power with equality.
this is what Cooley is going to say. He's going to tell me that if a man makes the decisions, he is in power and is
Well,
therefore
Ashton, let me ask you
superior.
this question: do you have
That's what
more
he's gonna
power
say.
than your wife?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. My
You
apologies.
have more power in your relationship than your wife.
Yes.
Okay, I want to finish my line of
Ah,
How
questioning.
would you
You're
influence
wrong.
power? How
You
would
are
influence
wrong.
power?
No, sir.
wanna
Let me
finish
tell you
my line
something.
of
Let me tell you
questioning.
something. You are
wrong.
absolutely wrong if you think that's true. Your wife
That's
has the
not true.
power to turn your children against you permanently.
You can try.
Fuck up your life.
He can turn her kids
to
against
not
her.
listen to you.
He
She
can
has
fuck up her
immense
life.
He can
power.
succeed.
She has equal
She can
power
try.
to you. Just because you're making the decisions doesn't mean she doesn't have equal power. Your wife is incredibly
I miss-
powerful.
Well, let
Okay,
me ask you
can I
this,
finish?
Ashton.
Can
let me
I
just ask-
wait?
I know it gets personal. Let me just
I've
ask
been
one question, Melanie. If
last
you have a
one, 'cause
business
you interrupted me.
right, and you say it's a partnership, which is a legal term.
Okay.
Does one have more power than the other? Like, say you have an investor and then a guy who runs a restaurant, right? The guy who runs the restaurant, and then you have an investor. Can you say that
But
one
you're
has more
comparing
power
two-
than the other? If it's a 50-50
Yes and
split?
no, because you're comparing two different things. We're talking marriage, not power dynamics in business.
Okay, but I understand that.
completely
That's why
different
I'm getting it
relationship.
away from marriage, because I'm just trying to ask you, like, the other place where partnership is used is in business.
Correct.
I'm saying
The investor would
you
have
can
more
definitely
power
have an
because if he
unequal
takes his money
partnership.
away,
You can
then
an
you no longer have
80-20
business.
relationship, but if you're 50-50, neither has more power than the other,
Okay, how
which makes
long
it a
is this line
very
of que-
dangerous.
Cut me off my line
No
of questioning.
lawyer
How long is this
will,
going to take,
will
Ben?
advise you to go.
Ben, can you
I
land
had
your
a
fucking
partnership
plane,
once.
dude?
Terrible.
Land your
I have
plane.
another- I have another-
Wait,
I have
I'm actually
another-
I'm cutting
No, no, no,
everybody
no,
off.
no.
I'm cutting everybody off. I'm cutting everybody off. Garuda has a question for Grace only. Says, can you explain why most men wanting a traditional woman can't get one? And he asks, is it because they are too emotional and unrealistic?
Ryan, I wish that you would moderate the panel. And notice
I
that
think
I
it
was
was
doing
for
a
Grace
line of
only,
questioning
Melanie. Is
to
your name
Ashton.
Grace? Is your
Yeah,
name
no,
Grace?
this
I
is a
don't
point
think
of
so.
business. It's logistics.
I don't
Wait,
think
after
so.
Grace answers the question, then you can do your line of questioning. I'm sorry.
All right, let me.
Now
look
it's
at
going to be a
this.
line of complaint.
Why most men want a traditional woman can't get one because they're too emotional and unrealistic. I would say the men who want a traditional woman don't understand what a traditional woman would be and expect some kind of Barbie doll who will suck their dick
Mouse.
and support
Mouse.
them and be a mouse.
Yeah.
And that is not a traditional woman at all. And so they are inherently somewhat misogynistic and also misandrist in the fact that they expect to take all the responsibility on themselves. But
Yeah.
these kind of men don't come across to women as somebody who, even in this unrealistic expectation, could take all the responsibility and lead effectively and make a lot of money or whatever. So I think it's unrealistic on both sides. And I think women are just turned off by that. I think
It's not masculine.
It's not masculine. It's
I'm sorry, I thought the question was just for Grace. Is it also for Ben?
it's for neither of you. Okay. Why don't you guys go get a room?
Also, are you landing your plane anytime soon? Because you are.
You misgendered Melania. She's a lady.
So I think a guy who wants a traditional woman, when you think of traditional women, like the red pill explains it, is generally an insecure guy who's controlling.
Yeah.
And I think what women want in men is a guy who's fun, loving, and bold, not a guy who's controlling, because that's kind of a feminine quality, to be honest.
Some women like guys like Ashton, but not for long.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 2 points.
Been in a relationship for 8
Now,
years.
Ashton, I had a quick point for you, really quick. Your woman, your wife can
This is how
kill
this is
your
gonna go?
child in her womb for 9 months.
No,
She can kill it. She has ultimate
can.
power over your offspring. No, it's not. She can try. She could take some kind of poison or something, or she could throw herself
Oh,
off.
she can go to an abortion clinic. Nothing you can do.
I'm
about
just
it.
saying, even if abortion clinics weren't legal, she could kill that child.
He doesn't own that child, so it doesn't
She
matter.
could take a coat hanger, whatever, and there's nothing you could do about it. She has ultimate control over that child for 9 months. That is an extreme amount of power. So if you want to say you have power,
Except he doesn't
over
own the
her,
child, so
you have more power in the relationship. That's not true. I would assume your kids are the most important thing to you in the world. She has control of your kids for 9 months. Ultimate
yeah,
control.
master.
And for several years.
Well, I
when they're
have
young.
2 points to make since I was going after Grace. Thank you, Ryan. I wish you would actually moderate, because if you would have noticed, I was doing a line of questioning with Ashton. Ben interrupted me. I repeatedly tried to get back in, including interrupting him directly, and he asked for one more
Oh my
statement.
God,
made
Melanie, okay,
multiple.
just question me. Just question me. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And so I don't know why you have these people who take up more space than they're actually worth on this panel, unless you're
Melanie, just do your line of questioning.
So if you're going
God.
to call this a radically open panel, you have to do something radically different. And so far, you're doing all the same things that Sarah, the Raging Tomato, would do, including giving people who don't deserve it more space. So my question for Ashton is, Ashton, are you sure you're not just incapable of having a relationship where when you run into a problem, you problem solve it as equals?
I never said that we don't discuss it as equals.
Well, I asked
Yeah, you
if
did.
you're in a. I'm doing a line of questioning. If you're in a relationship,
Discuss it. He's saying discuss it.
if you're in a relationship, what I asked was, if you're in a relationship and there had to be equal power. It's not your way or the highway at the end of the day. You both have to come to consensus. Would you be happy? And you said no. My question for you is, maybe you're inferior relative to the rest of the human species who actually can problem solve with other people without needing to have a superior to make decisions at the end of the day.
I agree with Ashton on this one.
Oh, so allow me to elaborate on that, Mel, since I misunderstood what you asked by the question, the original question. The way you framed the original question, I mistook it, so that's my apologies. I would be happy in a relationship if it wasn't my way or the highway. But at the same time, I have a relationship now that I am the ultimate leader of my household, but at the same time, my wife does. Like, we do consult each other in regards to problems or fixing something or doing something. So I am not just saying, like, hey...
I'm not relying on that. Nothing I asked relied on that. It's specifically, if you were in a relationship where you still consulted, but you did not get final say, you had to come to consensus, would you be happy in that?
I think I could be, to a certain extent, yes.
Okay, well then...
That's a huge problem. That's a huge problem. Because
Well,
what if you endlessly don't agree? One person has to have decision-making role. It's just objective fact.
Well, guess what?
I agree with you.
Guess what? So how this usually works out is, like instead of having to join a bank account, you end up having your own separate bank accounts. My grandparents actually had that because they just couldn't agree on certain things. But you still have to pay the same power bills at the end of the day, right? So then you talk about, okay, well, whose responsibility should it be? And then those things can be easier to come to
You know what's
solutions.
interesting about the Melania is, sorry, Melanie. I get used to calling you Melania. That's my dog.
Melania.
Me and my dad were watching
my
an Islamic preacher guy. And they're not called preachers, but I don't know what they're called. And he was saying that if the imam, and he was saying that if the wife works and the man doesn't, she should have her own bank account. And he's not in charge of her money because that's her money that she earned, and he should be earning his own money. So even wildly
No, he should be
conventional
providing
people,
for the family.
he should be providing for the family. So if he insists like, hey, I have a say over your money, he said, the imam said, and he's a traditional guy, he was like, no, that's her money.
How do you know he was
tell
traditional?
your husband about it.
He's
Sorry?
pretty old school.
He
He's
can be
pretty old
Islam, but
school,
just
yeah.
not fundamentalist. There are plenty of free-thinking Islamists out there who aren't.
Well, he's one of the no, but he says like if you fart while you're making wudu
Okay, so
or whatever, you
sorry,
break your thing.
know
So
from
No,
other
he's pretty like
traditional.
no, because he said like if you want to date someone, you need to have your like and your dad.
Oh no! All you had
do
to
the
say is like you've
dating
heard him say other
right.
things. I thought you were talking like he's old, like he looks old, so therefore he must be old school or something. No, go.
No,
it's
he's
fine.
so even in I'm just saying as an example, even in very traditional Islamic code, the idea of like sharing bank accounts is not necessarily always the best way to go. That was his advice to a woman who works with
No, my point there was about.
I'll be right back, guys.
Sometimes you don't always need to reach consensus on a particular thing because it's not always do or die on that thing. There are multiple ways to skin the proverbial cat.
Would you say the same about parenting, that you should come to a consensus with your child?
No, again, because children do not have the cognitive resources to navigate.
What about a
the
16-year-old?
world.
What about a 16-year-old?
Depends on the issue.
Well, if you say like, I need you to get home tonight by 10 p.m. and you have a daughter and she's like,
So if you're
I want to stay out later, I'm going to have fun. I'm not doing anything wrong.
So first of all, if your kid's already done that, then obviously it's almost a no-brainer. As long as they haven't gotten in trouble while doing that before. If your child shows that they have enough awareness and kind of like resourcefulness to be out at night and handle it, then I think it's up to that parent when to do it. There is no set age, just to be clear. Now, when it comes
The
to
other is 18 years old.
No, not necessarily. I stayed home late because I was working at the fair when I was underage, right? So should I just not have that employment opportunity early on and develop my work ethic?
If your parents said no, then the answer is no.
No, but what I'm saying is if like
they may be wrong. They could have been wrong.
But I asked them to do that, right? So it wasn't like they were like, you have to stay out now or anything. It wasn't their decision. Their decision was to consider my request and consider that I might have the ability to actually get through with it.
Of course, but if in the end a parent decides the answer is no, then I would say that that's how it goes. But you can disobey them, but then you should be punished by them.
And the big difference between 16-year-old and like an 8-year-old is I think the 16-year-old can like leave the house and you're probably not going to stop them. The 8-year-old, you're probably not just going to let walk out and say that they're never going to come back. So clearly,
yes, of course, as
the
a child gets older,
16-year-old,
you want to give them more and more freedoms, but you give them to them. They don't buy.
But you're giving them the freedom to disobey as well more as they get older is the point.
Well, any child can disobey.
You'll still punish, right? But there's a difference between actually letting them do the misdeed versus saying, no, I'm not going to let you do that. Like, I'd rather lock you in your room if you're going to be that persistent than let you, and I'm not saying that's a good thing to do, but then let you walk outside and risk whatever you're saying you're going to do. Let's say they're saying they're going to do something crazy. Whereas,
but I don't think, for example, Ashton probably would say he would punish his wife if she doesn't obey him. I don't think you can punish your wife.
I'll let Ashton speak for himself if he's there.
I don't think you can punish your wife.
My apologies. Wait, you think run that past me one more time because it kind of got staticky on my end.
I don't think you can punish your wife if she disobeys you. I don't think that makes any sense.
I don't think I could punish my wife either because my wife's an adult female who makes her own decisions, but there's really no way to punish somebody after adulthood unless you're going to jail for a crime. But other than that, you really okay, my wife, you're in timeout for 10 minutes because you didn't fold laundry or some shit. Like, no, that doesn't work.
I mean, we do have ways. We do have ways of humans to show that someone's done is displease us, right? Like if I'm upset with my partner, I'm not like if he's watching something, I'm going to do my own thing and just not be interested in anything he's doing. I kind of give him like the semi-silent treatment where I'll talk to him for important things, but he'll know I'm upset because it's usually not a good time to talk to him about things, but that's just another issue. But and so it's not so much a punishment as it is like we communicate things sometimes in relationships
in
ways.
if you say you can't punish your wife, well, if you're in control of the finances and you give her
Okay.
like a certain amount of money that you allow her to, spend on herself, you could say like, well, you're not getting that this month. Couldn't you?
Yeah, but my wife and I, in my personal dynamic, we don't have that type of relationship. The money is not just my money, it's our money. So we consult with each other. Like if bills are all paid and caught up, and she wants to, for example, my wife likes to gamble online sometimes.
Okay, yeah, sure.
I get paid every Friday. I pay bills with my check. I get everything paid up. If I have maybe say $50 extra, and she says, "Hey, can I use 10 to gamble?" Sure, by all means. Here you go. Take the 10 out of the account and go do it.
What happens
Now,
if she gambles 20?
If she gamble, she has rule like I just stated. If I have extra money in the account, and she says I want to go gamble, she knows that this is the X is the limit of the gambling fund.
I understand that, but I'm saying, what happens if she goes over that?
If she goes over it, then we have a discussion on why she went over it, and then we talk it out and we rationalize it like adults.
No, you're
and
a
I
feminist.
just say, hey, no, I'm not a feminist. How is that a feminist?
Well, I mean,
how is that feminism? Please explain, Ben.
You're making the
Show
point
your
like you have no
correlation.
power. Where's your power?
I think this is
My
hilarious that
power
you think
is-
that that's feminism when talking things out is just something adults do, Ben.
So here's the thing, Ben. If I look at my wife and we're deciding that we're going on vacation, and I say to my wife, "We're going to the beach," and she says, "I don't want to go to the beach. I want to go to Punta Cana."
Right.
And I say, "No, we're going to the beach." That's the power. We're going to the beach. We're not going to Punta Cana. We're going to the beach.
I got to
for
pause you guys.
example-
I got assert my authority for a second. We do have Vibe just joined in the back. Unfortunately, I don't have StreamYard's like whatever premium or whatever. Oh well,
Melania dipped.
There we go. But also Sarcastic Saint for $2 says kick Ben and Grace. Okay, you guys each get 1 minute in the back, Ben and Grace.
That's reasonable.
How you doing, guys?
Hi, Vibe.
Hi.
How are you today, Vibe? I miss talking to you, sir.
Vibe, you're muted. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, no, my apologies here. Just trying to get everything connected here. Interesting conversation.
You think so? I've heard worse.
I mean, I'm a married man, and what the Thorpes were saying is, and this is how it works in our family, is I'm the provider in the family. My wife works. She has a passion. She has a job. She loves what she does. And her money goes into her bank account. I mean, and my money pays the bills. I'm okay with that. I kind of always went into marriage is that my job is to be a provider. Now, I know society has changed. I know that since women's lib, there is this whole new economic status here where, to be real, men can't provide a lifestyle for their children anymore without their wives working. That's hard. And I mean, my wife does spend, like, she takes the kids to school, she picks them up. It's a weird argument in the sense where we're saying, like, yes, somebody has to have the final say. I think there's always consensus in our marriage. I tried to make the final say, but sometimes if my wife gives a better argument, I'll be like, all right, you know what? You got me wrong this time. And I think maybe we should do that. I think you can have an equally.
But that's still you having the final say.
Real quick, Saint just joined. Hang on, Saint just joined in the back. Saint, you just missed your opportunity to get in the line in front of them. Unfortunately, I only have 6 slots, so you might have to kick somebody again to open up a slot.
And Vibe, I agree with you on everything that you just said. My wife also works, and like you said, her money goes into her account. She can do what she wants with it, and I provide for everything in the family. My wife also does help take care of the kids and stuff as far as, buying them stuff that they like or stuff that they need. But like I said, I agree with you on there still has to be a consensus. There has to be a dialogue about the conversation. And my wife makes a good argument to it, and she shows me the better option, then I will take her side on certain items.
Wait a second. Both of you guys' wives have their own separate bank accounts?
No, my wife doesn't have her own account, but she can do what she wants with her money that she works for.
Okay, well, so
It goes into
effectively,
a joint account.
She has her own treasury.
Money, yeah. Well,
she has her own money, but you don't have your own money.
I do have my own money. It's called our money. It's not separated. It's together. The money goes
she
into
has
a
her
joint
own
account.
money. Your money is the family's money, and Vibe too, right?
But she has the authority. She has the ability to dip into that account. I also have the ability to dip into that account. It's a joint account. So if I need a, say for example, I'm at work and I'm out of my money that I've made on the account that is past the money that I set to myself for spending money. I can still go into that account and go, hey, I'm taking $10 out of the account. I need to get food today. And there's no questions asked, even if it's my money, her money, or whoever's money. The money is joint. It's our money, not just my money, not just her money. It's ours. It's a
But you
partnership.
said that she has her own money.
She does. She makes her own money. Yes. Just
Does
because
it
she
remain
makes her
hers
own
after
money.
she makes it?
No, it's jointly in the account.
Okay, but you're using an equivocation here. I mean, if you're saying she's the person who brings the money into our family, of course that's true if she has a job. But you said she has her own money.
She has access to her own money. She works. That money
I
goes
offered
into our joint account, and she has access to use that money as she needs to use, or as she would like to use.
Okay, so she has discretionary money from her
Correct.
job. Do you have discretionary money from your job?
110%.
Yeah, I don't know if this dynamic's the
What?
same as
This
mine,
is-
but I mean, ultimately, when it comes down to it, right? And I made this agreement with my wife prior to marrying her. She said, "Whatever is yours is mine. Whatever is mine is mine." Now, you guys may say that's not fair, right?
She's a good negotiator. I'd like to get her to
Yeah. No, but as a man, I was like, that's fine because I'm a man. I can provide whatever is mine. You can have, and I don't need your shit, right? And that's fine, right?
Okay.
Now and I am in the exact same scenario as he is. My wife does have her own bank account, and we have a joint account, and I have.
So it's
a
not the
business
same.
account.
So it's not the same.
It's not the same. She's the only one in the family that has her own account. We have a joint account. Now I make enough, thank God, that I can dip into my own account that she has access to, and I can buy things that I want, whether she approves or not. Right?
Okay.
Now, but I have granted her because I've said there are things when I need you to do with them for my business and for my things. There are things that I will need you to tell. I need to tell you to step down and take care of the family and take care of the kids.
Okay.
I'm actually picking up the kids right now because I can. But if I need her to do that, that is priority one over me, right? She has her account. She made her money. I'm cool with that.
What's
right?
priority one? The kids.
The kids are priority one. Well,
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the kids are priority one. Well, and after that, my job and providing for her and the family and making sure that if she doesn't work, she can survive is priority two, right?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So this is like the Muslim guy. He was saying, it's your job as a man to provide. It's not her job to provide. Okay, so I can see that being reasonable, but she has to, both of you have to make sure the kids get taken care of.
Yeah, and part of this arrangement is,
and I would assume her job goes before yours.
No, my job goes before hers.
I mean,
part
goes
of the
like
priority
has
is,
to go. She has to cut her hours down if
if I need that to do what I need to get done, she needs to cut the hours down. If I'm able to provide. Now, what I was saying before is that there's this big problem in this world, especially where I live. I live in Southern California.
Oh,
it is really hard for a man to do what I'm doing right now.
Yes,
it's almost near impossible. And I'm not gonna throw a man, down in California where he's like, I actually, my wife has to work. And now the wife
Yeah.
feels like, well, because I have to work and I have to do the same things for the family, I am just as entitled. And this is something that we've stepped away from in society that I'd love to see us bring back, but it's really hard to actually like say, hey, men, why aren't you like me, just providing for your wife?
Right. That is tricky. Yeah, I
don't know. It might be because wages haven't kept up with cost of living. That might have something to do
Well,
with
actually, one of the ironic things is because so many women work, wages get lowered.
Here's the hard part about like topics like this is it's much bigger. Like we're focusing on a micro issue right now, which is
True.
like,
Yeah, it's complicated. Yeah.
And we actually have to bring in like the craziness, and some people might not think this is true, but tariffs affect this.
Right. It's all
And I mean, the dynamics of family obviously are in there. Minimum wage, women's lib affect this with the women coming in there. Like this is not solvable by saying, "Hey, men, just step up and take care of your women." We have like 8 issues we have to solve to be able to allow men to come back in and provide for women. And this is why women actually want to work, because they're like, men can't provide. A lot of them can't.
True. Yeah. It would be literally impossible for all men, to provide for their families in the economy we have.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe voting in the guy who wanted to do tariffs was a bad idea.
He joined briefly to drop this in the back. He has a clip from I believe this is from hang on one second.
Great intro, Ryan. I'm hooked.
Damn.
Why are you off camera so much, Ryan? This is your fucking panel.
I'm just vibing, dude. I'm letting you guys run the show. Here, it's from your recent stream, Grace.
Hey, let's go.
So he asks, let me get the exact quote before I.
Okay, most recent stream. Let's go. Yeah. God, play.
He said, hang on. Sarcastic Saint.
Men can't provide, yet OnlyFans girls be ballin' SMH. True.
He said, I'm good, Ryan. Just show them the clip and ask them, is this behavior okay? And if it isn't, should Grace be punished?
Okay. Sure. Go ahead, play it. I may need to be punished. And then I both offered that we could both strip down to our bra and panties. A weird offer in retrospect, but I sort of saw it as an olive branch. Wait, pause. Ryan, pause. I gotta provide context. This is me describing a sexual situation I got into with my mother.
Well, Grace, because I'm not supposed to. Let me dip down if someone else wants to come in.
This is a clip. Go ahead. You can remove yourself from the stage. This is just. It's fine if you play it. I just want to provide context. This is a clip from I read a letter that I wrote to my mother, describing a sexual situation that I got into with her that I, in retrospect, just defined as sexual abuse on her part. It's fine if you play it. I said it publicly. I just want to give the context because it might seem crazy if you don't understand that. If we could just be with each other, woman to woman, with each other's bodies, you could see that I was not some foreign threat who had stolen your husband, but would recognize my body as the child that you had once loved, held, breastfed, kissed, and hugged. I hadn't done anything wrong. I was just older. And maybe you could see that we weren't really that different after all. We both had women's bodies and insecurities and flaws. I don't know. I was trying to make myself approachable. And then I offered that.
Okay. Well, there you go, Saint.
Yeah.
I have no notes.
The long and short of it is there was a lot of tension between my mom and my dad and I offered that me and her, I'm kind of trauma dumping here, but like whatever, just to explain that. I offered to her that we could strip down to our bra and panties when I was about 18, 19 years old so that we could just like be with each other and she wouldn't like feel like I was a threat to her. And she kissed me and then she asked to suck on my breast and I allowed her to. And in retrospect, I regretted allowing her to. So that's kind of like deep or whatever, intense, but anyways, we can move on from that. It's not.
Well, that's an example. That's an example of a power dynamic because you were in a situation in which there was like a crisis.
Yeah.
And you were looking for, which you should not have been in that situation.
Yeah, in retrospect, I determined that she had
Because
used her power as a mother.
there was a person who was not willing to make a situation make sense like an adult. So
Yeah, I believe
that's
she
an
used her
unhealthy power.
as her
That's an
mother.
unhealthy.
to-
That's not a partnership, and it's not equal.
Yeah, but I was an adult, so whatever was obviously not minor sexual.
Doesn't matter.
abuse,
You were
but-
put in a situation that's
Yeah,
crazy for anyone to be put in by another person, as was I. But anyways, there was a threat of the family continuing to be abused. Anyways, I have a question for Vibon. Vibon, would you say that if you're, I'm not saying in your situation, like if a man's like you have a few kids, woman puts on extra pounds, that you think it would be okay to say to her, say 20 pounds, you need to lose those 20 pounds like within 6 months? Do you think that's like a marital husbandy talk, or no?
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, you're a husband, or I mean,
No.
you have a daughter that's on the
I have a
panel,
daughter,
right? And so we know how that conversation goes. There's always an opinion of what the wife and the man has. I mean, if my kids are starting to get chubby, you know, I'm gonna first make sure that they're being active enough. I mean, I personally would think if they're getting chubby, that I'm probably failing as a parent, getting them outside and getting them in activities. But if they are continuing to get that, that's another story. But I think the point that you're trying to make is, actually, I'm not sure the point. Like, because you did say, is this marital, right? The wife.
Because
is gonna have
Ashton said he
one
would
opinion.
he would have this conversation. He would say to his wife, from a
Correction.
what quote unquote biblical point of view, that it's perfectly fine for him to say, like, you need to lose 20 pounds within 6 months. I don't think that is marital.
Allow me to restate what I said.
But I think he's an actual feminist.
Yo, somebody's got some fucked
Yeah, this
audio.
brutal.
For me or somebody else?
I'm getting ear raped. Vibon, it's from you.
Yeah, I think it's you, Vibe. Like, I think you need to like leave the
Background
studio and come
noise
back
or
in or something. It
Yeah.
was real bad. Like,
Yeah.
like your internet just got possessed by a demon.
No, I don't think it's me because when I mute, it's still there.
Well, I promise it's you because we can all hear it whenever you unmute, and we
was.
don't hear it when you do mute. So
It might have been Ashton too, or something. But Ashton was answering, but we lost him.
I think it was Vibe.
I'm still
But
here.
it was
Can you hear me
definitely
clearly?
You wanted to
Oh,
clarify, Ashton. Go ahead.
Both of them have terrible audio.
both of you are cooked, dude. What the fuck?
I'm gonna switch over to my laptop. I was using mobile because you guys were talking about the Hassan thing. That was really the only reason to join, but now I'm intrigued.
Yeah, switch to laptop. Your phone audio is just terrible, honestly.
It's not that bad.
That last thing from Ashton sounded okay, but yeah, if you can jump on a different device, it might be better.
So, well, if I can restate my point, I think the proper Christian understanding of the term submit there has nothing to do with inequality. It has to do with different roles, and it's in limited contexts. I do believe that the man has the role to make a decision, like any organization needs a head. The man has the role of the head. That does not mean that he's superior, or it's unequal, or it's not a partnership.
Yeah, I think that's what Cooley No Fugazi. I think that's what he's gonna harp on. He's gonna say that because the man makes the decisions, which I'm gonna agree on him with. I'm gonna agree why submit to your husbands because we're both Christian. He's gonna say, well, because it says that, then wives are unequal to their husbands because decision making equals superiority. And I'm gonna say, no, those are just different functions.
Yeah.
It does not equal superiority. And in fact, if you want to talk about power, you could argue that a woman has more power than her husband, considering the influence she has over children,
In our day, in our
over
day,
his emotional state. Can I just say over sexual intercourse?
in our day, how about this, Grace? As a man, you'd be a fool to try to have a power-based relationship with a woman. She has all the power. She can slaughter your kids in the womb. She can turn them against you with the full support of society, and she can fuck you in the ass anytime she wants by accusing you of whatever under the sun, and the courts will back her. So this idea that you're going to exert power with a woman is nuts.
I agree with you, but
me
and Cooley,
an equal relationship. That's the best you're going to get.
But
Based on love, not on
Fugazi,
power.
yeah, but Fugazi and we're both going to agree that like I don't think women should have the amount of power they do legally, and he's going to agree with me.
It doesn't matter. They do have it.
They do, yeah.
Is this better for audio quality for you guys? Just checking.
It's a little loud. If you could just turn it down a little bit, and then it'll be
How do I do that? I'm a boomer.
Sounds.
I think it's fine.
Okay. One of my chatters says, doesn't she have to submit sexually to him? Are you thinking about what you're saying? Actually, interestingly enough, biblically speaking, tell me if I'm wrong about this, Dad, both partners submit their bodies fully to the other partner.
Yeah, the sexual thing is
sexual obligations to each other.
Described mutually, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not described as wives.
If a wife wants sex, the husband is as obligated to give it to her as if the husband wants sex.
Yeah. They owe each other's bodies.
Yeah. So submission sexually, I mean, women obviously have a submissive role sexually, given that we are the receivers and the men are the penetrators. But, you know, in terms of power, it's equal. You can demand sex from your partner just like he can from you.
You know, that's actually an interesting analogy for submission. Because I don't know if anyone disagrees, but sex should be mutual. But there are different roles.
110%.
Woman's role is submissive, you could say, but that doesn't mean it's unequal.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah, the woman's role within sex is generally submissive, although you can switch it a little bit here and there. But it doesn't mean that sex isn't equal. That's a ridiculous concept.
Friday night peggings.
Just because the woman is penetrated by the man doesn't mean that it's not an equal relationship. Only the most radical feminist egalitarians would say that there are feminists who say that having sex with a man is inherently unequal because he's penetrating you, and so that only lesbian relationships where there isn't even a top and bottom, only egalitarian feminist lesbian relationships are completely equal. There are some feminists who say
gay.
that, but that has largely been
gay.
Rejected by heterosexual people. Yeah, or gay. Yeah. So,
gay 69ing is equal. Well, listen, we have Garuda Legends. Garuda Legends. Hang on. Oh my God, Vibe, your audio is so fucking bad. Jesus. Garuda Legends says, Grace said it super right. Then you. Men and women are completely not equal. This is why he said yin and yang, but I think he means yin and yang, is a perfect circle. We complement each other.
Yeah.
There you go, Grace.
Yeah.
Enjoy the praise.
Yin and yang, yeah.
But actually,
also
if you
thank
look
you,
at
Michelle. Also, real quick. Also, thank you, Michelle, for the super sticker. Go ahead.
Michelle said gays don't top or bottom LMAO. What the hell are you talking about? It's like 90% of the whole economy there. Tops and bottoms.
There's
You
always
gotta be kidding me. Yeah.
But interestingly, yin and yang is not 50-50.
Testy,
it's like 90-10, 10-90, right? Or 20-80,
I'll let you know.
80-20.
I'll let you know if you cross it.
Yin and yang is, I think, 90-10, 90-10.
It's not saying that men are masculine and women are feminine. It's saying men are dominantly masculine and I don't know,
10% feminine.
whatever, 10, 20% feminine.
Yeah.
And I think that's true of parenting too. You're 90% a father, but you're 10% a mother.
Yeah.
And that's necessary because obviously if the mother dies or is unavailable,
yeah, you're gonna have to
need
take over
to
that
fill
role.
in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I knew a guy I knew a guy, very old school. I knew a woman who worked at the school I worked at. Her son or something, if his wife was away, he would drive a kid with a dirty diaper 40 minutes to his mother-in-law's to have her change the diaper and then drive 40 minutes back instead of just changing the diaper himself.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
Ben, Michelle's super sticker. She wants to use it to boot you for 1 minute, so you get 60 seconds in the back.
Yeah.
60 seconds, debate me, motherfuckers. Let's go.
All right. What about?
I got $50 for another martini, so I may be a little bit sauced, but I'm still coherent. Let's go.
So, Grace, I want you to walk me through what you're so convinced that in our previous debate on Kieran's channel that there was a contradiction in my logic. Can you walk me through the contradiction exactly?
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay. So, so we were talking about abortion, and I said, okay, my body, my choice. Can I do whatever drug I want? My body, my choice. I can put whatever. I can put fentanyl, heroin, whatever I want in my body. It's my choice. You said no, based on your morals. And I said, why not? And you said, well, it might endanger your life. And I said, I don't care about my life. And you said, well, you may not care about your life, but I'd care about your life. So I would vote.
Or rather, I want the state to care about it. I might not personally care about your life.
I want people to care about your life. So I would say that you should not be allowed to do whatever drug you want. And I said, okay, well, that is pro-life logic. Insofar as you, the pregnant woman, may not care about that baby in your uterus, but I care about it, and so I do not think you should have the right to endanger or kill that life. And so you are a pro-life advocate, Ryan, and you exposed it with your own
so I
logic.
think the issue is that it's not a contradiction. We just have different moral value. We just have different things we value. It's
an obvious contradiction.
You're saying it's a
Ryan.
contradiction that we disagree.
It is a logical contradiction. You cannot say you would save my life against my wishes and not save the baby's life against the mother's wishes. You cannot have both of those.
Ryan, you got a super chat.
Guys,
super chat, Ryan.
Real quick, guys. We have Sarcastic Saint says give Ben and Grace both 5 minutes in the back. Okay, well you. Oh, can we? 5 minutes in the back. For trauma dumping on chat. This is not this is not a therapy session, and if it was, Ryan should charge you $100 an hour. Put the dunce cap on and enjoy the back, you two. That's so real. Fun fact, Sarcastic Saint, I have actually done a therapy session for Ben and Courtney a long time ago, and also Grace and Courtney on a separate occasion. Welcome, Half Hood.
So what I wanted to point out in that conversation is I'm sitting in the car, I'm picking up the kids right now, and I've got my daughter sitting next to me right now, and she's like, I don't understand, what's abortion? I said, that's when a mother decides to kill their baby. And you should have saw the look on her face. She's like, who would do that? This is somebody that never understood the concept of a mother getting rid of their child. And I mean, I wish I was videoing it. Like, her face was just like,
that's how we know things are bad, right? Right, that's how we know when things are wrong, right? When childs have outrage towards things, that makes it bad.
Quick,
that's a good point.
Real quick, guys. Exactly. Testy Johnson, hang on, guys. Testy Johnson comes in with $20. Says make it however long this is. Add it to their time. So that's another 10 minutes each for Ben and Grace.
Mamma mia, that's a spicy meatball. Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry to all Italians out there.
The concept was horrified by this idea that the left hates the right for. A child.
By the way, most Americans left or by the way, vibe. Most Americans left or right believe in the right to an abortion. Just so you know.
Oh, okay. Well, my child was horrified by this idea that she's like, "You mean my mother could have killed me?"
Your child is also probably horrified by the idea that they could be unwanted by their parents, and guess what? Abortion reduces the rates of unwanted pregnancies.
Yeah, unwanted. Does it matter if they're unwanted or not? Like, hey, I don't like this.
Parents should actually want to raise their child.
In front of my car, he's unwanted.
I know this sounds crazy, vibe. I know this sounds crazy, but people should actually want to raise their children.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people out there. There's a lot of people out there that will raise them for you. And by the way, you made the choice. This is not a parasite.
No, that's not a good system. I've been through foster care group homes. You do not want to put kids through that if you can avoid it.
Now.
No, it's not.
Okay, so would have you rather been deleted than going through the foster care system? Do you wish that?
I can't answer that I can't answer that knowing now that I've been through it and stuff. But yes.
You
I-
can
I-
answer it. You absolutely can answer it. Do you wish
I think the
that
fact.
you were deleted since the irresponsible
First of all, I
people
was
that brought you into this
wanted.
world?
First
that
of all,
you
I
have
was actually
no
wanted.
accountability to.
First of all, I was actually wanted. Secondly, that's not a good enough reason to put kids through the foster care system because it can be very traumatizing to them.
Okay, so
thirdly,
the question really isn't is it worth putting them through
thirdly,
the
my
system?
answer towards that doesn't actually inform us if it's actually beneficial for the mother or child to prevent those sort of things. And yes, when we reduce the amount of unwanted pregnancies, the health of mothers and children go up.
Okay, I'm not going to disagree that wanted children live better lives or ones that economically are like there are wanted children that grow up in really poor economic systems and it sucks for them and they have to struggle harder. Like, should we just say, okay, well, since we're already letting them go at, age.
No, I think
month
parents who
1,
want
2,
to have
3,
a child should
maybe
get to
we
have a
just start
child.
looking and going, you know what? Let's just put a law. Let's put a law in place
No,
that
Vibe.
says if you don't
You're
have
straw
enough money,
personing.
we
You're straw
should
personing. Because I think any parent, regardless of their income status, who wants to have a child should be able to have that child and be given the means necessary to support that child.
even if they don't have the income.
Yep. Then we should give them the means to support that child.
Okay, I agree with that. I'd actually like to throw this out to the leftists that are against abortion. What if the government said, okay, this is unwanted, but we'll pay for you taking it to full term. Or if you want to keep it, but you want to get rid of it because you don't think you're financially ready, we'll give you financial assistance. We'll give you every reason that in society that you can come up with. And this is a hypothetical, right? Let's just say any reason that you're thinking about getting rid of this baby, as the government, I will make sure that's taken care of. Would all of a sudden, do you think the leftists start changing their idea of abortion?
So first of all, that policy is manipulative because it says we're only going to help you if you do the thing we want you to. A much better way to say it would be we're going to help you. The help is there if you have a child who needs support, right? We don't need to do it like if you kept it this many months or whatever, because that just like implies a certain sort of religious leaning, and we should actually have a separation from church and state. Secondly, I've encountered this. I've encountered this argument. Yes, I'm going to respond to you. I've encountered this argument before in the form of if we could just have, let's say, the socialists and leftists want, would that get rid of the need for abortions? Yes, except it's going to take a long time to get there. And in the meantime, guess what? We still need abortions.
And what do we need abortion for? Or do you mean
to reduce?
You didn't mean need. You just mean that we still
preserve
should.
To preserve the bodily autonomy of women and reduce the amount of unwanted pregnancies.
Oh my God! Like the body autonomy of a woman who entered a contract of having sex.
That's not the same as choosing to have a child.
Yes, it is. It's the exact same thing.
Yeah, it's not though. Like, wait, Vibe. Let's say you and I were having sex, right? I know, I gross. But imagine we're having sex, and then you say stop, right? If I don't stop, that would be a pretty big problem, right?
Well,
I think he had to. His mic got crunchy there.
I was damn it.
Your mic's crunchy. Yeah.
Anyway.
You are.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah, we got to avoid dogpiling him because I think Vibe isn't the type to dogpile other people and
I'll
doesn't
dogpile
like being.
him. I don't care.
well, but explain that again because that would be grape.
Exactly, Halfway. It's a great point. Exactly, that's exactly what I'm saying, because he can withdraw his consent, right? So similarly, if somebody gets pregnant and then they decide, I don't want to stay pregnant, I don't want to carry this child inside of me for 9 months, I think they should have the right to withdraw their consent at any point during that. So he's saying that they entered a contract by having sex. I'm saying they can withdraw from that contract during sex or after sex with regards to pregnancy.
That's a great point.
I mean, I don't know. I don't feel like that in that sort of sense that they have the right to be able to back out of that consent. Now, I've went through the role of abortion with my second child with my baby mama because we weren't together. And
I'm glad you specified. I almost thought maybe you got.
Yeah, and I managed to get her pregnant, and it was on both of us, and because we both have the same ideologies, luckily, and we both had to come to agreement about whether or not to bring another child into the world, and it was based on the predicament of not really what we were both into, but what she was going through and what I was going through, because we recently just got done with a custody battle with our first child, and we both got 50-50 custody, and it drained the hell out of both of us. And then if she was to have another child, because she was a single mother, even though she was getting government funding, she wouldn't be able to support the other child, meaning the child would have to come to me, but being that I have to work all the time to pay child support, I wouldn't be able to afford to be able to take care of another kid at the time that I had gotten her pregnant. Now I can afford it. I always look back on it now because I've recently became Christian, and kind of looking back on it, it bothers me because I should have allowed that child to live because of the consequence of me and her bearing the actions that we did to have that child. It shouldn't be the child that didn't get a chance to become born or come into life. It's on us, because sperm itself is determined. It has no willpower whatsoever. It has no free will. If God gave sperm free will, then that would be on the birth of coming into existence for that child if they had free will as a sperm. That's why I strongly believe that it's on the parents to give life to what they had done based on their actions.
So do you think it's the responsibility of the parents to provide the best livelihood possible for a child?
Yes, which I also would conclude that that's still on the parents. Like, even if you're in poverty and you're constantly having kids and you're still in poverty, like that's still on the parents. Like, you want to do better, not just for your kids, but for yourself. You want to do better in life. You don't want to keep going down. That's why there's so many, rough edge communities that are just, deep in the dirt. People try to,
Well, let me ask an example, if I may. Do you think a child should be born into the world homeless?
Yes.
I don't think that should be the case. I don't think any child is off to a good start if they're born into the world homeless. In fact, I would go so far as to argue
if it gives them a life to start, I that's why I would say yes. Because everyone doesn't start out with a perfect life. I didn't start out with a perfect life. My family was poor.
Right,
We weren't homeless, but
yeah.
I know.
Would you say a home is something a baby needs?
Not necessarily, because if you really think about it, what is a home? Because nothing we call
Shelter?
a home is permanent. Because even our own lives, everything that God has given us.
Well, houses tend to
borrowed.
last roughly the same length as like a generation, right? You can usually raise a family in a house that they last that long.
Yeah, but I feel like a home isn't
It's
really
not-
a place. I feel like it's
not
something
totally ephemeral.
Yeah.
Like, we need to keep the baby warm, and it's not like, the baby could be warm and it'll have an okay life, or it's not warm and
Hey,
it won't.
Garuda,
No, it could die.
I appreciate your
if
support,
we don't
but
keep it
calm
warm
down
enough,
with the
right?
transphobia
So
stuff.
we need to be able to keep it warm, and
Well,
obviously,
that's part of survival. That's like saying if somebody was living out in the Arctic,
Mhm.
that's like saying, should they have a kid to survive and thrive their family, or should they continue not to have kids and just, live out there and die?
and
They
people
could have
up there tend to have customs and traditions that allow
But I'm
that to
saying,
happen.
like, in the sense of someone being just a man and a woman by themselves, not really the customs in a group of people necessarily. You know what I mean?
Grace, you got bought back by Garuda Legends. Ben still
Oh, she
has
is
two
lit.
heads.
She is getting sauced. I can already
is
tell she's getting
lit.
sauced. Yeah. I feel like that there's like a risk factor with having drunk Grace on your stream, but I'll leave it there. And if it ends
Yeah,
up
a
being
risk of having banger ass content.
She's got yeah. I mean, this is great content.
I don't even think she
Ryan.
knows she's on. She's listening to music right now for sure.
Even better.
You worded your stream wrong. It should have literally said radical radical open panel with the Thorpes, because then
Sorry.
people are going to start jumping.
Oh my
into it when they
god,
see the name
that
Thorpe.
reverb was that was evil amounts of reverb right there.
I was listening to Led Zeppelin. I'm sorry, I was getting into it. All right, I'm back.
I could tell. I was really like, she's listening to music she doesn't know she's on, and she sauce as fuck.
I
We
am
got drunk
coherent.
Grace before
dog.
GTA 6.
Let's go, Ryan. Please, you have to up the dono amount at least, or split the donos with us to kick us off.
No, I don't
give
have
us
to
at least.
I don't have to do either of those things, actually.
It's
minutes,
his
at least give
panel.
us-
Why would he have to split it with you?
At least give
Okay.
us 15 minutes to be on.
We finally
then
got 2v2 though, but okay, so Grace, let's get right into this debate. What will it take for me to convince you to get an abortion tomorrow?
I would literally never get an abortion because I would never want the guilt of a murder to weigh on my conscience. Even if I was going to give the baby up for adoption, I would literally never get an abortion out of self-preservation.
Okay, maybe
not
tomorrow-
because I
maybe tomorrow.
particularly care about the baby.
Sure. Maybe tomorrow's too short. You have to find a guy or something. What about a few months from now?
Bruh, no, you can't kick me off for 10 minutes, dude. I'm going to leave the
Actually,
panel.
he totally can.
Oh,
Melanie, so
Thank
by
you,
the way,
Jesse Johnson,
the
for
point of
support.
that question was trying to be like, the joke was, how can I get you to get an abortion tomorrow? Which is totally not the point of the debate, but nobody caught that. You all suck. You have no sense of humor. I'm the only funny one here. It's the kids who are wrong.
Welcome back, Ben.
Jeez, you can hear her screaming in the fucking background. So good.
Well, I mean, you do have like a more like, so you guys are all Destiny people. You do have a moral problem if you're making
I'm
money.
way better debater than Destiny. Just
definitely
to be
not
clear.
a Destiny person.
If
I
you
don't like
make money off people getting kicked,
Adderall, Steve.
you gotta have them be able to come back on.
Well, they can.
Yeah, we
if
do.
I mean,
But,
look,
like,
you're back.
if you have
Ben,
someone
you're
on
right.
for
You're
30
literally right here saying what you're complaining about. You
I know,
came
but
back.
But if your chat, I mean, it's like it's a ridiculous incentive, right? Because
You're just bad because
you're
you're not
making
like
money from us being disrespected, but you've got
Well,
like,
with
give a little-
respect, Tessie donated $10 to kick you as well. So enjoy your 10 minutes.
yeah.
Grace did
So-
leave, so she got another 2 minutes from Sarcastic Saint. So shout out Sarcastic Saint for the
Oh,
$2.
shout out to Ben
I
and
like
Grace,
Ryan for this.
because if it wasn't for them always handling that incredibly poorly, I wouldn't have figured out early on to just handle it like a champ, and you don't actually lose respect for it. And it's, people will do it either way, but at least if you don't rage quit and rage about it, then they can't make fun of you for it as much. Because now you're just making money and you're owning it. So
That's real.
I don't know if I just gave away the secret sauce to them, but I don't think they're actually smart enough to incorporate that. They're too kind of like on the fly reactive.
Well, I do want to point out to everyone that we have right now, 3 full slots. If anyone wants to hop on, it is an open panel.
Ruby!
Automatically.
Ruby was in chat. Where the fuck is she?
Yeah,
She needs to
Ruby
come
was
on
in
here
chat. Yeah.
and shit talk Grace. Well, she can't come on the panel.
Ruby was shit talking me, calling me a home wrecker.
Okay, that would put me in a difficult position because I think I'm at least a fan of both of you equally. Although Ruby might be a stoner now, and I gotta admit, like I'm a stoner too, and it's kind of hot. So I might be biased in favor of Ruby. I might be Team Ruby.
Well, I have to go to the bathroom, so you're Mel. You are in charge for the moment.
Okay, yeah. So I'm in charge. So Ruby has to come on now. Let's drag her up.
So, Melanie, you were saying about abortions. You are for abortions, right?
Yeah.
So okay. Do you consider them murder?
No, murder is an unjustified killing.
What would be justified about
Self-defense.
Self-defense?
Oh, sorry. I might have jumped the gun. I was expecting you to ask what would be justified killing, but sorry, finish your question. Maybe.
Well, yeah. What would be justified killing, like in an abortion sense?
Oh, yeah. So again, if we actually care about the outcomes of the child specifically, especially since people care so much about its life, then we would see that, like, again, it's parents who actually want to raise the child who have the most successful children, and even in school and in the work and employment and stuff like that. I don't have the statistics on hand, but I could find them if you were to beg me enough, or someone were to pay. I would find them. You know, you could pay and be like, Mel, if you don't provide the statistics, we'll kick you. That's fair. Sorry, I got a grift, but I'm not done. But it's pretty stark how much of a difference it makes, and I think it's not to be taken to the point of eugenics, but it's to be taken to the point, like, if you do care about these children, you should care about their outcomes too.
Well, I do get that. Like, even without the statistics, I can picture it in my mind. I still get that. But the reason why I still condemn it as murder is because, like, there is no justified in killing something that has complete innocence and nothing guilty to be killed for. Like,
except, like, if we kill, like, a mosquito, right? So there are things. Now, I get that you're talking about a human, so I'm not trying to size up that. When we're talking about a human, this is a part of someone's body. And if we're talking about autonomy, then that person has the right to do with their body whatever they want.
So, but then they would have the right to do on to the other body that's inside them, that's separate from their body. Because when people label it as a parasite, when you say it's your body, now you're saying it's not your body when you label it.
A true biologist would not call it a parasite. It's actually something called a holobiont, because they're the same species.
Well,
it's part of the reproductive cycle.
Well, then in that case, if it's the same species and it falls in that category, instead of saying it's a parasite, then you're still killing a human life.
Yeah, you are killing a human life justifiably, so it is not murder.
But what would be justifying it, though?
The rights of the person carrying the child.
The rights don't exist, so I don't see how that would consider.
Rights exist. They're not like material existing. Humans have to construct them, but once we construct them and enact them, then they exist.
Well, exactly. A right could be anything. We can make a right out of anything as long as it's enforced with force.
So cat itself isn't a right. So first of all, rights have to have something that lead to some sort of action or consequence, right? And usually rights are negative or positive. We can say this thing can happen to you or this thing can't happen to you. Does that make sense so far?
Well, yeah, it does. But I mean, it's just anyone can turn that around is what I'm saying. Like,
so you understand what bodily autonomy is, right? It's a negative right that says the state cannot tell you what to do with your body. Are we clear so far?
True, but they can.
No, they actually can't. If you are a means in and of yourself, not just a means to an end, or an end in and of yourself. Oh crap! I forget which one it is. I'm going to have to look it up. But one of those, then your rights exist on their own. You generate your own sense of rights because you are an autonomous being that needs those rights. The whole purpose of rights existing is because autonomous people like you need them.
Well, I get that, but if I say I have autonomous rights and my rights are my rights and I can do whatever I want based on my rights.
Well, yeah, based on your rights. Okay, sorry, I just want to be super clear.
To a legal extent, I guess, based on my rights. Someone could still throw me in jail and my rights are still meaningless. Like inside, outside, free to roam with the free will that I have, the rights are just meaningless.
In the context of that region. But if there's another region right next to it where those rights are upholded, they're not meaningless there, right?
You mean like upholded by force?
No. Like I said, this is a negative right, so you can't enforce a negative right for one thing. Secondly, the state just wouldn't do those things. And if in the most ideal sense, maybe there are ways that you can enforce it if we're being pedantic, but you shouldn't have to enforce a negative right is the ideal. And so when it comes to it, if there's another region nearby that is upholding that right, then that right is meaningful in a global sense because there's at least one place that is doing it and another place that isn't doing it. Yeah. There's meaning there.
Basically what I'm trying to get you to is I'm basically getting you to try and understand that it is murder. Like, not saying that you're like, in the sense
You're gonna.
understanding that it
I
is.
have a much better chance of convincing you it's justified than you have a chance of convincing me it's unjustified. Just
No,
because
you
of
have no
proving-
way of convincing
how
me that
proving a
it's
negative
justified.
works.
It's
Yeah.
what's negative about it?
So
Like-
do you agree that the state ought not to be able to tell you with your body as an ought statement?
Do I believe the state should be able to not tell me what I should do with my body?
That the state shouldn't be able to tell you what to do with your body. Just being extra clear. I didn't fully parse what you said.
Basically, should I give the right to the state to be able to do with what of my body they can, is what you're saying?
No, you giving the state the right is a different thing. Should the state be allowed to do what it wants with your body?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, because I live in a country. If a draft comes, I have to serve my country to be able to participate in a war that is completely justified. That's
So you support the draft? Do you support freedom
Oh, yeah, of course. Well,
and liberty?
I do support freedom, but you have to, freedom is a broad spectrum. You have to understand.
Okay, wait a minute. Obviously, there's some scenarios that we all agree the state should be able to impede your freedoms, right? I think that's an easy thing we all already agree on, right, Mel?
I think there's a 50-50 on it, yeah.
Well, I was literally just about to point out that if it's a spectrum, then the spectrum goes both ways. You can say that the state can have some say over what to do with your body, but at the end of the day, it seems to me like that a country that was founded on principles like liberty should by default respect that, right? Because if there is anything such as true liberty, it would be being able to do what you want with your body. And so what I'm trying to demonstrate here is that the argument for bodily autonomy, along the lines I'm talking about, is much stronger than your argument against it.
I don't know. I don't see how 9 months of carrying a baby takes away someone's freedom that much. They're still able to live. They're still able to do their life, and then they give freedom to another life.
So let's say we only had one brain surgeon on the planet, right? And you hit that brain surgeon with your car. And we say, like, as a punishment, we're going to tie you down and give this person needs a kidney transplant. We're going to give your kidneys. Actually, no, we're going to tie you down for a blood transfusion for 9 months. Should we be able to do that as a way to A, make sure we can keep our brain surgeons, and B, kind of hold you responsible for what's going on there? 9 months, to be clear.
Yeah. It's a brain surgeon. Like, sacrificing myself to save billions
Is
of
it
lives.
is it your responsibility though to save
No, it's my
billions of
duty
lives?
as a individual with good morals.
It's your duty.
Yeah.
Well,
it's my
that's even more. Wait, that's even more kind of what's the word I'm thinking of? Obligatory than just a responsibility. Now you definitely have to do it if it's a duty. And the problem with that is, I don't think there's many things that anybody would sign up to actually if it required being tied down for 9 months just for some greater good. In fact, most things people would not do it. In fact, it was kind of a give me because I forgot that there's a reason that they choose the violinist and not the brain surgeon, and I got it backwards in my head. So, but anyways, you did get a small W on there, but there's clearly, like, I'm not allowed to go up to you and put handcuffs on you because I think you might be a threat, right?
If you have probable cause. Even thinking could be probable cause. Like, even like
that you've done a crime.
Well, let's say you haven't done a crime, but you look like the suspect of the person that you've got description of. Somebody could still handcuff you because you look exactly like the suspect.
That kind of sidesteps my question.
Okay.
Why do you think it is that most people don't just want to be put in handcuffs arbitrarily?
Well, nobody likes being
Why?
detained in any way, shape, or form. I mean, even if you have a sleep
Is there
paralysis,
something that we
nobody likes
value?
that either.
Is there something that we value that we don't want to have taken away from us for no reason?
Honestly, I really think it's
Bodily autonomy, maybe?
I don't really think it's bodily autonomy. I think it's more
Oh,
than
damn it. You could have fooled me. If you would have said it's bodily autonomy, I would have been like, that makes perfect sense.
No, no, it's more than that because the body would be the bodily autonomy would be the physical. I really think it's something to do more with the mental state of mind. To be completely honest.
So when it
Because
comes to this thing we're describing, can we mentally confine somebody in the same way? No, right? So everything we just talked about has to apply to the physical anyways. So bodily autonomy still seems like the best suited definition.
Well, hold up now, because you can mentally confine someone, because the reason why I say
without
that,
physically confining them?
Yeah, without physically confining them, yeah.
Is in the same way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, isn't trauma mentally confining someone? Like, or even like PTSD or certain things.
So if it's without any sort of physical trauma, then I don't think it's the same way.
Or maybe even if there's not trauma, if there's some way you could.
You don't have to limit their bodily autonomy. Well, sorry, I'm begging the question there. You don't have to limit the ability for them to use their body the way that they want to in any way, right? Because that's what I was describing. That we don't want to have our hands put in cuffs. Well, that's your body. That's your freedom to move your arms however you want. Humans tend to need that for some reason. Now, again, I would say that humans thrive when we have bodily autonomy. So can you again tell me where that's wrong?
Why it's wrong? Is that what you
Yeah,
said?
humans do better when we have bodily autonomy. I'm not even going to do the thing where we fight for it because that's kind of ambiguous. It's just simply better when humans have our bodily autonomy. We have the ability to move our arms as we want it, so long, and it harm none. Do what you want, kind of thing, right?
Well, when it comes in the sense that you're saying it, like being able to move your arms and everything like that, like to be able to use your free will, then yeah. But the only qualifier I have for that is like, I lost it. You're good. But no, yeah, like I would say yeah, in the sense that you described it.
So so there are obviously situations where we can limit that from people when they're harming others, keyword there. We can get into that. If they're a danger to themselves, and then there are like health type things that we can also get into where piercings become an interesting discussion. I think, however, there is the ability for somebody to also look at things as having the choice, right, over their body. Like if someone gets a piercing or not, we can't really force piercings or tattoos, at least anymore, onto people, and thank God for that. But people can opt into getting them, right? So it's almost like even if you were to make an anti-bodily autonomy argument, you would still have to argue that you can't opt out of that. Do you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
So wouldn't it just maybe be easier to say people have bodily autonomy? You can opt. You have to still choose to get an abortion. Like it's not like we're going to be sticking anything up there and forcing you to do it. At least I don't think we should. I can't predict the future, obviously, but that's always on the table. We can't tell people not to do it because it's their own bodies. It's like telling people they can't dye their hair a certain color. And that's where I know we're about to get into, well, you think it's harming an other, whereas I would say our definitions of harm only really matter to people with autonomy in the first place. So just preempting that, but you can go ahead however you want to now. Ball's in your court.
Well, where does autonomy start for you?
When you leave the womb. When you actually are your own entity.
So you don't believe?
No one even really, like, we can see them through like ultrasound, but is that really seeing them? But like no one really sees you before that anyways, and you're not really like moving around, you're not taking in new experiences. It's hard to say that you're even having a conscious experience.
Well, I mean, in the point of view of the infant or the child, yeah, they wouldn't know exactly what existence really is, but in the form of the people who do know existence and what life is, for the possible life coming into the world, I feel like it's their knowledge that matters, not the knowledge of the individual that has no idea what existence is.
No, and I agree that's why I think our whole thing against unjustified killing only applies to people who can recognize that that's a bad thing in the first place. Not to say that it doesn't apply to babies and stuff, but those people are under the protection of their parents who don't want their babies to be killed, obviously. Anyways, I'm against postnatal abortion, just clearing that air ahead of time.
No, I'm fine with that. I'm just trying to get you like.
But here, let me land my plane just that way you know what can respond to the right thing. With killing, right? Like we're not doing that because it's justice for the person who was murdered per se. Like the way we actually define justice, it is, but it doesn't actually make the person who's already dead feel better because that's literally impossible. What it does is it makes the people who are also mortal feel better about living in a world where we could hypothetically get killed, that at least that there's justice, that there's the disincentive, right? And that's why we punish things. We punish things to ease the minds of the living. Would you agree?
Yeah. I do have a few questions. Do you believe that it would be a killing, or can someone murder your dog?
Murder, because that unless the dog's attacking you, it almost always is an unjustified killing.
Okay.
I believe you can murder most animals.
Well, let's go. We're going with living things.
Yeah.
Not just animals, but living things. What about a plant? Do you believe if someone stepped into your yard and you had a nice, beautiful apricot tree or something like that you've had growing for years, your grandma's had it growing or something like that, and it's been passed down through generations, someone steps in your yard and kills it, would you consider that murder?
No.
No. Because a lot of times when I try and explain murder, a lot of people just go right back to human. Like they don't consider an animal murder. They don't consider an unjustified killing of something that's living that is not part of their family or belong to them would be considered murder. At least,
no, I get that.
Me. So like for the instance where it says like thou shalt not kill, almost expresses it in the way of, murder in itself. But the way that it expresses it is it's also trying to say like even if somebody kills somebody in front of you, you killing them wouldn't be any better than them doing what they just did. It would be just the same amount of sin. But if people come together for a death penalty or something like that, where the person, dies by a blade and it's not necessarily controlled by somebody, but by a timer, it wouldn't be one specific person killing someone. It would be the blade killing them. It'd be like somebody pushing a rock down a mountain and them not having the intention of it killing someone in a town, but it did kill someone in a town. Would it be the rock that killed the person or the person that pushed the rock, even though no one ever knew that person pushed the rock, but the person that pushed the rock would know, obviously?
Yeah, a lot of that just becomes like deep philosophy or ethics if you're actually talking about who to punish. But it comes down to me like the question that matters is like, will this bring justice, right? And I think it's ironic that the only people who are calling for justice are the people who are already born. Not really that ironic, but it just points out that like these rights really do exist. They can't really exist for the fetus or zygote or whatever you want to call it. They can only exist for the people who feel really bad for it, which is a really interesting way to think. Like if you have a problem with rights being kind of like ephemeral or whatever, as you were saying at the beginning, then that's really ephemeral and convoluted right there. If the rights that talk about one group of people aren't even for that group of people. So
yeah.
I just think it makes ethically more sense to me. Like if you care about the child, you should also care about the person carrying it and raising it.
I do get that. I guess my mission is to basically convince people who are pro-choice that that it is murder. Like not in the sense that I'm trying to say that you're doing a bad thing, you're a terrible person. I'm trying to say that the sense that it is a life and that it is murder. Like me, for instance, oh God, for me, for instance, when I explained my second child, I still believe that I murdered. Well, me and the mother of my child made the choice that we did murder that child, and that still weighs on me. I have to, get past it to an extent, because there's certain parts of the Bible that helps me understand how to get past certain sins. But I feel like having a complete understanding that it is murder, and not to take it in the context that you're a terrible person. I mean, if you do it 10 times or 5 times or like back to back and you just have no feeling over it, I think, yeah, you are a terrible person. But I don't think 1 or 2 abortions based on certain premises, like let's say you're by the best that they could tell you by ultrasound, which I don't think ultrasound can tell you 100%. Your baby's deformed and there's a chance that it's going to come out where they're probably only going to live to the age of like freaking 15 or 18 or something like that. Do you want your kid to suffer, or would you rather them be put out of their misery? In that sense, I guess I would want them to be put out of their misery. I wouldn't want them to live a sad and miserable life in that sense. I mean, when it comes to the idea of poverty versus not poverty, rich versus poor, or being homeless, I don't really see that completely negatively affecting the child, because they can get out of that. Now, being born into it, it is terrible, but it's something that you can escape. You can't escape physical disabilities or genetical disabilities or just specific things. There's certain things I feel like you can't escape, and there's certain things that you could be born into that you can't escape. Some of them traumatizing, some of them not traumatizing.
So I'm going to try to just pass a few statements by you and just tell me what you think about them. They're all like ought statements, and you'll see where I'm going with this. So first statement is families should plan for the child that they're having, for its future and all that stuff.
They ought to, yes.
Yeah, I'll use should and ought to interchangeably, just so it doesn't sound stale. The system, and you just use ought to again, so now I want to say should. The system should make it, or society, let's use society, it's better. Society should make it easier for families to plan for their children's future.
They should more than they ought. For society?
Well, should and ought are the same, just to be clear.
Yeah, I mean, I really do feel like, I feel like society should. Because, I mean, it takes a village to raise a kid. So I feel like just society should. Because it takes public schools, all that other stuff. That's just qualifiers. But yeah, society should. Yeah.
Parents should have children at the time that is right, so that way they can raise their child under the best possible conditions.
As a first-time parent who did plan the first pregnancy.
Right on.
There was no prepared. There was no, I planned it, it's planned, I got it set. No, nothing plans you for being a parent other than becoming a parent first.
Okay. So
every kid after that, it's going to be smooth as a boat.
Okay,
But-
so I will have to step back, thanks to you being difficult, but that's okay. Somebody who has more money will have an easier time raising a child. True or false?
Wait, say that again?
Somebody with more money will have an easier time raising a child in general. True or false?
Oh yeah, no, that's just true.
Sometimes people do not have enough money to raise a child. True or false?
On average,
No, sorry, not in general, just sometimes.
sometimes. So it's more like
I'm just asking if the condition can exist that sometimes people cannot afford their child.
yeah, sometimes, yeah.
Therefore, parents should only have their children when they know they can afford their child?
That's where I was trying to get back to. That I knew I could afford having a child, but what I didn't know was all the other qualifiers that it takes to having a child. It isn't just the child itself. All that's taken care of. Even today it's taken care of, but it's the managing the relationship with the mother at the same time, of everything else around the child that I feel like falls into that category for me. At least that's the way I could explain it.
Do you think you're really protecting children in the best way by caring more about whether or not they exist in the first place versus whether or not the person who's raising them over the long term can afford them, and whether they're going to have a life of unnecessary suffering versus, a life of being educated, growing, making connections with friends and stuff like that, the things that we want to see children have? Do you think it's actually fair to kids to potentially rob them of the opportunity when it could be avoided?
It's really funny is I asked the same question to my coworker's 5-year-old, and
why would you ask that to a 5-year-old?
Before you answer that, I have to
way that you said it.
Real quick, I gotta stop you guys for 1 second. I want to point out that I have a goal that ends in less than 2 minutes, and I really don't know what's gonna happen if that goal ends. I really hope we don't have to find out. Could be any color super chat to make sure we don't find out. But I just want to point out we are very, very close. I didn't actually realize how close we were to that goal ending. Yeah, I don't want to see what happens. So hopefully the chat can help us figure out a way to avoid that.
So the question that was asked to the kid, it was about the dog that they had having a puppy, and the mom was explaining how she the dog was having trouble having puppies or whatever, and that she may have to put the puppy out of its misery because they couldn't get it out or something like that. And her son basically said the puppy deserves to live no matter what. The puppy and the dog both deserve to live. If there is a way, they both deserve to live.
So if a child thinks something, should we believe it?
No, I'm not saying because a child thinks something we believe it. It's the thought process of how the child thought about life and death, and what's more precious is that life should come into the world.
It could also be proof that it takes naivety to have your worldview.
What?
It could also be proof that it takes a certain degree of naivety to have your worldview. So just be careful with that anecdote. It can be used both ways. Oh, hi, Confluence.
Hey.
I guess, but I mean.
Okay, someone fill me in. What?
I'm looking at it.
There's a 5-year-old that said an anecdote. Someone.
This is all about abortion. This is
okay,
all.
Good. That's why I joined. I was in an IRL discussion, and if I can do an online one, then I've beaten both my side quests for the day. Okay, so that's why I'm here.
Halfwood. My thing was about how I don't think pro-life people actually end up caring about kids enough and caring about their well-being and the life that they have after they're born. And the whole thing that you just talked about did not answer my question at all.
Okay. So then explain your question again, so I'll answer it.
It wasn't so much of a question as an assertion that I think when you only think about the child, like this sort of ethical question as has the child been born, and then you leave it there, then you leave out all of the things that, for example, could there be a better time in these people's lives where they could actually afford to raise that child and give it a better quality of life? If so, then, that's something we should care about, and perhaps even more than just the binary sort of moral heartstring tugging question of, was this child actually born in the first place?
But that's not the same child. I don't want to interrupt you guys, but that's not the same child, right? You would agree. I don't know if I call you Melanie or Cosmic Fox, but it's not the same
Both
kid anymore. Okay, I'll go with Melanie because that's a nice name. It's not the same child, right? That's what I would say. It's you could say okay, I guess kill one kid to give a second kid a better life, but you're killing that one kid. If you think it's a kid, like from the pro-life point of view, we think it's a ontologically unique being, right? So you're terminating that one life and you're punting toward the future because you're gonna like hypothetically give a second child a better life. Like that doesn't track in any normal morality we'd have, right?
It's more like making sure there is no life to take away, in the same way that you would be taking away a life from a baby having a conscious experience or a child having a conscious experience. Also, we have to consider that this child's life is not just being born, right? It's up until death, and it's everything that they're going to experience. And I would argue that the parents are responsible for that life, and therefore it's up to them to decide when the time is right to actually raise a child.
Okay, wait. So I hope I'm not interrupting. Like I really, but I want to I want to grasp your point of view. Are you like a full, like you can abort up until the baby like leaves the womb, or do you have like a cutoff? Like what's your kind of moral kind of ethics on that?
Since I'm not like a medical expert or anybody who's ever going to consult somebody, I don't have a particular age or whatever in mind, a certain amount of months. For me, it's that I just don't think that the state has a right to say that they can or cannot up until the point of birth. Now,
right, even at 9 months, you don't think that's so? I guess
I don't know.
Do you think there's something like
here? Let me explain. I'm uncomfortable with the idea, but if I'm being principled with how I think bodily autonomy should work in general, even outside of abortion, then it would make sense not to cut it off up until like basically that the person carrying it is in labor.
Yeah, but principles can fuck you though, because I think like you and me both know. I'm saying you and me both know. I don't know you, Melanie, but I would think if the baby's, let's say, 1 minute from coming out, okay, it's just the only difference is its temporal location in the womb or out of the womb, right? Like, I think intuitively we'd probably both agree that life should be protected, because the only difference is like, unless you're going in some like religio spiritual tradition that has to like breathe to get like a natal chart or something, like that's the only thing I can like steel man to get to the point where I would say those things, there's a substantial difference between that temporal location. Like if we're like, I get we're not medical experts, but if we're talking about like the moment where you're about to be born, like surely that's identical in every moral ontological sense, right? I can't think of an argument where it isn't.
Isn't the key difference that it's growing inside of somebody else, and so they're using their organs to sustain that person?
Right, but if we're talking like 1 minute, then obviously then it's not, right? Like it wouldn't be viable.
But it is for that entire minute, right?
Well, no. I mean, if you removed it from the womb, it would be fine. If we're talking a minute from birth, right? Like a natural birth, we're not talking something like it's temporally. But that's my whole argument. I think that we're just talking like temporal, like it's just location. It's in the body versus outside the body. It's connected to an umbilical cord versus not. But it would live regardless, right? If we're talking a minute,
my breath is my breath so long as it's in my body. As soon as I exhale it and it starts mixing with the other air, it's no longer my breath.
See, that's that. But do you actually, like, again, this is where I think like principles can kind of fuck us. Like, do you actually agree with that? If you saw like a pregnant woman that's like literally like 1 minute from popping, you would say, kill that fetus. That's fine. That's your ethical right to do that.
First of all, she would say that.
No, but I'm saying no. She wouldn't. You would. I said it's your ethical right to do that. So you would say it's her right to do that.
Let's get it right. I just wouldn't clutch pearls over it if she did that.
Do you think it's her right to do it? Is my question.
Sure.
So that's what I'm saying. So it's not her saying it. So it is you saying it. You're saying it's her right to do it.
All I'm saying is I'm some rando on the internet. Who the fuck am I to tell some lady who I don't even know what she or
Confluence? You acknowledge
you're Melanie, motherfucking Cosmic Fox. What do you mean?
Muted, right? Can we point out that like what we're describing?
Talking over you, Ryan.
What we're describing is something that literally never happens, right? Like we're talking about a situation that doesn't exist, right? Just
I know, but that's kind of the I agree, but that's I'm trying to test the logic. I don't want to be like a debate bro, but I'm curious on like what is the line here?
I think it's more important to protect people's bodily autonomy than to define a life as whether or not it happened.
That's crazy, brother or sister. Are you?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for respecting.
Yeah.
Yes, it is she, her.
You're she, her.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, I think
So I
the
can't
issue,
see
the
a,
issue
I
that I
can't see a
have,
face. I just see a
you're fine.
fox. So
I think
It's no worries.
the
I
issue
don't
I have
train
when it
that
comes
way,
real quick, the issue I have when it comes to like, because people always bring up this hypothetical of like the 9 months, whatever. I would rather live in a world where some hypothetical person, some hypothetical fucking psychopath is like growing children up to 9 months just to get an abortion for the fucking hell of it, than like, I don't think this person exists, but I would rather live in a world where that person could exist rather than one where somebody needs an abortion at that point in time because of medical reasons, and they can't because of some fucking garbage legislation
Or
written
even
by some moronic
you don't even need
Republican
to,
congressman.
like, that's giving them too much room, right? You can literally just say, I don't want to live in a world where people are forced to carry a child when they don't want to.
no, that's
also true,
That is.
but,
No, that's not true. No, that's absolutely not true. Okay, at least Ryan, okay, Ryan, we built a bridge before. Maybe we can do it again, okay? I agree with like medical necessity, okay? Like, and so I agree some legislature may be kind of onerous and may not actually reflect what conservatives believe, because I've never met a pro-life person who says if the woman's life is severely at danger that they shouldn't be able to abort. I've never met someone like that.
I have recently.
I have.
Okay,
They don't care.
That's fair. I've not met
they,
that.
They literally value the child's life more than the woman's.
Well,
I'll give you credit.
pro-life.
I've met progressive and Halfwood actually seems slightly progressive in his stance, and I've met progressive anti-abortion people. As much as that seems contradictory to leftists, they can exist. They are worth talking to. Just to be clear.
Okay, but so you've met. Okay, at least. Okay, I'm hoping you guys haven't met people who, if it's like, let's say you guys are familiar with like ectopic pregnancies, right? I'm hoping you've never met someone that's like, you shouldn't abort an ectopic pregnancy. At least,
Sure, unless
we
they
all,
don't understand what that means. Yeah.
unless they are completely okay. So if kid and mom are both almost certainly going to die, then everyone agrees you should be able to terminate the pregnancy. Right? It's only a toss up when it's like a kid or the mom. Is that what we've all kind of agreed on?
Yeah.
I don't want to push back, but I have to disagree with you. But you could keep talking until you're done.
Well, I want to hear, brother. I want to hear a disagreement. Do you disagree with me or Melanie?
No,
or
okay, so
Ryan, because goated, if so.
Hold on. I disagree with the whole ideology of aborting a baby, because I'll have to pull up the literal statistic I could easily do. But when females realize that they're pregnant, is like what's going on. Usually the baby has a heartbeat, and it's actually extremely rare for a woman to know she's pregnant without the child having a heartbeat. So basically, all abortion is basically they're murdering sentient babies because they have a heartbeat. So I'll put up if you want to know the actual.
So what's the definition of murder? What is the definition of murder?
Killing a human being without consent.
Without consent?
Well, probably without justification, right?
Yeah.
Just to clarify that, because like self-defense wouldn't be, unjustified.
And we're arguing that it's not murder because bodily autonomy is the justification, Garuda.
I want to see. Yeah, muted. Yeah, you're muted. I want to see. I want to see the stats. I actually don't know if the heart. I think what heartbeat happens at. I don't know. I don't want to like say something wrong. I thought it was like 12
It's been
weeks.
a while.
Most
Yeah,
women
I
know
don't
they're pregnant before heartbeat. To my
What
knowledge,
does
at
having
least.
a heartbeat have to do with being a sentient being?
Well, I mean that's a good point too. I mean, yeah, that's a fair point.
A
But I
brain dead
also,
person can have a heartbeat.
yeah. But that brain dead person is still a person. Granted, they're brain dead, but they have autonomy. They are a human being, and not just a human, but we've granted them personhood, right? You would
Do
say
they?
that.
No, not at all. A brain dead person that has someone else make the choice whether or not to pull the plug on them.
They
right?
they still have personhood from a philosophical level. It's not like just because medically they might have like
They don't
someone
have
like
autonomy over their personhood. Right?
Sure, but they
Someone
have
else is making those
personhood.
choices.
Just to be clear, they have personhood under the law, under any moral system. They have personhood. Okay.
I guarantee 99.99% that anyone who is a complete brain dead vegetable, if you were able to reach into their mind and ask, do you want to pull the plug and not live in this world anymore because you're suffering? They'd say, yeah, do it, dude. I don't, this is terrible. I'm pretty sure they'd probably say, yeah.
If they live the rest of their life like that, would that be ethical?
Dead person.
I think it's so hard to say, right? Like I mean, maybe you guys have more knowledge about like that type of stuff than me, but like, I don't know. It depends what your quality of life is as like, let's say you're like a coma patient or something. Like, do you have like some invisible world you're interacting with? Let's say there's no afterlife. I don't know what your guys' thoughts on religion are, but if you punt into heaven, then obviously fucking game end me, right? Like if I was that person, but if not, then I'd rather live as long as it's like, as long as I'm not suffering.
Here's a hypothetical. Let's say I can put you into a simulation by force, just snatch you up off the street. You're kicking and screaming.
Can I stop you for 1 second before you?
No, I hate you.
I know, but look, we have less than 5 minutes left before this goal. Yet another goal is not met, and look, is
the stream gonna end if the goal's not met?
Maybe stop making these stupid goals.
I just joined. What's the fucking
I got
goal,
bills
Ryan?
to pay.
How much? What do I have to pay?
Fund the stream. This isn't a fucking charity. All right. Like,
okay,
you guys want
everyone
the shit to
pay
keep
to
going,
Ryan. Look,
which
I just
do.
joined. I want to keep going. Everyone,
Okay, well,
donate to Ryan.
put your money where your fucking mouth is, Confluence, or somebody else.
I donated not because I want to be on the panel.
I'm a recruiter. Okay.
Ryan is a
That's true. Garuda has supported. You know what? I will do. If we don't meet this goal, I'll consider doing a little bit longer because Garuda has supported a lot today. So.
And I support not to be on here. I just support. I support all the time and never be on here. So I just want to tell you the facts. So like, it doesn't take anything to support. But if you want to talk all these facts, I know these facts. So I mean, at least like pull up if you want to have some actual real hard conversation, and you want to go to like some people with.
Okay, so Confluence. Let's say I can snatch you off the street, kicking and screaming. You know, I don't give a shit what you think about it. But then I put you into a simulation, and it's 100% like everything, like everything you have now. You basically go back to your regular life. Does that make what I did to you okay?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I understand the hypothetical.
Yeah, should people be able to kidnap other people if they can essentially trick their senses into believing they weren't even kidnapped in the first place? Does that make kidnapping okay? With the point,
that's a weird one. So like my reality is exactly the same. Like from my like phenomenological point of view, I'm experiencing the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Then I actually my tendency is to say it's bad, but I actually don't know. Like, why would I care? Like, for me, I'm all about the phenomenological experience. So like,
you may not actually value other people's bodily autonomy if that's the case. If you don't understand why some people may not want to be put against their will into a simulation, even if that simulation.
I don't think that's fair. I mean, in your example, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. You're saying I wouldn't have knowledge of it even. So it would be like one of those like Mandela effect type things, right?
Well,
where if we assume that's true.
You don't have to have knowledge to evaluate the statement that it would be wrong for me to do that.
But everything to me in your hypothetical is identical. Like all my relationships remain intact. My relationship with everything,
so
God, humans.
Somebody's going around doing that right now. Should we give a shit?
We should, but I don't know if I would. Well, yeah, I guess because from like what's that word? A metaphysical point of view. I guess you're degrading my reality from a metaphysical position. But that's the only reason. Like from a phenomenological position, I don't think I actually care.
It can't be that like we don't like kidnapping because it's an act against someone's bodily autonomy, and that's why it would still be wrong because it's still an act against their bodily autonomy.
I mean, I feel like your example is so nuanced that it's one of those like where it's like it's kidnapping, but it's also like
it might not be a good example.
Real quick, guys. Shout out Orthodox guy. Despite me disavowing his worldview, which is disgusting and abhorrent, he does support the stream. So
love you too, Boo Boo. National Socialism.
Carry on. No.
Okay, yeah, Melanie,
we're not going to advertise
National
Socialism
going with this?
Thank you for
it might need some refining. It was very off the top.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm honestly just trying to engage. I'm trying to think because, like, yeah, I don't think if it's identical, I don't think I would mind. I'm an existentialist, so like, I feel like if I'm experiencing the same things, I'm having the same connections with people and God, I mean, that's all I care about. So like, yeah, it seems bad from like that guy's point of view because what's his motivation? Like from a virtue ethics stance, like why is he taking me out of my reality? Like if you were the one doing it, then I'm like, well, why is Melanie fucking doing that to me? But beyond that, are you harming me objectively? I don't know. But where is this like leading? I guess like what is
to make the
the
point that humans, I would even argue instinctually, but that's maybe a bit too deep. We value our autonomy. We intrinsically value it, and you can assume most people, in fact, value their autonomy by default. And what that tells me is that it should supersede something that we perceive as being otherwise killing, just because we think killing is wrong.
No, but okay. If that's where you're going, I mean, but then you're assuming the fetus has no autonomy, and I guess I would ask you to justify why does a 9-month-old fetus not have autonomy, but as soon as it's temporally located outside the womb, it suddenly is granted autonomy?
How does it use autonomy?
Well, how does a 1-day-old baby use autonomy? Like, how are you
By
not okay
using
with
its own lungs?
infanticide?
By using its own lungs, breathing its own air.
So that's what you mean by autonomy? That's such a weak definition of autonomy. If that's what you mean.
Having independent life, which by the way is not weak, because that's the whole.
Hey, real quick, guys. Hey, Orthodox guy, you're not gonna be misgendering my mods, so I'll time you out, and I'll even though you're supporting the channel, I'll happily boot you if that's what you're gonna be doing. So
I'll still keep supporting you. I don't care.
Okay, I'm just letting you know. Like,
weird.
If you keep doing that, I will just
simp behavior, brother. Okay.
I
Wait,
sent
where
for
were we?
Umbreon, not Ryan.
I think he's trying to do like the "I'm not the sore loser," even though his last stream was definitely him being a sore loser.
Okay, Mel.
Okay, but what is the like? I guess I would say that's a weak definition of autonomy. If all we mean is like
being independent of another being.
No, but when I say autonomy, I mean like I'm talking like an agentic point of view. I'm not talking about like I can technically breathe
You
through
just
my
used
own
a word
lungs.
I don't know. Congratulations, you get a cookie for that because most people can't do that. What does agentic mean?
Like no, it's just that it's not a fancy word. Just the adjective form of agency, like agentic. Like you're an agentic being, you have agency. That's all I meant.
Oh, okay, agentic.
Yeah.
Okay, I was picturing like it with being like an eye and weird.
No, yeah, nothing fancy, nothing fancy. I'll save those for when I'm really struggling. Then I'll whip out the big words, you know.
Yeah, no, I don't know what's lost on you though. That like autonomy is something that someone must be able to use. It's especially the core definition of autonomy is being able to use your body. So
I know, but like, okay, like if you have a preemie that goes into like the NICU, I mean, would you say they're autonomous? Like they're breathing off.
What is a preemie that goes into a NICU?
Wait, which word don't you know there? Or both?
Preemie and NICU. What are those?
A NICU is like the center in the hospital that like the early newborns, the neonatal infant. I can't remember what the acronym stands for. Neonatal Infant Care Center or something like that. And a preemie is like a preborn, like where they're born. You know, it's not 36 weeks or whatever the fuck.
I got you now.
Yeah, it's early.
Okay,
So they're
ask it again because I got totally soft locked on that.
So if the preemie, the early born child, is in a NICU, the hospital where they have to be in a little container and stuff. If you've ever seen that, they need oxygen. They're not they can't be with the mother. They're too preborn, and so they're not autonomous. I feel under what you're talking about autonomous, they're not able to survive on their own by any definition. I mean, they need modern day machinery to survive. Would you say we can kill them?
Yeah, I kind of preempted this when I caveated earlier. It's on another being, right? On their bodily systems.
Right, but okay, so if it's a machine supporting them, they have agency, but if it's like a mother supporting them, they don't. So it's like the machine mother. What would your justification to separate those things be?
This seems to be always the disconnect in these arguments is that one side completely denies that there's an actual intersection of rights, and they just sit there and focus on the fetus's rights or the preborn child's rights. And there is almost never any kind of admission that the person whose body is being converted into food for this being that is growing out of their own body has any kind of say. It's just always a strange way to couch it. Also, I'll jump back to a little while ago. Ontological uniqueness conveys no moral status on its own, which is why you have to couch it in this weird potential future thing, which to me, potential future is one of the shakiest arguments that is, because no one has a set in stone potential future.
I disagree entirely. I'm not couching it into a potential
somebody else was
future.
making that argument earlier.
Admittedly, I premise a lot of what I was saying on that, so that's not just them doing that, but that is something worth considering. So good point, Effigy.
No,
But
I
wouldn't.
no, hold on. I can say what Effigy. Hold on, let me put it in my. I can say what Effigy is saying is true because people who talk like you is literally Darwin and Werner, and people who just like don't care about that, just like I just want to bang kids, bang women, and have multiple kids. So birth rates is
Wait, what?
Wait,
brother, come again? Come again?
Can I speak? I let y'all speak. Can I speak?
I just want you to repeat what you said. I feel like I'm
able to
fucking
follow.
lost right now. Okay.
We need to be able to follow. So be very specific in what you're talking about.
Okay, good. So let me put in my okay. So when people talk about like the biology of nature, right? I'm a religious person. We say a man or woman makes a woman. We have actual biological facts. But when you come down to like something that's called nuance, you're just trying to go against like the order of reality and nature and biology. So basically you say like, yeah, let this person think that this person is this and that. But at the end of the day, our birth rates of religious people is climaxing, and the people who are atheists, their birth rates is going down. So this is the power of understanding reality.
I mean, that's not true.
Science.
I can't tell if you're like doing a diatribe against me or against Melanie.
First of all, religious people do have a slightly higher birth rate, but all birth rates have been descending since like the early 1800s.
Which is not true. Which is not true. Atheist birth rates is declining, but religious people's birth rate is climaxing and going up.
No, all birth rates have been going down for a while.
It's tied to GDP more than anything, really, right? Like we can all admit that.
Gruda, are there any countries that have more than a 2% 2 children per household on average?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, so many countries.
So those countries will literally never run out of humans. They cannot be replaced.
Yeah, they cannot replace us.
Specific, though,
as they
that
say.
Was a vague question. That was a vague question.
Who's
because
vague?
If you want to talk about the certain places in the Asian man when they death of war, like Korea, they have a low birth rate. Japan has a low birth rate. They suffer from like war. In America, a lot of people,
and humans often do that in responses to stresses because it's actually not good to have children when you can't live with them.
That is
Melanie, that's the opposite effect. Melanie, that's the opposite. If we look at stats, it's the opposite. It's the higher income you have, the less kids you have. The more capable you are of reproducing, the less you reproduce. That's the truth in every developed country.
The reason that occurs along those lines is because of the only reason that works along those lines is because of contraception. The real reason that we have far fewer kids now than during agrarian times is because we don't use kids as slave labor.
No, that's not true.
No.
Even if you look at America, even if you look at eco brackets in America, you see differences. You see like key differences between like the low income and high income. Low income people have more kids than high income. Even in America, even when contraceptives are like so readily available to like fucking everybody, you still see like a massive
that doesn't mean that economic factors don't affect.
No, this is true.
The lower classes on their decisions.
That's my point. It's all about economic factors.
You know what? I misspoke. I'll give
for example. No, he's right.
I misspoke. So you caught me on that. Good one.
Okay,
but otherwise, economic No, I'm still responding. Economic factors do matter. So I'm not fully agreeing with you, but you did catch me on something stupid I said.
Well,
so basically, everyone in America has access to condoms, but people say like, "Nah, I'm okay. I want to have kids, or I just like I'll throw some roulette on it." But people who are rich, they say like, I don't want to have kids because I'm too hoity-toity, and I don't want to bring kids because I'm selfish. But that's why rich people
it's because they're focusing on other things.
They're not actually poor people because people who are not like middle class and like to poverty, they have more kids because they actually care about family values. Rich people only care about money and they don't care about family values. So this is why the birth rate of people who are more
have
privileged
more kids than the middle class
in any country.
No, they don't. No, who said that? Who said that?
The actual wealthy people have more children than the middle class.
No, they don't. Show me a stat on that.
They do not. Wealthy people do not have
they
more
do.
kids
They
than,
absolutely don't.
That's false.
Now the
Not everybody's Elon, bro.
I think he's talking about like the ultra rich.
Yes, like the ultra, like the actual wealthy, not the people you consider wealthy because they have more than you. They have children. Like the highest echelons and the lowest echelons have children.
Yeah, okay. I guess if you're, maybe
Yeah,
if you're talking
the
about
people
like
who
the
have enough money to not care about
0.001%,
anything can go around and randomly fuck everyone and have children.
Elon Musk has like 12 kids or something. Sure.
That's the point. The midwits aren't.
No,
having
you're talking
children.
about the you're talking about a tiny majority of rich people who actually like control the earth with their amount of Rothschild money. But most rich people who are wealthy don't have that much children.
Yeah, we
People
can't talk
who
about the 0.00001% of people. Okay, that's not reasonable. I think.
So
I agree with Garuda, who's saying that like on average, you have rich people don't have kids, poor people have more kids. That's just like factually true.
Getting things back on track, though. Typically speaking, if you're already the majority and you're reproducing with more than 2 kids per household on average, it's very hard to replace your population. It's very hard. You'd have to be a very small country with a very small population.
Yeah, but how many countries are below that? I mean, my country's below that. I think South Korea is like 1.2 or something. Like,
most
and
countries in the
they're
world
not
are
even
below
immigrating
replacement
much.
levels.
Yeah, like I think we're all fucked.
The only nations that are actually above replacement level are in the Middle East and Africa.
So if you all have 1 per household, you know what that means to your population. If you have no immigration or no emigration,
we're all gonna die.
No, it means your population remains stable, exactly where it is.
Wait, that's not true.
You have to have
That's not true at all.
You're right. Sorry,
you have to have like 2.3 to keep it stable because of accidental death and stuff.
you gotta have.
If you have 1, your population is fucking gone, brother. I hate to say it to you.
I smoked too much weed today to do math. You're right. I was somehow thinking about it double. The 2.3 thing was actually kind of what I was referring to more, but even more so, even if you half, right? Like, let's look at America, right? Hundreds of millions of people. Even if that halved, you have 150 million people. That's more than the population of fucking Canada.
Do you know what that would do to the American GDP, though? That would absolutely fuck America's GDP.
They're automating like every sector as we speak.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. It's not automating
if you
fast enough.
If you want to fix it, then if you want to fix it, then if you want to fix it, sorry, I want to respond just once. If you want to, then if you want to fix it. If you want to fix it, then do socialism then.
How does that fix it? Now we're going into that. Ryan, I hope you got those fucking donuts because now we're really in the weeds now. How does socialism...
I'm really curious as to why everyone thinks that like we can't have any, like it almost seems like a lot of these arguments kind of assume we can never have any kind of population contraction. That if the population is not growing toward 10 to 15 billion, then the end of the world is going to happen. I'm just so curious as to this idea that if there's any kind of population contraction, it's the end of the world, which seems to be true.
There can't be too much population contraction.
Sure, we all agree
to
to that.
Replace the population upkeeping infrastructure, or it will be the end of the world. That's why people have an issue with it.
Like South Korea, if they don't fix their birth rate or don't start immigrating en masse, they will be fucked in 50 years. That's guaranteed. I mean, I don't know if anyone would disagree with that.
Would it be fair to say then that doing like a mass exodus of immigrants at a moment where birth rate is pretty low would probably be a bad idea?
No, it's not a mass exodus. It's like an import of immigrants. Are just like, look, I don't care what you is. It's like we need to just like if you can understand our culture and love our culture, we won't chase you back. But if you can understand our culture and be like a Korean, we don't
that's
care
why they're
who
going
you
to
is.
your country.
And they always have to like keep the birth rate down. So basically, it's gonna be like Asian people,
because no one's ever
like
going to
non-Asian
a country
people are
for
trying to
no
bring the
reason.
birth rates up because the most people who bring the birth rates up is Arabians and Black people. And
When I decide-
Latino people, Latin people. So yeah, they need 3 people who could like make Korea.
No,
not
you don't need people who are like you. When I decide what country I'm going to, and I'm going to live in for the rest of my life, I pick a country I want to live in, who has values that I appreciate.
No, don't give me
learn to
money.
appreciate, or has cultures that I appreciate. You're acting like, first of all, like it's mutually exclusive. When somebody loves their own country and their own culture, when they go to another place, they can't also appreciate that culture. That's just not true. But secondly, like they have to assimilate.
how about
No, they
fucking
don't.
not,
they can
dog?
live their own fucking
How
life and
about
still be
fucking
fuck
not?
yeah, I love America.
No,
Well, no,
I disagree with that. I disagree
You
with that.
literally
totally.
have to assimilate.
No, hold on.
You have
No,
to
this is true.
assimilate.
Okay, so like take an example, China
Just explain why you
versus
don't have to.
South Korea. China versus South Korea. China has no problem with immigrants coming there and repopulating because of repopulated life. India has no problem with that, even though China is literally like going to be considered the world's population problem, and they're dealing with actually stuff like homeless people and stuff like that. When you come to South Korea, they have a lot of problems, but South Korea is just like the birth rate is declining. China don't have the same birth population problem, so it's like Japan has the same problem, but not as dark as South Korea. So they need people say just like, if you could assimilate to our culture, we will be okay with it. Just when you assimilate,
No,
as
they
a
have to
Korean,
follow
not
your
like a
laws.
Westerner.
They have to
That's
follow
what
your
I'm trying to tell
laws.
you.
They have to follow your laws. They have to basically, if housing and cars stuff, they have to select from the same markets that you do. But other than that, they can have their own culture and keep to themselves and still appreciate your
Melanie,
culture.
Melanie, they can appreciate their culture, but like you, I was with you on like
No,
half
they
of
can
what you
siphon
said.
Benefits is what they do.
But if I was going to move
Statistically,
to
that's just not true,
Japan,
Orthodox guy.
if I was going to move to Japan, that means, like you said in your first half, which I agree with, that means I like Japan and I'd want to move there and I'd want to assimilate to their culture. It doesn't mean I would abandon American culture, but I would still follow their cultural practices, follow their ethos. Otherwise, I wouldn't move to that fucking country. Like, I don't think that's controversial to say. And that sounded like what you were saying in the first half, but then you said you don't have to assimilate. So I don't know what you mean by assimilate. By assimilate, I mean just like culturally integrating into the place you have chosen to move to by your own
but people
free
don't
will.
have to have a monoculture. Like, would you think that everyone in America is part of a monoculture, that no one has like cultures that come from the places that the immigrants in the last 150 years came from?
But we don't
I mean, like, I have a pretty
cultural either.
Like I have
They
a
have
pretty
to be at
remarkably
least-
different cultural identity than like Orthodox guy who's like literally a fucking Nazi.
Well, not hold on, not
But you
everywhere.
have to, there has to be shared cultural values, right?
Okay,
like in
Ryan.
general, for immigration
You'll be
to
fascist one
succeed.
day. No, okay, so like example, I live in Florida, right? And it's a monoculture because I could go to like little Haiti, I could go to little Jamaica, I could go to little Cuba, I could go to little I could go to Chinatown, I could go to like any place that's like I could go to anywhere place that
How do
people
those
that have
places
some
exist
credit.
if there's a
But the
monoculture?
thing is America
That's a
is
bad
melting
definition
pot.
of a monoculture.
Yeah, it's a melting pot. But if you go
It's
to
not a
like,
monoculture,
if you go, if
because
you
we're part of a
like,
pluralistic
struggling
society.
with the birth rate,
No, that's
hold on, if you
that's
struggle with
such a
birth rate, then you go
dichotomy.
if you go to South Korea, you have to like assimilate to them because they don't want a monoculture culture. They want a
No,
Korean,
you
so
have
you
to
have to assimilate
respect their
to their
traditions.
culture. And you're like, oh,
You
I
have to be
fully embrace your
polite to
culture.
them.
And
Wait,
now
wait,
I be a
wait, wait.
Korean.
When you go there, you don't have to assimilate. You can still act like you're American and stuff, especially with people you know. When you go to
Well,
someone
then they
else's
probably won't
house,
like you then.
wait,
No,
shut
I
up.
partially agree with Grudo on this one. Like the Asian places like South Korea and Japan are very much against having the cultural pockets like we do, and they do expect a lot more as far as being a part of the monoculture.
Do you know how
I
much
do
of
agree
like
with that.
Japanese and American or Asian culture is Americanized for one thing? So that's first of
So
all,
little.
not
No,
true.
no, so
no,
little.
No, Mel's
so
got
little.
yo on. Mel's got yo on this.
No,
one.
he
Yo,
doesn't.
Pop off, Mel.
No, there
Or
is a
she
lot of
doesn't.
Americanization in Japanese culture, yes, because we rebuilt
Got
them
him.
after the 40s. Like,
Got him.
yeah.
So all I'm saying
But
is,
they also really dislike foreigners in a lot of Asian countries,
So no
including
one-
the ones that we helped after
Okay,
World War II.
let me finish my response. All I'm saying is nobody's telling you that when a Japanese family comes to your barbecue that you suddenly have to act like you're Japanese. Same like when you go there, you don't have to tell them to act American just because you're showing up there, but they still go home and they practice their Japanese traditions. Just like if you were in Japan, you may still go home and watch American television.
That's fine. That's fine, Melanie.
That is false. No,
But if
no,
you
that's
went
not
into
the
someone's
Japanese-
house,
no.
you would take off your shoes, right? If you were in Japan, you'd take off your fucking shoes. You wouldn't be like an American
That's
and walk into their
respecting
house.
traditions. But
Exactly. Well, I would
assimilating-
call that assimilating.
No, that assimilating is you taking on those cultures.
Well, yeah,
Respecting-
I mean,
respecting
yeah, I mean,
traditions
you-
and laws is assimilating, Mel. You
Yeah,
don't
I
have
think
to
it's
adopt.
not.
You don't have to
Wait,
adopt.
please, give me 1 second here. I want to chime in. Like this idea, the shoe example is really stupid because like assimilating like culturally assimilating would be that I I make people take off their shoes when they come into my house because I'm assimilating to some culture, or that like a Japanese person who lives in America decides to stop making people take their shoes off as much to assimilate. Like this would be like assimilation versus just respecting someone's like rules in their house.
Well, we just maybe we disagree semantically on what assimilation means, because I would say if I go to Japan, I could still have my American cultures, and I would still respect all of their cultures. I would want to be a part of Japanese society and accept their ethos. But yeah, in my own home, I would learn their language, because I'm going to, if I'm fucking emigrating to Japan,
you would learn their language. You would learn how to act properly within their culture, and when you're out in public, you would act that way.
I'm hesitant to agree with you because Ryan said you were a Nazi, so I don't know if I trust him, but I do agree with what you just said. Orthodox guy.
He's a self-identified
nationalist. The same language is not assimilation for one thing.
But do you, in Japan, do you find like multiple like areas like he was talking? Do you find little Chinatown? Do you find a Jamaican area? Do you find those kind of things? No, you'll find like a bar that is about that ethnicity, but they are very much against like having that kind of like non-assimilative kind of like communities in
right.
I have to agree on that.
There's like certain expat locations, but that's not the same as America, where you, like you said, you have Chinatown, you have Jamaica Town, you have all of that.
Because we're pluralistic. They're an ethno state.
That's not even my point. My point is that assimilation is when you go to someone else's country and they say, no, you must change the way you live your life.
Yes, but that's Ryan said my shoe example was dumb, but that's exactly what you just said, Melanie. They're saying if I went to Japan, I would have to take off my fucking shoes.
No, that's fundamentally thought about assimilation, though.
But if you move to Japan, I said it's stop. I said it's dumb because if you move to Japan, you wouldn't have to have people take off your shoes in your home. That's the difference.
Yeah, because
I would take off my shoes in their home.
Let me say something real quick. The reason why is in America, it's always been a multinational culture because the existence of America is based on immigrancy. Japan is not based on that. Japan is a pure, true nation. And like South Korea, they are. So they say like we don't want Westerners to come Westernize our place. We want people who understand our culture, and we will accept you based on our culture. But so you don't understand the difference between an ethno state or versus just like you want to colonize.
That's why Effigy said monoculture.
That's why. Hold on, let me finish.
There's a difference between a nation and an economic zone.
This is why America is a melting pot, because America is built on a bunch of people, and is a melting place. Japan, places like Japan, Thailand, and other places, they say like, look, we are a place. They just don't make it Westernized. Don't make it American. You could come in as American, but assimilate to us. It's like, if not, just go back to America. We don't want this to be American because like we live here, not in America.
Well,
we love our country, not America.
Here's how assimilation works, by the way. If I'm a painter and I paint a certain way based on the cultural traditions that my country taught me, and then I go to another country, right? I may paint stuff for them that pays homage to their cultural tradition, but it's only assimilation if they tell me you cannot paint like the way you did back in your country.
I just disagree. I don't think that's what
anyone
means.
That's not assimilation. Assimilation is learning the laws and cultural traditions.
Yeah, I agree with the Orthodox guy. I think that's not what anyone means by assimilation. I don't mean you have to abandon your own cultures.
If you're being told you have to abandon your old culture.
Yeah, exactly. It's not just learning them, it's actually embodying them, right? Like that's the difference.
Yeah, embodying them.
But it doesn't mean you can't do your own shit at home, right?
Shit at home, and nowhere on this list has said that you could do anything other than maybe China. That's like the only place that you couldn't in your own home.
Countries that force assimilation force people to
every country's forces assimilation because they're countries. We're an economic zone.
Countries
hold on. I could disprove this point though.
Countries that force assimilation force people to remove the culture of the country that they came from in their self-expression. It's very simple.
I could disprove Melanie wrong in less than 5 sentences.
Disprove me wrong?
But let's see.
Okay, so there's a big difference between anime and cartoon. Some people like anime, some people like cartoon. just because America lost won the war against Japan and like did what it did and like committed genocide against them, still anime has a lot of fans and they prefer anime versus cartoon. Just because you have a cartoon doesn't mean anything to people who love anime.
Is literally
because anime
based
is
on
good,
Disney.
cartoon is just like mediocre. But I love both anime and cartoon. But I say anime
addressed
is still
nothing
better
that I
than
said.
cartoon.
Yeah,
Simple
I
as
don't
this.
really think that addressed what Melanie was saying.
Yeah, because nobody's losing their culture as part of that.
Yes. No, it does though, because if Americans come flood in there, it's like Japan will never have any anime and it just has a bunch of cartoons. And anime is better than cartoons. American cartoons. So
anime is
simple
literally
as that.
based
That's
off of
simple
Disney,
logic,
though. Anime is literally based off Disney cartoons. If you look at all the
No,
old
no,
animes,
hold on,
they're
that's a
based off
lie.
Disney.
That's a
Yeah,
lie. That's a
no,
lie.
that's a fact. That was part. That was
so-
literally part of the occupation shit that was done to them culturally.
So you never seen real anime then?
So are cultures these things that remain fixed over time, or do they
Crazy.
change over time? That's an interesting question, right?
You never
'Cause I
seen
think they
real
change
anime
over
if you
time.
say that though. Stop it.
No true Scotsman
Well, I
fallacy.
mean, vicariously off shitload of
Samurai
Japan's
Jack is
culture is
based
because
off
the
of
West
anime,
because we
based off
rebuilt the
of
whole
Samurai
country.
Champloo, and based off of like Ninja Scrolls, and also too based on like what was his name, like the Black Samurai, what's his name, I forgot. So yeah, saying like anime is based on cartoons is like silly.
So I have a better example for you.
No,
Guru.
I said it's
I am
specifically based
familiar
off Disney.
with Japanese history, by the way. Chairs, for example, they didn't use chairs in Japan before World War II, I think it was, where we actually invaded and forced them to assimilate. But we actually didn't force them to use chairs. It just happened to be that they were like, oh, these things called chairs are cool. And we already make things like it, but to use it at your dinner table is kind of interesting. We're going to do that. So that was them taking on our culture. That's not assimilation, right? Because first of all, they still kept their culture where they kneel, and especially more formal gatherings and stuff like that, where they're wearing traditional wear and stuff like that. But even more importantly, nobody was saying in order to exist as a people, you need to lose your tradition. That's what assimilation is. That's the literal difference between cultural appreciation.
Why do
and
you think that's
assimilation.
Why do you think that has to be assimilation? Because that's just not assimilation.
That's why people came up with the
Thanks for
word
having
to
me up,
describe
Veronica.
that thing.
That's not what I learned it as in
You're later, guy.
sociology
Oh.
or psychology. I
Well,
don't
you're
see it
also
as.
a right winger, so this could explain a lot.
Look, I'm center right. Okay, settle down.
That's
Oh,
the
yeah,
right
that was
wing.
a bit of a jab. So you,
So, to be fair,
don't have to
though,
entertain it.
like to be fair, a lot of people eat with their hands, chopsticks, forks, spoons, or just straight up just like eat animals raw. So it's like unfair to judge people based on it. Like you want to be like, oh, hoity-toity, with like, ooh, let me look at like with a fancy
Right.
suit, like, bitch, I don't have time for that. Just like grab it with my hand and just like eat.
Right,
Just like,
Karita.
look, I have more time to deal with than you wearing a dress. Like, how much time
Right,
do
but
you wait?
Karita, if I go to your country and I tell you that eating with your hands is what savages do, you should be more modern like us and eat with forks and spoons. And we literally put you in schools. We put especially your kids into schools that force them to eat that way to condition them to do that. Do you see why we have a word for assimilation now?
There's no problem with that. If I went to Japan,
There's no
I would
problem
use.
with that.
If I went to
Wait,
Japan,
wait,
I'd
you know
use
what there is a
fucking
problem with?
chopsticks in public.
Wait. You know what there is a problem before you go, Karita. There is a problem with is us not meeting this goal that ends in 2 minutes. That could be a pretty big problem for everyone involved.
Confluence. I'm so coming down to wherever you live, and I'm sorry. This is not a real threat, by the way. But I'm so coming down to wherever you live. I'm throwing you in a re-education camp where all you
That's
do.
not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
For the rest of your life is you read every single piece of text to ever mention the word assimilation to ever exist.
No, you got to stop. That's what I'm saying is that if I voluntarily immigrate to Japan or China, I will use chopsticks in public because I respect the
And
culture.
what does that have
That's
to do with what I'm saying? Where like with the chairs example, nobody considers that assimilation because Japan took that on their own.
So, but okay, so that's why I think we have semantic overload. I don't know if you and me actually
My
disagree.
definition
I
is
think
better than yours. It's
okay,
not
that's
that difficult.
fine. That you can try to do that if you want, but I'm just saying
Your
I
word
think
is
we
a
might.
distinction without a difference. My word is a
Thank
distinction.
you,
I don't
Fuzzy
care
B.
about the
Thank you,
fucking
Fuzzy B, for
words,
saving the
Melanie.
stream. Fuzzy
Thank
B
you for saving the stream. But Melanie, I don't care about the words.
You clearly do. That's where this whole
No, I
fucking argument
don't.
came from.
I don't give a
You're
fuck.
drunk.
Do we? No. Okay. Okay. But
say no is proof that you are.
should I say yes? Is that what the fuck am I supposed to say?
Exactly.
But no, honestly, what I'm saying is that if you go to a different culture voluntarily, you should adopt their culture, their language, their ethos, their morals in the public life. In your private home, you can do whatever the fuck you want. But if I moved to Japan, I would respect all of their cultures. I would do everything they do in public. And yeah, in my home, I can do what I want because it's my home. Do you agree with that? Like, forget the word assimilation. Do you at least agree with me that that's a good thing to do if I was to voluntarily immigrate to fucking Japan?
Yes, that is respecting cultures and traditions.
Okay, so then it is a semantic difference between us. And I don't want to fight about semantics, so we do agree that that is what you ought to do if you go to a different country. You ought to try to climatize yourself to their cultures and customs and beliefs and traditions, yes?
Well, I feel like you're kind of like inverting what I'm saying, which is that countries ought not to assimilate and force people when they go there to change their own internal traditions and how they practice them.
You're right. It almost is an inversion. I'm saying it is incumbent on the immigrants to do what we're calling assimilate. But again, I don't want to use that word.
What I said,
but
then I can agree to what you said. But if you can't agree, then there's no point in me agreeing to your side.
Right. But there are different metrics for different places. And this is one of the things that we're always arguing over in the United States, right? Like a lot of right wingers like to try to have this kind of like hardcore version of assimilation that fits more with ethno-state assimilation. And a lot of people on the left say, no, bring your culture here, assimilate to our basics, our constitution, our laws, but you can keep a lot of your own culture. Like there's all big differences between a lot of the way people even choose.
See, as Melanie said, I'm apparently super right wing, but like I agree with what you just said. Effigy.
Probably fascist.
Yeah, probably a Nazi if you think about it.
Can I speak real quick? Because the gentleman over to the top right, I think his name is
Confluence.
Confluence. Okay. Yeah, he is 100% right. Because when you hold the same energy, when people who are not Europeans come over there and do the same thing and we're going to assimilate your country, would you hold the same energy? Or it's only because you're just like one-sided and you don't want to understand that like we could be all people on earth? Do you say like we could like go over to other countries and make them assimilate to our way and we don't want it to be any way? That's called bigotry, open-minded. You're not open-minded. And also, too, like you're far away from nothing more than being one click away from communism. Simple as that. So I agree with the gentleman because I want people to like. I am okay with people coming to Africa if they have good intentions. And like I have good intentions. I want the world to be good. But you say like it's horrible for them people to go over there to your ethno state. But it's like it's okay for you to go to other people and ethno state them and change it to the way you think good when you do like something that's actually absolutely dark when it comes to like the most diabolical things that you could do as a human being that will not even Lucifer or the devil would protect you from that because you're evil. So like you're wrong. And this gentleman is right. You just don't have any free thought and you're brainwashed. Simple as that.
This is like the ninth thing you said that I couldn't follow, so I'm just not going to respond anymore.
Yeah, any totalitarian state is going to have an egregiously enforced monoculture.
Because you have no free thinking at all. That's why you cannot respond because you have no opinion other than that.
True.
Hey, can I be heard? Can I be heard?
I'll allow it.
Yes. Hi.
How you doing? My name is Alpha. I'm from Southern California. I live in the mountains. So if you can't hear me, let me know. Sometimes
I can hear you, Alpha. Nice to meet you.
Your audio is good. Your audio is good.
All right, let me say
echo. Sorry, just kidding.
I'm gonna make it real clear on what the problem is and what is the solution.
All right, give it to us, brother.
Real simple. The problem is this, and I'm just gonna say it. These are facts. The women are waiting too late to have children. Facts. The average age right now for a first-time mother is around 32 to 35. The biological fact is this: at age 30. Most women, if not all, lose 90% of their eggs. That's a fact. And the remaining 10% is not the eggs you want to choose to reproduce with. Those are biological facts. That's not my political leaning.
Well, just to add one more biological fact, the best time period for the health of the mother and child to give birth is between like 25 and early 30s. So
that's not true, sir. That's not biological fact.
No, it's actually true. It's actually true.
The prime
essentially true.
biological age for a woman to have a child is 18 to 24.
Yeah,
Also, the
that's
amount of
wrong.
eggs-
Actually, that has a much higher risk. Actually,
Unscientific.
The amount of eggs that someone, the amount of,
Ryan,
the amount of eggs.
I think you're
the
wrong
amount
on that,
of-
Ryan.
I'm not.
I
You are wrong,
I was
sir.
just looking up the
Right.
stats on this.
Thank
Okay,
you.
show me what you
I'm
got.
giving you. I have a degree in biology. I'm finishing my PhD.
By the
right
way,
now
there's a
and
difference
doctorate
between
in
fertility.
natural medicine. This
There's
is
a
my
difference
field.
between
I'm not giving you my
fertility-
political opinion. I am politically
Thank you.
independent. I'm not MAGA.
By the way,
I'm
there's
not
a
a
difference-
progressive. All right,
there's
I'm
a
not a
difference
conservative. I'm an
between-
independent.
By the way,
and
there's
I'm
a
telling
difference.
you what's
Yeah,
going
hi.
on. Let me give you the facts.
You
Let
already
me give
have.
you
I'm
the
trying to
facts.
respond to you. There's a
I haven't
difference
finished my-
between
I haven't finished my
fertility.
statement.
There
I have
is a
not finished my
difference
statement.
between
He's not
One at a time,
telling the
please.
facts yet.
Well,
I have
he
not
gave some
finished my
facts.
statement.
He gave some facts. Can Melanie respond to that fact, that was alleged facts, and then we can move back into the next alleged facts?
Let me give you the situation.
Fertility, holy shit. There's a difference between fertility, which is actually what the amount of eggs a woman has tells us, and the health outcomes of her and her baby, just to be clear. So when you noted how many eggs are gone, that wouldn't even matter. That would just tell us that she's less likely to conceive.
Yes, it also matters
I agree.
because there's something
That's still
called
18 to 24.
perimenopause. There's some called perimenopause and there's some called geriatric pregnancy. And what's going on right now in the country is the women are waiting at the worst times of their lives to have baby. Can some women do it? Yes, some women can make it. The problem is most women don't make it. Most
What
all
age does
women
that
are
start
not
at?
living the same lives.
What age
All
does
women
that
are not
typically
taking
start at
care
in
of their
women?
bodies. And also these women are all on something called birth control. Birth control has different effects on different women. Some women can take birth control for 20 years of their life, come off of it and have a child. What we now know is most women can't do that. So that's number one. Off the top, they're waiting too late. Number two, they are all on birth control, which means what? They're all having sex. We know they're having sex, and I'm not judging them for having
Funny
sex.
how many
I like
women
having
still
sex
get
with them
pregnant
too.
from missing their pill, eh? But like that's
But
weird.
the pill is not 100%, but it is very effective. It's not 100%, but it's very effective. So they're
Boss, I
having
actually had
sex.
to agree. I had to agree with Melanie, but you're completely wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. I hate to agree with Melanie, but you're wrong.
How am I wrong that the pill is very effective, but it's not 100%?
No,
That's
you're right
a fact.
about that. When you said that they couldn't get pregnant after coming off the pill, that would be really weird considering how many women miss the pill and still get pregnant.
Yes, I said some. I just said some women can come off the pill and have a baby, but we also find out a lot of women are coming off the pill
women can never have a
having
baby again
difficulty
from that
conceiving. Those
Some
are
women can never-
biological facts.
Some women can never have a baby
No,
again
hold on.
from an
Okay,
ectopic
even though I grant you that's the truth, though, there's a lot of women who think that on the pill and say like, "Oh, I'm on a pill, I'm not gonna get pregnant," and they're just lying. And there's a lot of problems. You have to make
I
sure
just
that
said
she's
that.
actually on the pill.
What
Well, so
did I
then,
say?
so then you're just making stuff up, though. Can you give
No,
any
I'm not.
statistics?
I
though?
just said that the
So
pill
you're not
is
gonna give
not
statistics?
100%, but it's very
Pointing out there's a risk.
effective.
You just point out there's
It's
a risk
very
of not
effective.
being able to get pregnant after being on it, though, was your point. And here's the issue, though. There's also a risk to being pregnant in general, right?
Yes.
So
Yes, pregnancy
you kinda
is a
gotta
very,
weigh those
very
things
laborious thing on women. Yes,
women.
and they're waiting too late to do it. That's the problem.
This
It's not brother.
That's
No,
Biologically
it's,
speaking,
no, it's false. It is false because like women know,
biologically
like
speaking, sir, age 30 and over is not the best time for women to have babies. Period. That's
Who
fact.
cares?
My personal
That's
opinion.
when they want to have it. Why should biological
But-
reality stop them from having the child if they can have it at
Okay,
that
now
point?
we're
It's their
getting into
fucking
the
choice,
last
right?
point. That's
okay,
a
so,
good
so
question.
let me deal with this though. I could deal with this though. Okay, so which one is better? A child having a kid when they're in high school, or
I said 18, sir. I said 18 years old. That's not a child.
I mean,
That's an
a lot of
adult.
18-year-olds are still in high school.
Let me finish my sentence. Which one is better? A child having a kid in high school, or two people having a kid in high school, or two people having a kid when they have the money
Define
together
the
to
child.
build a
Define
family?
the age of a child. Define the age of a
In high
child.
school, in
18.
high school, from the age relatively around the age of 12.
I never said that. That's not my claim.
Okay, so okay,
Sure, Yotam 18. Yotam 18. It's still high school.
So a teen from the age of 13 to the age of.
I didn't
18.
say that either, sir. I said
No,
18.
I'm asking no question. That's true. You didn't say that. I'm asking no question because you. Let me be.
So
more
why are
specific.
you asking me minors having children? I said 18 years old, so that's a relevant point. So you can stop right there. I said 18 years old, sir. 18 years old. I said 18 to 24. So your point is null and more. It's mute.
No.
They have no bearing on this
Godfather gave some facts. Can I give some facts too?
No, hold on.
I said 18 years old. So why are you bringing in minors having babies? I have no idea what you're talking. I said 18 years old. 18.
It's still fucking. Hang on. It's still fucking weird to advocate for 18-year-olds to have kids if they like against their will. Like, it's fucking crazy.
They can serve in the military. They can vote.
Can I still ask my question, sir?
Gruda, higher the age for that too.
Gruda, if you don't ask a fucking question, then just shut up. Stop asking to ask.
Good.
Just ask.
Okay, good. Okay, who makes better children? Two people who just fresh 18, straight out of like high school, going to college, make kids and raising them, or two people who are the age of, let's say, like 38, who are just like, look, we're a male and female, but let's raise some kids. They never had any kids, and they raise kids.
Because they have
Which one do you think is more optimal, though?
Your point is that they have more experience, and so it should be the latter, right, Garuda?
No, I'm asking a question. I'm not trying to say anything. I'm asking a question. I want him to say it.
With birth defects and everything else and infant mortality, obviously the former is better, just from a health point of view.
Facts.
Right?
That's true. Facts.
That's just there's no denying that. We all agree? Sanity check on the panel. We all agree with that, right? A woman over 38 obviously has more birth defects, more higher infant mortality.
I mean, yeah, sure, there might be more problems. Yeah, but I mean, it's not like so prevalent that like a 38-year-old should like never have kids or anything like that.
Right.
But also, you know what? Hang on. Hang the fuck on. Hang the fuck on. Another thing that would be really terrible. Another thing that would be really terrible is if in the next 3 minutes and 30 seconds we don't meet the goal, and then I have to end the panel when we're just getting to the great conversation where we're gonna convince 18-year-olds to have more babies for whatever weird reason.
Okay, for the survival of society, Ryan.
Hang on 1 second.
Fucking hell.
Hang on. Look, there's a lot of stuff. Let me drop some facts as well. This is a study that I found as far as what the ages were, and these are from a study in 2023. Under 20 years old, 8.7% of pregnancies. 20 to 24, 25% of pregnancies. 25 to 29, 28.5% of pregnancies. 30 to 34, 25% of pregnancies. 35 older, 12.5. Average is 28 years old.
Mm-hmm. Wait, what percent
so the
of
most
what?
common
Sorry?
age group that has that are first time mothers is 25 to 29.
Okay. Oh, I don't disagree with that.
I think he's clarifying. Hang on.
Question.
Hang on. I think what he's clarifying is that earlier. And Joe Cool, I see you in the back. I have to. Someone has to leave before I can bring you up because I
will leave once I get to ask my question.
Okay, I'll let you do that in 1 second.
I can respond to that too.
I'm just clarifying
I want Ryan to clarify.
Hey, let me finish my sentence. I'm just clarifying that Effigy is pointing out that the stat that Alpha provided at the very beginning when he said the average age of people having kids in the United States or whatever is 32 is wrong. Effigy's saying it's 28. That's right.
Okay,
is
but
my understanding correctly?
Alpha is still right about the 20 to 24 being the healthiest group, right?
Maybe so. I'm not sure about that. But okay, Melanie, you can ask your question.
I feel like it makes a lot of sense to say that a parent's brain should finish developing. Oh, and look how old you have to be for that to happen. 25. Have a good night.
Okay,
so God! Oh, you're gonna drop such a bad. That's such a bad stat.
No,
Everyone who knows psychology knows that's a terrible stat. Okay, that's not how brain function works. That's like saying you use 10% of your brain. That's like something you learn in Psych 101. Okay, I just want to say that.
Minute, by the way,
no, hold on.
I know Melanie can't respond to this. Someone donate. Someone fucking donate.
No, hold on. I'll say this real quick. Effigy is like the most extremely smart person I ever fucking talked to. That's why I never want to engage with him. I don't even want to engage right now. But what he said is actually true because this is why I'm 39 and my age group is between 27 and 60. Because one is for fun and one is for having kids. I don't have any kids. So he's 100% actually true because he understands biology more than other people. And it's like, I have no business being with children because they're fucking annoying. So Effigy is 100% right. So I'm being good faith, but these people are just mad because it's like we have a culture of globally on Earth, women choose older men than men their age or younger. So that's a real issue. But no one wants to talk about it because they get too emotional.
Why is that an issue?
Rather than using logic.
Wait, maybe I misunderstood. Why is that an issue biologically?
Issue for what? Biologically? I said a lot of stuff. Can you be less vague?
I thought you said it's an issue that women on average choose slightly older men. Why is that a biological issue?
No. No, I didn't. I said the issue that we have is women can't find men because typically women choose men who are older. So now I'm older. My age group, since I will repeat again. I'm 39. So my age group
we don't
is
need the personal shit. Why
okay.
is
So
it-
then, what is?
why the
So be more
logic
specific,
that-
though. So
why
ask me a
the
big question.
logic?
No, but
You
what's
say-
the problem there? If you're 39 and younger women are attracted to
Choosing you,
older
what's the
men,
problem?
what's the?
I
then,
don't have a
yeah,
problem. I don't have a problem.
then you
I'm
can like
saying-
you can give birth
I have a
with like a
problem. I have
29-year-old.
I have a big fucking problem.
I
My
don't have
problem
a
is,
problem.
hang on,
I'm 39,
Garuda.
bro.
Hang on,
I'm
Garuda.
over this.
Hey,
I'll slay
am I-
a woman
am
who
I
is
fucking
60
mic muted?
or a woman who is like
I can hear you,
27.
Ryan.
Like,
You look
Yeah, I
good,
thought so.
29,
Chump.
sorry. Like,
You look good,
calm
bro.
down, bro.
Thank you. Listen, my goal ended, so I'm gonna let you all have some. Goddamn. Well, Josh sent $2. Okay, fair enough. Josh sent. I was about to give you guys. I was about to send you guys once around. Like,
Oh, we
and
got
let
some
you do
life.
closing thoughts. But we're gonna go another 15 minutes. All right, another 15 minutes.
Can't get rid of us that easily, Ryan.
So one of the things that I'd like to ask
like,
on this
J. Cole
is
could back
by
me up,
studying
but
this,
I
why
would-
would you
I would
try?
No, hold on. Let me real quick.
Garuda, shut up for a second, Garuda.
No, I was the one
I
talking
want to
though.
clarify
Can
my
I finish?
position, sir. Let me just do that because I'm gonna get off the panel. I gotta go to the
All
store.
right.
But let me
All right.
clarify my
Okay,
position.
I'll let you go to the store. I apologize.
My position is real simple, and it's real simple. The women are waiting too late. It is what it is. That's number one. They're waiting too late.
That's
If they
facts.
start having-
Too bad.
that's
Good choice.
number one. Number two, you got to take away the things that's stopping them from having a child. When you give them the opportunity to have birth control, we know it's not complete, but it's very effective. That's another reason why the birth rate is
Take
dropping.
away their choice.
Number
Okay, got it.
three, you have to take away the position of them even having the child. When they do get pregnant, they're deleting the baby. I don't want to get your channel flagged. They're deleting the baby. And number four, you got to
Take away
take
the
away
choice even
things
more.
that puts them out of the biological imperative. What am I saying? If they're running around on student loan, credit card debt, all this stuff in their prime years, and then they're not thinking about having a family, now they're trying to start at 30 and over. Some women can do that. That's true. Some can do it, but most cannot. That's why we have this problem.
Okay,
So
Alpha.
essentially,
Okay, we
have
get it. You want to
undo
coerce
things.
women to having babies instead of doing whatever they want
You
to do.
want
in
to
their
take away
life.
all
No,
women's
okay.
choices. We understand.
No,
yeah.
no. I want to
I'll
ask
leave it
Alpha
at
a
that.
legit
I'll
question.
leave it at that.
No, wait, Alpha. Before
All right,
you go
have
to
a
the
good one,
store.
Alpha.
No, Alpha, don't go yet. Don't go yet. I want to
Go
ask
ahead,
you a
go ahead,
legit
go ahead.
question. Okay. So, would you then, as a right winger myself, would you support a child tax benefit that then would potentially help women that are in credit card debt to give birth younger? Do you support that?
I don't
That's-
think it would work.
That's fairer than just taking away the stuff that he said. At least your
I don't
option
think it
gives
would
the
work.
woman a
Nothing,
choice.
nothing is going to work until you undo those things. That's my position. You
Until
can
you
offer
put them
all
back
the
under
money
your
you want.
control, right? That's all you're saying.
But
Yeah,
why do you
I
think it
have
would work? One of your reasons was credit card debt and student loans and stuff. But if we gave like $800 a month to someone who's having like kids, then like that would theoretically solve the economic problem, right?
No, that's a good that's a good point. I understand what you're saying. No, because right now they have the number one thing that's stopping them from having children. They have the freedom to say they don't want to have them.
Ooh,
Yeah, okay, exactly. You
Say that part out loud. Say
want
it out
to
loud.
force them to have kids against their will. Yeah, you're a fucking loser.
No,
You're a
okay,
fucking
no,
loser.
he's not.
Question,
No, I don't think
question. I
he.
have a
No,
question.
Ryan, I don't
I
think
have a
that's
freedom.
question for the
I don't
That's
think
literally what he
saying.
said. What are you talking about? What does that mean?
He's saying
Anybody
like,
can answer this question.
No,
What
hold on,
duty?
hold on.
Here's the
Let
question.
them talk though.
What
Let them talk
duty?
because
What duty do women have to a society? That's the question. What duty do they have? If men have the duty to provide, protect, and ensure the safety of the society,
They do too. They have the same fucking duty then. Women also have that duty. What do you mean?
So what duty do they have?
Pay
What
their
duty do
taxes,
women
take care
have
of kids
to
if they
society?
have them, do their job, work, go to school, whatever, get an education, make art. I don't know.
Wait,
Fucking who cares?
Ryan, not have
Just don't have
babies?
children.
You don't think men and women have some duty to have babies?
If they want to,
That's the question.
We're all gonna die if we don't do
That's not
that.
a
You
duty.
understand
Bro,
that,
people
right?
want to have kids.
Can I get
Plenty of people want to have kids, dude. You don't want to. You don't need to coerce
It's not
people
a
to have
duty.
kids. You need to
Yeah,
support
right.
them so
Yeah,
they make.
exactly.
Hang the
And
fuck
You
on.
looked at the birth rates.
Can I ask a
The birth
question?
rates
you
are not.
believe that.
Dude,
Why
we're not.
is it so
We're not facing
important?
imminent collapse, dog. Go. I'm
Yes,
sorry. Go ahead,
why
Joe.
is it?
That's
thank
because
you.
we're
Why- let me
immigrating
ask
like
you a
an
question,
insane
Tim.
amount.
Why is it so important that we make all these women have kids, or that women have all these kids? Why is that so important?
For birth
I can
rate,
answer that.
eventually
I can answer that.
Okay, I'll let
The
him go.
question is real simple. No people, no society, no country. Period.
Bro, people aren't
That's math.
disappearing. You guys
take
are
it out of that.
insane.
All right,
That's
so
not insane. Not insane. Not insane. We're being supported by second world nations, and once those economically develop, once India economically develops, and Pakistan and all the other places that people emigrate from, we're gonna be fucked, because the higher the economics go, the worse the birth rate goes.
So-
That's a global phenomenon. So eventually,
Okay, well,
we're all
hey,
we're gonna
tell
be
you what,
out of
in
immigrants.
100 fucking years, I'll ask and see if we figured it out. Okay, I'll let you know.
Yeah.
I think
Well,
you're
I'll check on it in 100
Wait,
fucking
wait.
years.
Yeah,
Y'all
I'm not
had
saying.
two
I'm not
different-
saying.
I'm not
it's in
going to
the next
coerce a
10
bunch of fucking
years.
young women to have babies
Yeah.
because you're worried 100 years from now, like we're going to start to see some weird shit.
I'm not
It's so
saying
fucking
coerce.
weird that this
I've never
conversation
said
goes
goes
towards
towards
coercing.
coercing.
Alpha was.
Yeah, you implied it. You directly implied it. So instead of actually
I did not.
solving
I did
problems
not.
for older women who want to have babies, we have to figure out how to coerce young people to have babies.
How did are
Literally.
you talking to fucking me? How did
It's
I
both of you.
fucking
Both of you were
imply
implying
coercion?
it.
What did I fucking say, Ryan? That I implied coercion. Like,
Well,
quote
you're agreeing
me.
with Alpha.
Fucking
Alpha was-
I'm
Alpha literally
no, don't
fucking
say
said
I'm
it.
agreeing with him. I
Okay.
fucking
Well, maybe you
went
disagree
against him with
then.
the child tax. What did I say? I'm anti-abortion. That's the only thing. Birth control. That's a. You're never putting that genie back in the bottle. So I actually disagree with them on that. That's never happening.
Wait. Do you wait because you can't put the genie back in the bottle, or because it's wrong to block people from having access to it?
Both.
Okay.
Y'all had two
Let
different
me
answers.
say
The guy on the
this.
left
Let me
said,
say this.
hold on. Let me say this. Let me respond to your answers. The guy on the left said it was because society would die out. That's nonsense. The guy in the middle said that basically he is saying that we need to keep people going so we can keep building our finances. I think that's your argument.
You talking to me?
Yes, you. We want to be the first nation with the most money. Our gross
No,
national product and all of that is why we need more kids.
No, I'll say this briefly, but my argument is kind of what Ryan was trying to like fuck me with, but I actually agree with him. I think this is 100 years down the road. I think eventually when all the developing nations end up developing, we will see a
what
declining birth rate in them too, and then we will all have a declining birth rate, and then we'll be in
what
some real
happens?
problems.
So what the birth declines. We'll
Even though for
figure it out.
99%
Great.
of
Do you
human
agree with
history,
that
we
with
were under 2 billion
environmentalism,
people.
Ryan? Do you agree with that? Are you consistent on that? That environmental.
Look, if
we
you
why
want to convince
would we
people to
care
have
about
kids,
environmentalism?
if
It's
you want
so
to convince,
far down the
I agree
line.
with you. If you want to convince people to have kids, then things like child tax credits and stuff are the way to go. Not fucking Alpha over here is talking about like
Carrot, not
removing
stick.
access to birth control.
But why are you
Carrot,
coming
not
after me,
stick.
brother?
I'm sorry. I apologize. I was
Well,
flustered.
look,
Y'all
can come after me.
Then, bro.
Now,
All
you guys can come after
wait.
me
I
all you
asked
want.
you
You
for
can come after me.
clarification.
I'm
and
standing
all you
by what I
said was
said.
that birth
Hang on. Let
rates
Joe
will
talk.
decline.
Yeah.
Let me
Please
say what I
forgive me.
need to
I
say.
asked the
Please
guy in
forgive
the
me, but
middle
all
for
y'all need to shut the fuck
clarification, and
up.
all he said was that birth rates
You don't know
will
what you're talking
decline
about. Everyone
over a
please shut the
bunch
fuck
of
up.
years. My question was, why is it bad? All you said is it will decline over years. You
sure.
didn't say why it was bad.
Yeah, that will cause a societal collapse that every economist.
Monetarily.
Yeah,
Economically.
Yeah,
That's what I asked.
Yeah, we will all suffer collectively. It will be terrible.
False.
What do you mean, Garuda? What the fuck?
No, I explained to you this because I was from the Caribbean. In America, Caribbean people have good birth rates, but people in America and China, or sorry, not China. China has good birth rates. India
Real
has
quick,
but
Garuda. I'm
be the
gonna
most
let you
popular
finish.
birth rates because they don't care about
God.
politics. And also too, like places like who suffer from war and like
Alpha, you
some
got 2
Asian
minutes
countries
in the
that
back
get subjugated, but
from a
let me
donation.
finish though. But however, though, in America, the reason why we haven't right now in America, I'm smack dab in Miami, Florida. I could give you my address if you're a girl. If not, then fuck off. But I'll tell you the
Okay, you should definitely put that on the
It's a low standard, brother.
The reason why we have a low birth rate is because of politics. I was like, oh, that's horrible. Let me feed you and just like let me slide into you. That's it. That's all I have to say. I don't even have to get sexual.
How do
But
you?
it's
Okay,
just
okay.
it.
Well, don't get too sexual. But how? Wait, how do you?
slide
I don't know what you disagreed with me on. Then that sounds like you agreed with me.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, but you have to understand that sometimes you cannot save people. If somebody is drowning, why drown? Somebody's drowning, oh, that's horrible. This is so horrible. You don't want to go there and drown with them and get sucked into a sinkhole, and now there's a fucking calamity.
Bro, you're Melanie
Sometimes-
pilling me right now. Okay, now I don't know what you're saying either. What is that?
You know
what is
what
that
I'm
analogy?
saying, bro. You
No,
know
I
what I'm
don't.
saying, like,
No,
stop playing
I'm
with
not
me.
sure. I actually don't know. What do you mean by that?
Okay, so all we have to do is like realize we can't save everyone. So sometimes we have to save each other and get to a place, because I was born in the 80s. So 80s doesn't operate like that. So it took me a really long time, because I was born in 86, to assimilate to people talk in 2020 freaking what, 25? I want to smack everyone I moved who is like you fucking younger than me or not a millennial, but I don't, because the thing is, like, because they're the youth of the nation, but I have, as a man, as their elder, I have to fucking make sure that they don't get fucking subjugated by the motherfucking government. I'd rather die getting shot by the government and I'd rather my body get incinerated.
I feel you, Pimp. That was the
to protect
first
my
shit
young,
you said that
my
I
younger
really
generation.
understood.
But the thing is, you have to understand that people like me have to understand that males and women's are completely different, yin and yang, and women's need to listen to my orders. But if a woman is smart enough, she could have, she could talk to me. So that's a big difference between you and me, because you would be like, oh, a girl, let me fucking suck on her nectar. I'm just like, please. She really like fucking
wait, I'm sucking her what now? I think I'm down with I think I'm down with whatever you said. I think I'll suck that shit, you know.
So if men and women are completely different, then I guess men can just take like a shit ton of extra estrogen and block their testosterone, and since they're so different, they won't do anything.
This fucked
that's where you want to bring the conversation, Melanie. Really, that's where we're pivoting to.
I threatened to do it earlier.
No, disclaimer. I'm a Caribbean, so I believe in tribes people. So if you're in my tribe,
just kidding.
You say, like, we want to be in a tribe. So we in modern world technology.
It was poor quality bait for a reason.
No, we're in the shit now, Melanie. We're in the shit now.
Let me say this and I'll be quiet. So I'm from tribes people. So basically the modern terminology is called like a nationalist, but basically we're like, it's just like, hey, we believe in just like, oh, we are part of the tribe. It's like, oh, like let go, and we go on tribes and we have fun. So it's just like basically like basically it's like, oh, yeah, like, you're just like, well, fine. It's like if you have something to offer, and it's like fine, just go be a part of the tribe. But it's like, we don't need to translate because I don't want to
transnationalism. I got you.
Yeah, thank you. Nationalism. Thank you. I didn't want to say it, but you said it. Thank you.
So the real answer to all this is not any of the fucking shit that what's his name was talking about. Hang on, Garuda. The real answer to all this is developing ways that we can enable older women to have children more easily and as they want to. Making it to where it's not as dangerous, or
that's not crazy either, because that's carrot as opposed to stick. You know, you're gonna force someone. I'm not okay with that, but giving carrots, you know, that's fine.
Right, but we should be incentivizing younger women. Surely,
you can incentivize
biologically.
It, yeah, but first focus on all the people who want to have babies and make sure that they can because they want to.
Yeah.
Right. I guess where this, I don't know if we want to go into this, but this would rub up against my morals when it comes to, if we're talking about older ones like IVF, because it is abortifacient, right? Like by the nature of how IVF works. So that would be, and I think that's the problem. That's you guys might guffaw at me, I don't know, but that is the general concern on the right? That we do treat embryos with respect, and so we don't want to see like 8 embryos shoved into a woman and 7 of them.
How do you treat an embryo? How do you treat an embryo with respect?
Yeah, after you freeze it in a freezer.
I'm getting not that. How do you treat an embryo with respect without treating the person carrying it with respect as well? It seems that you can only do that through the body of the person carrying it. Otherwise, it's a gesture.
Well, if we're talking about IVF, then we're emphatically not talking about what you just said, right? If we're talking about IVF, then we're talking about embryos that are like definitionally not.
Okay, fair enough. But I wanted to bring this up before. Like, you can't nest rights. If you try to nest someone's rights within someone else's rights, you just end up applying rights to that out external person.
I don't agree with that at all. I don't know. That would apply to like any like newborn, because a newborn cannot. Obviously, you've heard that example before. But I'm curious what your thoughts are on it, because obviously a newborn can't survive by itself. It needs its mother to live. Now, I agree it's not physically attached anymore, but it's just as dependent as when it's in the womb. Like it needs that care. I mean, like the period of dependency with humans is like so many years, right? Compared to like a lot of mammals.
Can I suffocate? And I know this is dark, but can I suffocate the newborn before it leaves the womb? Or
Mel, what
Well,
the fuck?
I would say no, and I would say you couldn't.
Yes,
for the same
actually-
reason you couldn't do it after.
Trick question. I can, and that actually proves that again, you can only do any of these things through the body of the person carrying the fetus in the first place.
Then explain your tricks, Melanie. What was the trick there?
Yeah, there is no rights that could be enforceable that wouldn't apply to the body of the person carrying the fetus, since nothing you can do.
Wait, so
can
there was no
actually be
trick?
done
What was
to
what was the trick?
It was a trick question, and you said no.
How is it? Explain to me. How is the trick? Explain the trick. What the fuck was the trick?
Melanie, can I explain?
What
it?
am I
Because
misunderstanding here?
I hate to agree with
Most
Melanie, but I hate to agree with Melanie, but I tell you a trick is because if it's a corpse, it's a corpse. But if they're alive, they're alive. So the
Garuda,
thing
you
is,
better
like,
not be
how
saying
long-
some fucking nonsense right now. I swear to God.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not saying nothing. I'm saying
We're flying into the
biological,
Bermuda
though.
Triangle with this one, straight
Because I
into the
actually
ocean.
hate agreeing with Melanie. I actually hate agreeing with Melanie.
What are you
But
agreeing
Melanie-
with her on? What's the agreement?
I agree with you there, Confluence. I never know what Garuda is really talking about.
No, because it's like, okay, so like you're gone, you're gone. If you're alive, you're alive. So basically, like, it doesn't matter the age because there's a scientific fact. Because I'm 39, I have to the age of like maybe 60 or 50. If I treat my body right, I could still bust out some jism. Women don't have that timeline because they're eggs.
TMI.
Well, no, this is a biological fact. Women don't have that much time, so it's just like it's better to catch
I'm
them
gonna start making
within a lane.
comments I should
Within
not
a
be
within a
making.
lane, within a lane, and then you have to find a woman who actually could say if they want to be able to have your babies. So
Okay, no.
yeah.
Okay, so
How does
Confluence,
this
my
have to do
point-
with the trick? What
Confluence.
what is
No,
the
don't,
trick?
Don't even give
Because
him
I
that. Don't
literally
even
answered
give him
the
that.
question, though, but,
Confluence.
like-
The
No,
trick.
I'm asking
the
you,
trick-
Melanie.
The trick was that most people think you cannot suffocate a fetus, but you actually can. But it adds to my point.
No, but explain that. That's what I'm confused on. What, do you mean like morally you can? Because I thought that's what your question's
No,
aiming at.
literally, you can. If you suffocate the person carrying the child, it also suffocates the fetus.
Oh well, okay. Well, that's not
The
a
point
fucking.
of what I'm
That's
saying.
not a fucking trick
It was,
question.
because you said no. It
Yeah,
clearly
because
was,
I thought you were
said no,
talking. I
and
thought you were
got
talking
tricked.
morally.
How-
I didn't
how's
think
it
you
not
were
a trick
talking.
question? How's it
I
not
didn't
a
think
trick
you were talking
question? How is it not?
mechanically.
How is
Because
it
if you
not a-
if
how's
you
it not a
asked
trick
me,
question if you got
I
tricked? How's it not a trick question if you got tricked?
Because there's semantic overload on the word can.
that's right.
Can.
It's
I
not
thought you
semantic.
meant
It's not
moral. It's like if I
semantic.
said, can you suffocate an infant? I would say no because I'm thinking legally and morally. I'm not thinking, can I put a cloth over an infant's fucking mouth and suffocate? That's not where my mind
so
goes,
you give
brother.
example how you could.
Sister.
So you prove this point. You give example how you can suffocate an
Do you even
infant
know
with
what my
putting a
point
cloth
is?
over his
Do you
face.
get my
Congratulations.
point? Do you get my point?
You prove this
Confluence?
point.
I
You prove
no,
this
I
point.
don't. That's what I don't.
Congratulations.
I don't get your
Right.
point. I don't get it.
Rights begin and end with a person. You cannot say this right only applies to your hand, or it only applies to your eye, or it only applies to that thing in your womb.
I know, but that's you've already lost me. You've already lost me because the eye is not like an ontologically unique being with unique DNA from yourself.
Rights cannot be nested within each other.
Why can't they be?
Because the individual is where the rights begin and
why?
end.
What's the justification for
Because
that?
that's who we make the rights for.
So just
And that's
just
the only
because
way
that's
you
what
can
you
enforce
think?
rights. That's the only person you can enforce a right for.
Why? I want to know why. Why can't I enforce the right that if you're 9 months
Anything
pregnant,
that I
you
try
should
to
not
do
be able
or
to
don't
off your
do,
fetus?
Anything that I try to do or that I don't do, I have to do through the person carrying it first.
All right,
Therefore,
everyone, shut
no
up for a
right
second.
can
Everyone,
fit.
shut up for a second. I want to thank
Let-
Alpha, despite his kind of insane ramblings that I disagree with a lot of. He did donate $20 just now, and I appreciate it. And he says nothing you are saying is going to work. I can live with that, and I can also live with that $20. Thank you so much.
Melanie, can I explain to him the truth though?
Oh,
real
hang on.
quick?
He also just joined in the back. If he wants to, he can use his $20 to boot one of the current panelists. Just let me know in the
I'm
back chat or the
actively
regular. Hang on.
Please be me.
Let me,
please be me. Please be
guys. Jesus Christ.
We're at the
Just
end of
let
the
me-
stream, anyways. If anything, a little bit of pushback makes me a good heel.
Alpha,
No,
let me know.
actually, I agree with you, and
Oh
I
my
hate
God!
to
Shut
agree
the
with you
fuck up,
because
Garuda.
I disagree
Stop.
with you so.
Alpha,
Directly.
let me know who you want to boot, and I will bring you up.
I'm very bootable. In fact, I'm boot sized. I'm about as tall as a boot. So
Nah, if anyone is about to get the boot, I rather look, hey, boot me.
Can I just say really quickly that this idea, once again, of ontological uniqueness is one of the very things that's going to get in the fucking way of us trying to solve this problem? Because when we get to things like IVF and shit like that, the people who believe in ontological uniqueness are the ones who are going to raise hell about embryos and shit like that being wasted. And
yeah, but that you say that's a problem, but I would say those are unique human beings that you want to toss to the side like they're fucking garbage.
Can you freeze a human being in a freezer?
Yeah, don't they do like cryogenics and shit?
Okay, so hold on. Cryogenics could work though, but hypothetically,
Cryogenics
if
are
you
pseudoscience,
hold on,
my man.
can I explain to you real quick though? And let me, I can explain to
Pseudoscience
you.
now.
Honestly, Garuda, if I'm being totally honest, I want to hear Effigy and Confluence talk because they're both really,
sorry. I'll let
when you
Effigy
keep
talk
getting in
because
between
Effigy.
That, I need to say this because I got to go to
I
work.
love
I need
Effigy because
to
Effigy is
say
extremely
this.
short. So let me watch my mouth and I mute myself. Effigy is smart. So
Can I be heard?
Yep.
All right, let me say this because as you see, I put $20 on it and I'm glad I did it. Let me say what I need to say. And what I'm coming straight up the middle, it's controversial, but it needs to be said. Nothing you guys are saying is going to work. Nothing, none of it. You can put all the incentives you want out there for women to have babies. They're not going to do it. They got the number one reason why they don't want to do it. It's called freedom. They got the freedom to choose when they want to have children or not, period. That's a fact right now. And I'm not advocating
And
for
you're
any
here to
violence
take away that
towards
freedom,
women.
right?
I'm not advocating for any violence in any form towards women. But the reality is this: we only have one way on this planet right now to have children, and it is a man and a woman coming together and having a baby. Period. If we had a matrix, a quote unquote artificial womb, this conversation will be null and void because we would not have to go to women and ask them, what is your duty to a society? What is your duty to a country? Our duty as men is to provide and protect and defend this country with all our life, blood, sweat, and tears. And someone say, well, women can do that too. Yes, they can. But
Your
who's
duty is
gonna
also
have
to
the
not be a
child?
big enough
Who
piece of
is
shit so
going?
that a woman would
Let me
choose
speak,
you.
sir. Let me finish. I put $20 on it. Let me speak, sir.
Sorry, brother. Go ahead.
All right. I paid to talk. Let me talk. All right. The reality is this: what duty do women have to a society? The men can do all the things the women can do. The men can't do all the things women can do, such as having a baby. We can't do it, gentlemen, even if we want to or not, which I don't want to do, but there's a lot of men who say they do. That's why we got this transgender stuff going on. You get it?
All right.
Because
Calm
they're
down.
not fulfilling their duty, period. So I don't care how you write this up. I don't care how many incentives you offer women. They're not going to do it because they have the freedom to say, hell
Delhi, you're next
no,
in line.
I don't want to do it. I'm 18 years old to 24. I can leave my house with nothing, get credit cards, student loan debt, and simps can send me money through OnlyFans. They doing that. Shout out to Lil Tay. And I don't hate on sex workers. All right, but they gonna do
land the plane,
everything they
please land the
can
plane,
to
man.
not have these babies
facts,
when
keep
they
talking.
supposed to be having them. It is what it is. So it's just that simple, gentlemen.
Okay,
No
go,
people,
Alpha.
no
I encourage
country.
you go
No
go
people,
find some beautiful
no
women
society.
to get
No
pregnant.
people,
Okay, you can
no economy.
go make babies.
It's
Have
just
fun.
that simple. Period. Now you can respond.
Alpha, what's your solution though? Like the other people, the other
Get rid of
panelists are
abortion.
saying you want to take away freedoms.
He wants to get rid of abortion.
But what
Yeah,
do
he
you
wants to
want
get rid of
to
the
do?
freedoms. He does.
I want to get rid of
simple
abortions.
solutions. Three simple
but-
solutions. Number one, take away abortions. That's already done at the federal level.
No,
Soon
it's
to be nationwide. Number
true.
two, get rid of the abortion bill. Look up something called the Comstock Act. It's already banned. They're just not enforcing it. Look
By
it
the
up.
way, this is like a copy and paste from
And number three,
Discord, though. So the person's not real. They're
you
just
get
playing
rid
like
of
a
all these student
they're just playing
loans.
something,
What are
though.
they
So
doing
you need
right
to mute
now?
them
They get rid of
because
the
this is
Department of
something I heard
Education.
on TikTok.
It's
So
already
this
in
is,
play,
rinse
brother.
and repeat in
Period.
Yeah, we're gonna stop him.
Bro,
We're gonna stop him. Democrats are gonna win, and we're gonna stop him.
What
Sorry.
duty do they have? That's the question. What duty do women have?
You
What
can't
is
talk
the
about
duty,
student
sir? That's my
loans.
question to
You
you.
can't talk about student
Okay,
loans if you're
Alpha, we
anti-child
get
tax
it.
benefit.
You said your
No, brother,
your
go
things.
put it.
Okay,
This
we
is
get
a
it.
rinse and repeat copy of a. This is a rinse and repeat copy of like social media. This happened in like Subway, so that he is not like being genuine. That's not even a real person. It's just like a little kid probably doing it. So thank goodness.
I'm
So,
not a
it's
real
nothing.
person, brother. I'm 6'6", 240 pounds, size 18 shoe. How am I not a real man?
Some big ass foot.
Can you talk about like our conversation?
I think Alpha's a real person, to be clear.
Can we talk about the conversation though, Robot?
I don't understand. Yes.
I'm a real dude, brother.
He
exists.
Real dude, 6'6", size 18 shoe.
I didn't
What
doubt
are
it
you
for a
talking
second.
to,
To a
brother?
Pinocchio with a big
I'm a
nose that
real
women
dude,
like me when I
nigga.
like
Wake
come
up.
from behind and lick the toss the
Wake
salad.
up,
though.
brother.
Congratulations.
Real dude. I am
Nothing
the
new.
Chad, the Tyrone you've been talking about. That's me. Okay?
I'm a dude. I don't
So
care
let's
if you're
get it
Chad or
right.
Tyrone. What in the bizarre world? I'm Superman. I don't need
But don't come up with these nonsensical arguments. I ask you a question. What duty do the women have to a society? What duty do they have, sir? If they're not having babies,
We
what
don't have
are
a
they
fucking
gonna do?
duty to this society.
To pay
Not
their
fucking
taxes.
one. Let's
That's
keep
the
it a
duty.
buck. Like, I don't understand
Then we
why
have
you're
no
so,
people.
I
Wait,
don't
Alpha,
understand
Alpha.
why you're
Then we
so
have no
upset.
people.
Alpha,
It's just
Alpha,
that simple.
let her
I
respond.
understand
Mute yourself
why
because
you're
you
so
keep
obsessed
echo
with
streaming.
what another
Yeah, someone's
woman that
echoing
you will
badly.
never
Yeah.
fuck.
Sorry,
the person
Jelly, real
is-
quick.
the person
Alpha,
is playing a
Alpha.
recording, though.
Garuda, stop.
It's a recording.
No, it's Alpha. We need. Yeah, thank you. Mute. Let Jelly respond. Okay, and then you can go.
Yeah, we don't owe you motherfuckers shit. Not a fucking thing.
No, that's fucking bullshit.
Why is that so fucking difficult? Like, why
Everybody
the fuck-
owes something.
Let me talk. I just got here. I just
Fine.
got here.
Fine.
All I've heard the last hour is you guys worrying about another random woman's fucking pussy mileage. Do y'all have women? Do y'all have women that y'all fucking? Answer that. Let's start there. Otherwise, worrying about what the next fucking person is doing is fucking useless. And for you, Confluence, I heard you earlier, and you can respond to this. I heard you fucking earlier saying that, oh, well, if the birth rates drop, then China,
Cheesecake, but
India,
not
and
color.
whatever
You
other. Let
insufferable.
me fucking
No, thank
finish.
you. I rather
Let her
not eat
finish.
cheesecake.
Let me fucking finish. Heard you talk about that we're not going to have dominance in America. Is that really what family is supposed to be about? Because that's
I
what
didn't
you
say
simplify.
that.
That's
Didn't
what you
say that.
imply. That's
Didn't
what
say
you
that.
imply. Ask the
I-
chat. Ask the fucking chat. It's that.
I don't care what the chat says. We have a VOD. I never talked about dominance in America. I said eventually the second world will catch up economically with the first world, and then they too will undergo the secular effect of not having kids, and then
Brothers,
everyone's
after the
birth rate will
fact. That's
collapse
when
at the
you
same
cleared it
time,
up.
and we'll all be fucked. That's my point. Not American first bullshit stuff. That's not my argument.
Okay, well, that's what I heard, and then you
Well,
cleared it.
you
the fuck
heard
up.
incorrectly. Okay.
Okay. But I just don't understand why y'all are worried about pussy mileage of women that you will never fucking meet.
What does this have to do
Women
with
that-
pussy? What the fuck kind of cucked point is this? Who's talking about pussy mileage?
Y'all
Why
are. That's all
Who?
I've heard.
What if
That's
who
all I fucking heard is
who
y'all
said
worrying about
that?
another woman's fucking pussy. and
No,
what
it
she
has
does
nothing
with
to
it.
do with that. That's so bad faith.
Listen, you are bugging. You are
That's so
fucking
bad
bugging.
faith.
My argument, I gotta go, but my argument is simple: no people, no society, no country, no economy. Who gonna have the babies if she don't want to have them? I gotta go, y'all. Peace out.
Y'all are worrying about the wrong fucking things. How about we talk about the reasons why women get abortions? Talk about that. Not restricting abortions altogether, because at the end of the day, like Melanie brought up in the first place, why would you want women to bring children on this planet if they don't even want to fucking raise these kids? If they don't want them, are you going to put all these kids on a tax-based foster care system and then complain about the taxes for all these unwanted fucking children then? Make this shit make fucking sense.
I'll make it make
Amen.
sense by asking you a question, I guess, Angelica, because like, would you say after you have the kid that you could choose to kill that kid via infanticide? I'm hoping you'd say
Anybody
no, right?
could. You could as a father, I could as a mother. What
I'm
fucking thing
saying,
is that?
I'm saying morally, is that a moral thing to do?
If either parent did it, it would be a crime, correct?
Yeah, but I'm not asking even legally. I'm asking morally. Is it
It would
immoral?
be morally wrong for either parent to do it.
Right. So what changes, again, help me understand what changes magically from the baby is 1 minute away from being born and when it's born? Or do you have
How
a
many
different
cases
cutoff?
Does that shit happen? How many
Sorry.
cases? How many
No one
times?
is-
in
That's not
US
the question.
history-
It doesn't.
how
It
many
doesn't fucking
times
happen.
in
It's just a
US history
stupid
has
part
that
to
shit
argue
happened?
about.
It's
Third
testing.
trimester
It's
abortions
testing.
are rare to begin with.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's a moral test.
No one's
it
obligated
doesn't
to
matter.
engage with your fucking weird ass hypothetical. Sorry.
It's also a moral test to fucking say that an embryo that
I
can
can
be frozen
answer
in a
any
freezer
moral
has the same
test
moral
y'all
worth as a
throw
human
at me.
being.
So if you can't, that's a fucking skill issue, okay? Like for real.
No, I think that you're pointing to like rare use cases to make it seem like it's possibly the normal for people.
I never said it was normal. I never implied it was common. I'm asking if you think, what point do you think you can get an abortion where it's moral, and at what point do you not? That's what I'm testing.
It's not up to us as women, right? It's the state now. So
I'm
what the
talking
fuck is
morally,
being-
Angelica. I'm not talking legally. I don't know how much more clear I can make that.
Me answering that solves what for you, though? What does it solve? Understanding what my frame of mind in terms of
No, I agree. I
abortion?
agree with Confluence. Hold on, I agree with Confluence because it's like I actually had to suffer and watch a female birth because, like, in the odd case, I get stuck in the elevator with a woman giving birth. I have to be able to deliver the baby, so I have to like rip off most of my clothing, no matter how fancy it is, and fucking help deliver the baby. And I actually have to fucking help her and just like relax. It's like we're stuck in the elevator. But the thing is, you don't want anyone to help you because you think that we all fucking boring people, like we didn't exist before the whole technology and like hospitals. We was delivering babies
The
when we
choice
was
is not
like
up to
in the
me to
cave.
determine. The choices
And we was doing good. That's why we're still
before
alive.
these laws were
What?
before they put the laws back in place for the states to take over, every state already had limits. They already
up.
did, correct? Didn't they
No.
have gestation limits?
No,
or
not
am I
ev- not
fucking tripping?
Yeah, not every state. No.
What does your story have to do with anything, Garuda? I'm so confused.
No fucking nothing. I don't understand.
Yeah, it's because it's like
It was a
men
beautiful
has to
story,
protect-
though.
Men has to protect women because like I learned that because like you know how much times I've been with around pregnant women and like the last thing I want to do is not be able to help a woman because I am an EMS. I serve in the military, so I already know how to like help people. There's so many people I help based on like my knowledge. So
I think
if
that's
I will
awesome
never
you're
fucking
EMS.
deny and hold on, I will never deny a woman. But it's just like I have to learn about women. But it's sometimes it's just like, oh, she bleeds. It's like, oh, it's like, oh, it's like that. The thing is, like, I don't want to cross territories with women ideology. I don't want to be a woman. I want to be a man. But however, though, like if something happens, like if she
So let me
giving
ask
birth,
you a
I want to
question
be
as a
there.
EMS.
Wait. Before you do, I want to say, speak. I'm gonna be a man. I want to be a man for a second. Wait,
You're
Garuda,
gonna
shut
chill,
the fuck
aren't you,
up.
Ryan? You're gonna
I'm the
fucking
man.
chill.
I'm the man.
Baby in an Uber.
I will mute you.
Deliver her baby in an Uber.
Look, I muted you. I will do it again. I will mute people. If you're gonna talk over me, I'm gonna mute you. All I want to do is thank Alpha, our good friend Alpha, for the $5. He says no babies, no society. It's just that simple. And he asks, what duty do women have to society? You guys can carry on.
I'll tell you
okay?
right now. I will tell you right now what duty women have to society. Pay your taxes.
No, fuck that.
That's it.
Y'all are honestly cucked, okay?
No, it's not.
No. The thing, Garuda,
Everyone has
and
duties,
fucking
okay?
Alpha doesn't want to admit is that part of the man's responsibility is also not being such a catastrophic piece of shit that a woman won't choose to have children with you.
I agree.
No, you're
I fully agree with
that's an
that.
assumption.
Because I've heard a lot of that shit on the panel
Assumption,
tonight.
projection, and assumption.
But everybody has duties. Can we not pretend? I'm sorry. Can we not pretend that the only duty is to pay fucking taxes? We have duties to one another. We have duties to the people we love. We have duties to the broader society. Okay, this tax shit. Fuck that shit. That's just degenerate. We have duties
I think you
as a
supposed
human
to know.
race.
It's crazy. I think
Well,
the
you see what it
supposition
look
of
like?
that is fucking crazy.
Wait,
You
what's
see what it
crazy?
look like, though? You really think I care? I haven't paid taxes in 3 years. I give zero fluffs. I don't earn any profit, and I
Okay, well,
walk.
don't-
So
I
you're
have
even
good-
Don't
worse.
say that online, brother.
You're even fucking worse.
No,
then, if
I
you're
don't
not
give a
paying
fluff though.
taxes.
I'd rather be in prison though, straight up.
Well, then fucking
Because
turn
when I get
yourself
out, I'm
in.
suing
Do us
everyone.
all a
though.
favor.
Wait, what is someone am I about to end up in a court document?
No, because they call me a
Yeah, I
pussy
think you
and
are,
I wanna
Ryan.
talk about it.
Tax
Talk about it,
evasion.
though.
Get ready for it.
Pay
I
your
don't own
taxes.
anything physical though. I have no car. I have no house. I have no money in the bank.
You just said you were
So,
EMS.
whatever.
You have a job,
I-
so you have a duty to
They
pay.
have to put me in
fucking
prison
taxes,
only.
right?
I don't know
I have
what
no kids
what
on the
other
food.
kind. I don't know what other kind of duty to society you can really have beyond paying your taxes.
Oh, yeah.
That's
I
insane.
feel
Are you like an
It's-
insane libertarian or like
No,
what is your?
No, it's
no,
it's
I'm
not
not-
You could
I'm
vote.
not-
You should vote.
No, let me tell you.
There's I can probably name like 10 fucking duties that any just
name 3.
Basic moral
Can I tell you
person.
what I am?
Okay,
No,
a duty to care for the people around you, a duty to foster the progeny
what
of
I am?
society, a duty
Wait,
to
that's
protect
the
the moral
same, it sounds like
code.
the same thing.
You don't have.
No,
to
those
do
are all
it.
different
What I am?
things.
Can I tell you what I am?
How are those the same thing? Those are not the same
first
thing.
two. The first two sound like the same thing.
The first two, the one was to protect children. You have a duty to do that, and you have a duty to protect the people in the close proximity to you. Okay, so
Yeah,
that,
those
if
sound like
someone
the
is
same thing.
drowning, those are not the same thing. Okay, I have a duty in my country, I think, to protect children broadly. Okay, with how I vote, with how I
Wait, so you support
what
like
I
a strong
advocate
social
for.
welfare support system?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
Again, I'm not as right wing as
do you
you
vote
think
for?
I am.
Wait, you say you're
Ryan.
center right? Do you vote for Republicans?
I do, yeah.
Okay, well, why? Like, you realize you're like an idiot then, right?
Well, okay, well, fair. I mean, but we have a two-party system, okay?
Yeah, and one of them doesn't do the thing you just said you would advocate.
Yeah, and
for.
the other one on a debate stage wouldn't say that we should make third trimester abortions illegal, no matter how rare they happen. That should be an easy thing to say.
Because women die. Women die seeking abortions at that point, dumbass.
That was no, Ryan. That's bad
Yeah,
faith.
yeah,
you know
yeah,
that's bad
yeah.
faith.
No, it's not bad faith.
It
No,
is bad
it's-
faith.
it's literally the point. It's literally the point, dude.
It is bad faith
It's a real thing
because
that
It's not bad faith. You're the one who keeps asking about this dumbass
Let me
hypothetical that never
let me
happens.
fucking
When in
talk.
reality, what does happen is women
No, it
die.
does happen.
No,
You
I've
can look
sat
at-
here and listened to you guys
No.
fucking squeal
No,
all night,
fuck, no.
and I'm engaging right now. And I'm
you're-
gonna finish.
Yeah, and you're not letting me talk. So that's cool.
No, bad faith is just you're trying to duck the real topic, though. Don't say you're bad faith. Talk about it.
He
and
is.
stop using the word
I
bad
will.
faith.
I will. He's trying to duck. What
Okay,
I'm
stop
saying is
using bad faith
obviously.
and engage
Let
in
me
the topic,
Garuda. Let me fucking talk. Okay, so
Damn,
obviously.
you almost put yourself raging.
I'm sorry. I'm getting triggered. Okay, I'm getting triggered. Okay, obviously, yes, women in third trimesters, obviously, they need access to be able to terminate their pregnancy if the life of the mother is at risk. The vast majority of pro-life people do not disagree with that, but it should be a simple thing to say. If the life of the mother is not at risk, then you should have third trimester abortions be illegal. That is not a moot point.
Okay, sure. Let me respond to that specifically. You say if her life is not at risk, so how much bodily harm should she be forced to endure to give birth to a child because you don't think she should be allowed an abortion?
I mean, if you want to pin
What's
me
your
down,
limit
I
on
would
bodily
say-
harm?
Well, I'm answering that, brother. I would say
Third trimester
severe
abortions are less than 1%, by the way.
Sure, I don't care how rare they are. Okay, I'm saying that it should be an easy thing for the Democratic Party to be able to be like, yes, you shouldn't get one out of anything besides the severe risk of the mother. And to Ryan's
We
point,
say
I would
severe
say that would
risk.
be
Yeah, please.
I'm defining it. Yeah, I would say either a likelihood of death or a likelihood of severe organ damage.
What do you mean severe organ damage? Define severe organ damage.
Like hepatotoxicity. I don't know. That's an example, right?
Okay, so you realize that almost every third trimester abortion is going to be because of shit like that, right?
This is such a caricature of an argument, man.
How is it a caricature of an argument?
Because of what I just said. Because almost every
staggeringly
late
rare
term
for someone to want to just willfully end a pregnancy that they took to near 9
I'm
months.
sorry. Okay, it sounded like you said staggeringly rare, and it sounded like Ryan said almost, which means not all. So why is it so hard for the fucking
I'm saying
Democrats to
what
say
the
that you
example you're
shouldn't do
giving,
it unless
even
it's
though
that?
1%, most of those people, most of those women do not want to be having those abortions. For the
Okay,
examples that you guys are
most.
fucking jerking
Do you realize
off on.
you said most, right? You said most. Do you know what most
you have to
entails
find
logically?
a fucking really small percentage of women who
Exactly,
want
and
to
that
fucking
small
want
percent
to do
should
that.
be illegal. Why can't the Democrats fucking agree
Because
on
what
that?
you're saying, hang on, before you fucking took away the laws that allowed the
Hang
everyone
on,
to fucking
Effigy,
put their
real
women-
quick. Because Confluence, because the question that you're asking now, where you're adding all these specifications in, that's not the question that you're crying about. That's not the question that was asked that you're crying about. The one you're crying about is just asking about third-term abortions, right?
Yes, and what Kamala answered is she
so
said
it shouldn't be that. So
they
it
don't
wouldn't be that
happen.
easy. Hang on. So it wouldn't actually be that easy because it's even not that easy for you right now to engage with that real question.
Wait, how, it's very easy.
You're adding in all these qualifiers because I keep pressing you on them.
I'm not adding. I'm answering you honestly. You asked for my cutoff. I said organ failure. You asked for an example. I said hepatotoxicity. I mean, I'm not adding. I'm giving you. You're asking me. You're prying, and I'm giving you good answers.
The question you're referring to, where it would be so easy, they would have to clarify exactly what I'm doing, which is that almost never happens. Almost every single third trimester abortion is because of these specific things. We don't know the exact numbers.
What did Kamala say on the debate stage? She said they don't happen at all. She said they do not happen. Okay,
wait, she said late-term abortions don't happen.
She said third trimester abortions, that's not a thing. That's what she said. You can go back and watch the debate. She denied that they existed. Instead of just saying,
okay,
if it's health of the mother, we should allow them. I'm not even sure about that. Well, you can check me later.
Maybe she said that. Yeah, maybe she said that. But
that's the problem. I mean, and there's you. I'm sure you're.
I have a hard time believing she said that
any
exactly.
documented information when the last time this happened that we have on the record? Do we have it? Third-term abortions that were not
give me a few seconds and I look up late trimester abortion though.
Yeah, we have almost no data on that.
We have virtually no data.
Because my issue with the question, Garuda.
No, can I drop this real quick though?
Can you drop what?
Actually, facts about abortion.
I think we generally understand facts about abortion.
No. Hold on.
Like if you have a link or something you want to drop, there's a back chat. If you want to drop a link, you can drop it.
Hold on, listen. A heartbeat of being born is between 5 weeks of pregnancy. So that means
nobody's talking about when the heartbeat comes out.
Yeah, that's first trimester, brother.
Hold on. Let me prove this. The heartbeat of a baby begins in development of the early stages from pregnancy.
We know that. That's not late term though.
It's a fucking mechanical thing. How does that prove that something's having a conscious experience?
So the average time a woman to confirm a pregnancy would be around between 6 to 8 weeks. So basically, like most women don't even know they're pregnant until the baby has a heartbeat. So that's pure murder.
Oh my god!
Simple as that.
And, but Garuda, to help you out, not everyone ties it to heartbeat. Not everyone ties personhood to someone having a heartbeat.
No,
once again, is pulling the plug on a brain dead person who still has a heartbeat murder.
Let me leave with my last sentence. Actually, females are more aggressively born than males, but abortion kills more females in the womb than males. So congratulations. If you pro-abortion and you're female, you support
take that, feminists.
Nobody is asking what the gender of a baby is before they decide to
they were in China. They were in China before the one-child policy. Well, that might be where his stats are from, because that's the only reason I could see why there'd be gendered stats on abortion.
I don't know. I think he's pulling that out of his ass.
But if it's true,
he wants women to feel bad and shit. The reality is that women choose.
No, I'm not pulling out my booty hole. Though it's facts, though, and it's been a fact since
to have
pre-date China, though. So
for their own reasons, right?
Because females are less valuable. I think females are valuable. This is why I'm against abortion. I prefer a world where more females
that's your preference
than males, but abortion targets females the most, though.
Good for you.
In China.
But what I'm saying is that women choose for whatever the fuck, because it's not up to me. Like if I have a friend and she's making that consideration, she mulls over her options, like the quality of life or whatever the fuck. Even if I was to give her all the input that I could, she's going to ultimately make the decision at the end of the day.
But Angelica,
all I'm saying is this, is that I've listened to you, and I'll let you talk. I've listened to you guys for over an hour talking about what women should be doing with their fucking uterus.
I disagree. Women need to understand that they're being targeted.
No, Garuda, I want to talk next. I want to ask Angelica a question.
Your opinion, Garuda.
I want to ask you a question. I'll let you finish, Angelica, but I really want to ask you a question.
Then shut the fuck up.
Go ahead. I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay, no. So I guess I want to know, like you're saying it's a woman's choice, but and you guys can say this is a bad moral example, but I want to know, after birth, why can't a woman who's let's say experiencing postpartum depression or anxiety or psychosis, why can't she suffocate that newborn infant? What has changed in that case? She has to raise that kid. All the arguments you've given are the same. She might not be ready for that kid. She might not be able to emotionally handle it, fiscally handle it. Everything you've said applies the exact same once that kid is born. But you would say that's probably infanticide. What changes?
What
I've
changes
heard
once
other
the baby
people's.
is born?
What
Baby's
changes?
born.
So
And at that point,
what changes? Like, does their brain magically change once they leave the womb? Like, what's changing?
I don't have any answers for that. That's a cultural, societal thing.
That's kind of an important moral question, though, right? Like, you should have an answer for that.
I'm not the one killing babies, though.
Well, I know, but if you're saying,
So,
but you
like,
want to say,
I don't know why a woman that mental health issues. I don't know. I can take a stab in the dark.
I know, but you would say it's bad to do that.
Yeah,
You would
I
say
would
it's
agree with that.
right, but I guess what I'm saying is whether it happens or not or how frequent, it doesn't matter. You would say it's okay and it's the woman's choice and it's opinion based if it's one day before birth, but as soon as it comes out of the birth canal, you would say that's murder now and that they should be punished both legally, they should be judged morally.
The laws make it so. It's not me that's saying that. That's what the law says.
No, I know, but I'm asking your moral opinion. You're probably against infanticide.
Wait. Before we talk about whatever that is, Nicody donates $2 to say Medicaid cuts affecting who? Children? That's his
right.
Quick topic.
I have
Look,
I'm life too, right?
I'm a tricky Republican in the sense that I want there to be support for kids and single mothers. I want child tax benefit. I want social welfare programs.
Yeah, it's tricky because Republicans don't support those things.
That's why I said I'm a tricky Republican. That's what I'm saying, Ryan. I agree.
As a Republican, what makes you a moral arbiter, though? Is like you have never said anything that's actually like moral, though. What makes you the moral arbiter? Say something moral. I'm talking about pregnant women. What you talking about? Like your whole group is just like what about? Are you okay with feeding kids? Are you okay with feeding kids food and like grade school? And when they go to the school, like they're freaking like in kindergarten? No, you want to rip it away from? Like, what are you talking about? Like,
are you talking to me?
Yes, I'm talking to you.
No, I'm for a bunch of like social welfare. With the child lunches, the only caveat I'd say is I would say it should only apply to people that are below a certain income threshold. And because I think if you're making well enough money and you're not feeding your kids, then CPS should be involved because you're not a good parent. But if you're like below an income threshold, absolutely, yeah, the state should absolutely help you and feed your kids, and there should be school lunch programs and everything. I just don't want to. I don't. There's no reason why like Jeff Bezos's kids should get those school lunches. I think that's just bad government spending, in my opinion. But yeah, no, I'm for, again, child tax. I'm for all the social welfare. I'm for helping single moms. I'm for all that stuff. Okay, I'm pro-life, and I'm pro-life after the womb. Surprise, surprise.
So why do you vote Republican then? I'm so confused. Because they don't do that. They don't.
I know they don't. Again, well, I'll explain it to both of you, okay? We have a two-party system, okay? So there's a lot of stuff I agree with.
Yeah, and one of the parties
Democrats
supports those things, and one of them doesn't.
You're right, Ryan. Good job. Now let's hear the second point. The other point is that Republicans support a lot of stuff that I agree with that the left does not support, and the left support stuff that I don't agree with. So it's a two-party system. So you have all these issues that don't map on cleanly to left and right, and then we have to, as American citizens, make a decision on that. So yes, I land on the right side of the aisle because more of the issues I care about end up on that side of things. But yes, obviously, I'm not like, why would I have to be like lock and toe with the Republican fucking party?
Okay,
Is it okay if I ask a question, Confluence?
Sure.
So could you describe to me what those other things that Republicans promote on their side is more important than children's lives that you vote for?
Well, I would say
abortion.
Well, okay, well, that is a big issue for me, is the abortion thing. I think the way that the left treats transgender stuff is not good. I to be clear, I also think the way the right treats transgender stuff is also not good. But I think the way that the left treats it is worse than the way the right treats it, even though I don't agree with either side on that issue. So there's like some culture
Can you
stuff.
elaborate on that?
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm the first, only, and the only one who could talk about this. I will straight up tell you is like transgenderism doesn't exist because then you're not the one to talk about it. Then you're not. If you don't understand it, then you're not the one to talk about it. Confluence. No, I'm sorry. No offense, Garuda, but whatever you're about to say is ridiculous compared to what I want to hear. What Confluence's reasons are. I promise you, it makes sense when I say this. Okay.
I promise you,
because I'm not gonna let him slander.
Probably not.
Okay, so. So my first experience is like when I was young, right? I remember my mom was being annoying. So I remember just like, okay, I don't have any clothing, but she bought a fancy dress. So I remember I was just like, I was a child. I was like at the age of 7, and I put my foot in her shoes and I grabbed her dress, right? Because I climbed and grabbed her dress. I'm walking around like a woman is like, and I would mimic her. I'm just like, this is why I'm good at mimicking people. I'm just like, this is what you sound like. And she was like, what the hell? And she hated me for that. And it's like, but however though, the thing is like, I will not hate transgender people, but the thing is I hate the fact that I want to identify. It's like you be yourself.
Wait, you want to identify?
Like,
wait, what?
If you're gay, no. If you're gay,
it's a little sus, bro.
Took a turn that I did
no,
not expect.
if you're gay, well, because I dress up like Batman. I'm not Batman in this age, so I'm gay. I'm gay Batman.
Whoever you want to be.
Can we go back? Definitely gay Batman.
This is why you have selective thinking, though. Because I wore my mom dress as a kid, and I was walking in the high heels. I couldn't even fit it, but I was like click click. And it was hard to like click click. I was like, and her dress, and it was like I had a gown, and it was like, oh. But also too, I just like, but the thing is, you see, hold on. Let me finish it off.
Is this a coming out speech or what's happening?
You have to know people because I don't hate anyone on earth if you're gay or straight. But the thing is, I just don't accept you if you're trying to force me to call you a woman because you're a dude in a dress. Simple as that. Why can't I, like, I'm not gay, but like, how come a dude cannot fall in love with a dude?
I'm meeting for a second. I just want to say, like, I don't really appreciate all the dude in the dress shit here. I don't like that kind of shit. It's just like really blatant transphobia. Like, you can feel that way or whatever. I just don't like it on my platform. So like,
what?
Yeah.
No, okay. What if I tell you the most beautiful trans women on earth, though? What if I give you a list of the most beautiful trans women on earth?
You don't need to give me a list of anything, Garuda. Look, we heard your statement, okay? Like,
no, but you assume though. I never said I hated them. I
didn't say anything about that. I didn't say anything about that. I just said I don't like the phrasing that you use. That particular way of characterizing trans people. I don't appreciate it. I don't want it here. You can do it wherever the fuck else you want. I don't want it on my platform. That's all I'm saying.
As a conservative, I agree,
I never
Ryan.
said anything wrong though. I never said I hated them.
I never accused you of saying anything that was wrong. I'm saying I don't like your particular characterization of trans people. Please don't do it here. That's all I'm asking.
Can I give you a list of the most beautiful trans?
I'd rather you did.
What the fuck he said?
Can I give you a list of all the trans women that I jerk off to? But really, so sorry.
Let's all compile a list right now. Okay, we can come together.
My hand is like, what happened to my hand? And like, I have to chop up my hand so I can't jerk up to.
Josh with the $2. Josh, hang on. Josh with the $2 says, "I've never seen gay Batman and Garuda in the same room," which I can't say I have either. Garuda, can you address those allegations?
Not gonna lie, I'll pull a Harley Quinn and just like, well, if you're gonna beat me up, take me because I'll be like, I'm prison, I'm coming back, baby. It's like Harley Quinn, the gay Harley Quinn, like a black gay Harley Quinn. Ooh, it's like we make him like, ooh, like.
What you just said matches with everything else you've said, brother. So I appreciate it.
At least you're consistent.
I agree with
you see, but people get offended, but they don't want to know you because I'm probably say the most gay stuff than gay people, and I don't care. It's just like whatever.
I am gayer than gay.
You have to prove I'm gay.
I don't understand you, Garuda. Like, you just confusing to me.
You have to prove I'm gay.
I'm over it.
My IQ is dropping precipitously.
I wasn't expecting for us to go there. I feel like we should have been asked for consent first, to be honest.
Sorry, if I'm dying or struggling and just like I'm starving and like in a abandoned island and somebody just like, they're like, oh, it's like a penis out. It's like, oh, that's a penis. It's like, well, I mean,
it's so dumb. Come on, it's
like,
all just so dumb.
Like,
people will use gendered pronouns to fucking talk about a boat or an inanimate object, but they can't fucking just be polite to someone who wants to use a different pronoun in real life. It's so fucking petty. Like, come on.
Exactly.
You see, comedy. You see, the thing is, comedy. A lot of homosexuals are really funny. So I'm not being like, I'm not gay, but I love. If you take it serious though, and you don't understand like gay people and straight people have like the best comedy ever, then you fucking boring to me, straight up. Because like I'm straight and like
You're
love
part of
gay
the
people.
rainbow
So
coalition,
if
but
you're
you're
like,
mad at the same time. I don't get it.
So
I don't get how you're mad with the same people that you form brethren with. Like that's your
that's
fucking
talking to you,
tribe.
Ryan?
Why are you upset, Garuda?
I'm not
Those
upset.
are your folks.
I'm
Like
not
why
upset.
are
It's
you
like, I'm
upset
straight.
because someone that presents a certain way in life just wants you to oblige them for a second? That
Oh,
would be
you
like
need to.
white people dropping the NR every time they fucking see you. And then you say,
Oh yeah, you have a little
please
tiny
can you
brain. You have a little
not
tiny brain. Like
please
actually,
can you
like
not
I'm actually
label me
good.
that way? And they're like, no, fuck your feelings. That's what I'm hearing you say.
Well, yeah, what you hear and say is, but you have like some jism in your air. I say it, like I already said, like I don't care if somebody, I don't care if someone is gay or straight though. Actually,
look at you
straight
cooking
gay
your
people
ass,
are
You're
actually
the
like
only
low key
one on
funnier
slow
than
mode
straight
on this
people
fucking
though.
panel, my brother.
So
You're the only one.
don't judge me. Like
Don't
actually,
judge
gay
you.
people are funnier than straight people though. So watch your mouth, boring person. Forgot him in the face. Actually, I'd rather be around gay people because they're funnier than like a
Well,
straight.
then why the
Like,
fuck are you
"Ooh,
mad? Why the
let me
fuck
sit
are
in the
you
Bible
mad?
when I sleep.
Those
Like,
are
be quiet.
people.
Be
Come
quiet, Bumble
home.
type
Come
thumper.
home, brother. Come home.
I'd rather go to
Come
hell
the
with
fuck
around
home.
gay
And stop
people
with
than
the
listen to your
internal
boring ass
issues.
and you go to heaven.
Garuda, I don't know if anyone's ever told you this, but it's okay, buddy. It's okay to come out. I accept you.
I'm not.
I
no, hold on.
accept you,
No,
Garuda.
The
I
feelings you
accept
have
No,
you.
hold on.
inside
No, hold
are-
on. Not even gonna lie.
This is
I
a
live in
safe
new earth.
space.
No,
I
I mean,
accept
I live in a new earth, and there's some transgender women. I was like, "What the hell? You're a girl?" Like, I will have to go to hell. But it was like, if I choose, it was like, if I was like, oh, well, the Adam's apple, or just like, I am like part of the like investigation apocalypse. Is like identify them as like, I don't have any desire to like. That's a man. That's not a girl. I can't get the person pregnant. So
You're
the
actually
pregnancy,
making less
the
sense than a
pregnancy, the
mumble
pregnancy
rapper.
clutch is
Okay,
the only
okay, let's
thing,
move.
though.
Let's move on. Thank you, Garuda. We understand
So
your
I'm not
perspective
gay.
on this
I'm
on this
not
matter.
gay.
Thank you, Garuda. We understand your perspective on this
Thank
matter.
you.
Let's. I do want to give Nikoti a little bit more time on his, because we only got like one answer to his question.
Yeah.
But like with regard to Medicaid cuts, he's asking who they affect, and I think they do. He asked if they affect children. I think actually, I think I've heard, I don't know if this is true, maybe someone who's more familiar with the matter, like either Effigy or Dave or Jolly, I don't know, or even Confluence, I don't know if you guys know, the Medicaid cuts that are in the big beautiful bill, I've heard from conservatives that apparently this won't actually affect children for some reason. Is there a reason to believe that?
I don't know how
I don't know why
Medicaid works
they
to
would,
begin
would
with.
say that. Yeah,
Did I miss the
Medicaid
trans
is just
thing?
for poor people. Most of that, like
Yeah,
food
we're
stamps,
done with
most
that for
Medicaid
now.
is probably going to
Shit.
either parents or children, right? So it's going to disproportionately affect poor parents. So that way it would affect poor children.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, but my understanding is that like the way the children are guaranteed healthcare through separate channels, I believe, is the issue.
Wait, healthcare through separate channels without guardianship? How does that work?
I have no fucking clue. I'm trying to
it's
steel man this
probably
conservatives who are
Yeah,
telling me
like-
that this isn't going to take away people's healthcare.
Yeah, no, I mean that's one of the causal effects of it, is that it does affect the children that those parents sign up for those services.
I mean, they sure didn't give a fuck when they cut food stamps, and a predominant amount of food stamps goes to feeding children.
That's real.
Well, you see, the thing is, like, a lot of people like deal with like situation with like orphans, which is the most horrible situation ever. Because I love orphans, but they always in like the system. So,
Me too,
however,
brother.
though, like,
I love those orphans so much.
They're great. Yeah.
no, but the thing is, though, like a lot of orphans though. But however, though, I love to like dealing with dealing with like religious places where we could just all come together. It's like, okay, we managed to get a bunch of food, so we can all feed them and then make sure it's not slime because we eat the same food. So I did that before, and it's like we could feed the people who are homeless or unfortunate. So it's just because someone's orphan doesn't mean they cannot be the, because I honestly believe that orphan might be the most greatest person on earth. But you don't know if you deny a human being from like the intellect and just like shut them down from like the experience on earth, whether you're rich or poor, you would just deny human beings from actually solving human problems like AIDS, cancer, disease, and all this other stuff. So this is why I'm fucking like, I will always donate to help. I don't care if they're autistic, disabled, or like a female or whatever, because it's like me doing my stuff I have to do is because maybe one day, hopefully, the person is just like, okay, and it's just like actually like help humanity. So I will never be I'll always donate. I have actually been in a female shelter, and I was like, I never get so afraid. Okay, so let me say real quick.
What if it's a trans orphan? Would you help them, Garuda?
If I had the money to, I would absolutely, and I would abduct them if I could. But I'm an alcoholic. So
Abduct them or adopt them?
It's a fucking roller coaster with this guy.
All of them. I will adopt them.
Okay, good.
But I'm an alcoholic, so I can't really do.
Nope.
But this is, yeah, because I'm an alcoholic. So, but I will, if I can, I will absolutely. And then, like every single money I get from the government, because I'm like a truck driver and I serve in the military, so I have my own lane, and I would just
Wait,
try
you
and see
just
like
said
what
you were EMS earlier.
He's a lot of things to a lot of people, Angelica. Okay.
Influence, leave me the fuck alone, sir.
He's even the baby deliverer, apparently.
You're
I'm an
EMS
so,
and a truck driver.
So if I leave you, right? No, if I leave you and your heart it was like, oh, start pumping, it's like, oh, a good man left me, and like I can't help you. I can come back and just like,
what are you
I can
saying?
come back and you're just like, ooh,
EMS,
baby, and I fucking.
What are you talking about?
Can you finish one train of thought before you start a new one?
Yeah, I'm about to go.
Sorry. I know how to do like base level like heart throb pumping. Just like if you like struggling to breathe. And then, like, if I left you, if you're struggling, I'm not gonna swing back. But if I swing back, though, we're gonna go back in the bed, though. So yeah, I will resurrect you so you can have fun. And then after that, I'm gonna be out because you're boring.
So by EMS, you mean you know CPR? Is that what I'm gathering from this?
CPR and concussion. She was where they're sleeping because I knocked her out. Not knock her out with her face, but knock her out with my third leg. She was there sleeping and snoring. When she wake up, she asking me for a round.
Now I understand why you like Grace.
What's happening?
No, hold on. If you're a girl, don't tell me I like Grace. But no, false. No, false. I like Grace only because I am raised as a conservative in the Caribbean. Because no, sorry, I am like a conservative based on religion. But false is like if you could tell me that I'm wrong, I will give you 100% attention, and I want women to like talk to me. I don't want to say like I tell my woman to like shut the fuck up. This is what I want you to be like I want to be like one day is like you should listen to me, and you be like she don't listen to me, and it's like fuck. I was like damn, I should have listened to you. I'm stupid, and you said like I told you, and it's like fuck. I submit myself to you. This is what I consider as a good relationship.
I'm not
like that. I'm not like the fucking.
Not a single fucking lick of it. You're
the
good.
Caribbean
though.
must be a wild place.
Yeah, we have a place called Gallows Bay, so it's definitely a wild place.
But about Medicaid.
Why it's called that?
About Medicaid.
Yeah.
Yeah, people are going to be fucking cooked.
Yep.
Yeah,
People
in the
are gonna
Caribbean,
die,
we have a
yeah.
place called Gallows Bay when they murder us. So
That
we
is
still
awful as
alive.
well.
It sucks, but we still alive. And we ain't fucking but to change.
That's bad. Not that people get murdered, I guess, but Confluence. What do you think about the I think there's a Yale and another study that suggests that like based on the big beautiful bill cuts that like 51,000 American like low income Americans in particular are probably going to die like every year after these Medicaid cuts, and that's like what do you think about all that?
I'd have to honestly. I've been trying to read the fucking big beautiful bill, but the thing it's like fucking what is it like 700 fucking pages? There's so much shit packed into that. So I'd want to go through it myself. So I can't give you a good answer. I mean,
well, let's just hypothetically let's assume that the people at Yale are not like fucking around when they did this study.
That's a big hypothetical, but I'll grant you it,
really
brother.
Not.
It is
Really
if you know
but,
Yale.
okay, well,
It's
okay.
huge.
That's fine. Well, grant it to me for now, and imagine.
I will.
That. What do you think?
I'm so good
do you
faith.
Do you think that's a good enough reason for later Garuda? Do you think that's a good enough reason for the Democrats to be like, hey, let's maybe reconsider all this before we do a quote unquote clean CR and fund the government?
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to. I'm both trusting you that the Yale people are accurate,
just
and I'm also trusting.
Imagine in a world where Yale is actually accurately, and I think University.
No, I know, but I also
well.
haven't even read the Yale analysis, so I'm also trusting you on what it says that 50,000 people are going to die. Why are they going to die?
Yeah,
if you don't have health insurance, can you get health care?
Yeah, they won't have access to like life-saving medications, people that are on dialysis that need it and are awaiting transplants, like all of those types of people, low income people that are, disabled, they can no longer work and they have Medicaid, all of those people get affected. And I think that's where a lot of that number comes from, if I had to guess.
Okay, so we're talking about preventable deaths. Yeah, sorry, I'm just looking at it now. I'm trying to see if they list what their estimates are on who's dying from what exactly.
I mean, it's just kind of a basic thing, right? If you have health insurance, you can get health care, right? You can get more health care, easily access health care. So if you don't have health insurance, then anything that you would have been easily preventable is now not so easily preventable.
I don't know if I'm Ryan. I don't know if I'm missing a link, but this is very lackluster. The thing I'm looking at is is there a link to the whole thing? Because I'm seeing one page and it doesn't give any actual research at all. But I might be missing a thing that I'm supposed to click on.
Yeah,
the thing I'm seeing is literally one page.
Yeah, the very bottom is a PDF that has the projections.
It's not even just the Medicaid thing too, getting rid of the Obamacare subsidies.
No, the PDF at the bottom is only basically the same thing. It's one page.
Well, I guess you can assume they're lying in that letter or whatever.
I'm not saying they're lying, but no, I'm not trying to dismiss it. But if you want me to give my opinion, I guess I'd have to know what are the deaths happening from?
I'll let you dig into that on a separate time. If you don't want to have a take on it right now, if you want to be agnostic about the deaths for now, then that's fine. I'm choosing to take their word for it.
Why you're not just following this logical line of thought? If I have cancer and I don't have health insurance and I can't pay out of pocket to get the chemo treatments, do I die or do I not?
I don't know. I haven't had cancer, so I'm not sure.
Come on, man. Where's all that good faith you said you had?
No, I honestly, I'm not sure. I actually don't know. I'm being real with you. With certain things are always okay. Let me try to explain in some ways. So one thing that was brought up was kidney transplants. That's a finite resource in every country, right? So there's a certain degree where it's yes, a certain number of people are going to die regardless because it's not an infinite resource of kidney transplants, right? And then we have other things like dialysis, which that is something that we could technically, if we had enough money, we could do that for everybody. So I guess I would want to know, what are we talking about? Are we talking about things that are actually preventable by terms of monetary costs? Or are we talking about things that are already you would be screwed in a country that does have socialized healthcare, right? That, I think that's a fair distinction to make.
Well, I don't think that we want to exacerbate the issue if we don't provide these people with care, right? I mean, because regardless of if people are going to die or not, if you deprive them from the healthcare that would be life prolonging, what you're saying is that hurry up and die now instead of hurry up and die later.
No, I guess what I'm thinking about is I look at a nation like Canada, and Canada's solution right now is the medical assistance in dying program, which is to just convince people to voluntarily self-delete themselves. And that's a country that has socialized.
Cases, right? That's in pretty extreme cases.
It's really not. Actually, the Liberal government currently is trying to apply it to depression and mental health issues. They want to remove
how many cases per year are they doing that to?
No. This has been forestalled by the Conservative government because Canada has a coalition government system.
How many cases would it, if it had gone through? How many cases per year do you think it would have applied to?
Oh, a lot. A lot.
What is a lot?
All right, so
I would guess. If you want,
we actually have a real life. Hang on, we actually have a real life Canadian on the panel right now. So, K.O. Dave, do you want to address this?
Hold on. I'm a Caribbean though because I don't like how.
Hang on, Garuda, please.
That's not Canadian. I want to hear from a real Canadian, okay?
No, hold on. Look, I don't like Canadians because they always cry because I
You
have
always
AB
talking
plus
about somebody
positive.
you don't fucking like. Well, nobody
No, because
talking
I have
to you.
vampire blood
Nobody
though, so be
was
quiet.
fucking talking to you. We want to hear from the Canadian, okay?
Yeah, someone
Why?
let the Canadian talk.
We're talking about healthcare. Can you contribute? Can you contribute
Yes,
to the
because I
Canadian
have AB
conversation?
plus
No, the fuck
positive.
you
I
can.
donate my blood because I have red blood
Not
type
to
that
Canada.
actually.
We're talking about MAID. Do you know what MAID is,
Jesus Christ.
Garuda? Garuda, we're talking about MAID, okay? The Medical Assistance in Dying program in Canada, the euthanasia program.
Apparently,
that's the relevant topic.
And Confluence is speculating that 20,000 people a year would decide to end themselves because they have depression under the program. And Dave is gonna explore this with us.
Yeah,
but we're gonna do this very briefly because for the record, we did not meet the last goal, and I'm probably gonna end soon. So.
All right. Well, I did a
Okay, so can I talk about this globally though? And like
No, not right now. Not right now, Garuda. Wait.
The Canadian is
Please.
speaking.
No, can I tell you about? Can I tell you about something that you?
I'd rather you let's let Dave tell his thing, and then you can tell us more about your thing.
Okay.
I'll shut up and let Dave talk. I apologize.
Thank you.
I did a super quick Google because this is the first time hearing about medical assistance in dying being applied to mental health, but that is scheduled to start for people whose sole medical condition is mental illness. The eligibility is scheduled to begin on March 17th, 2027.
Yeah, because it was forestalled by the conservative government. It has to be done by either 3 doctors or nurse practitioners. Any number of those could be 3 nurse practitioners, could be 3 doctors. And if the person is just suffering non-terminal, as long as they have a condition of a mental health thing that they consider to be enough that they don't want to live, the government will put them down. And I would estimate that's going to apply to tens of thousands of people if it passes. I truly do. But it sounds like if you haven't heard of this, then like I'm not expecting you to like know a bunch of stuff about it.
Why are we talking about this again?
You're muted, Dave.
Well, I was saying in comparison to like
someone else.
I was comparing to the socialized socialized Medicare system versus like a privatized. I'm saying the socialized sometimes can go in bad directions, like in Canada where we just convince people to off themselves.
So you're comparing people who are going to die when they don't want to die in America to people who die in Canada when they want to die.
I'm saying, why do you think the Canadian government is pushing that program so hard? It's because
I don't know. I just don't understand why the fuck it matters to what we were talking about before.
Well, I will explain to you if you don't know why. It's because the tax burden is not enough to be able to pay for the socialized Medicare. So the solution is to get people to off themselves if they have a terminal illness or if they're mentally ill, so that because it's government funded. That's why you don't see
like conspiracy brain rot.
How is that conspiracy brained? And how is the Canadian shaking his head when he didn't even fucking know that was going to come into effect? And I know that as an American, okay?
I am living in Canada, and I can promise you.
We know we know you disagree with him. Let him give something to disagree with.
My government is Garuda. Shut up.
Wait, Garuda.
My government is not trying to convince anyone to take that path.
That's not true. That's actually not true.
They're not.
No, it's not true. It's not true. Actually,
I don't care that you think it's not true.
No, I will tell you how it's not true.
I don't care. No one.
Okay, you don't care, or you don't want evidence of it.
Yeah, because no one is trying to convince.
Okay, you're wrong. I'm sorry. You were wrong. I'm not making anything up. I can back it. If you let me talk, I can back it up.
They're making it an option. They're making it available to those who are suffering so badly from whatever illness. People who are going to die anyway.
Okay, brother.
So that they can die with dignity.
So you're saying they don't put posters up in Canadian healthcare facilities where people are suffering in long-term care homes. You're saying they don't advertise that as an option. They don't tell you about it. Nurses don't come and talk to you. You don't have stuff on the wall that brings it up.
If they offer it, of course they're going to tell people about it in some cases.
Well, they tell people about it. They're not pushing it on anyone.
Okay, we're not pushing. Okay.
But real quick, hang on, Confluence. Before you go, I'm gonna let you have the floor, but this is a closing statement now. Okay, I'm shutting down the panel, so I'm gonna let you go. Confluence, then Dave, then Garuda, Effigy, and Jelly. Okay, that's
okay. How long do I have approximately?
Just I'll tell you if you go too fucking long.
Okay, I'll try to make it quick. Okay, so my only reason to bring this up is I think that there is disadvantages to a public healthcare system. I think there's a way to do it well. I think Canada's an example where it doesn't go well, and I think America, it's hard to say if you could have a public system, a fully publicized system that is going to go well. I obviously, anything that affects a bunch of marginalized and poor people, I think is not good. That's the part of me that is probably left leaning, and I think the Canadian Made program, I would want all of you to look into that. It is something that is going in a bad direction. Canada is leading the way on euthanasia, and I don't think that's good. But I am broadly in support of, not taking away life-saving medical care from poor people.
Okay.
Epic. KO Dave.
I haven't seen a single iota of political propaganda or anything of the sort pushing medical assistance in dying on anyone. Our healthcare system has its problems. That's not news. That the problems are known, but just because it has problems doesn't mean that it's not working, because it is. It's working fine, really. Let me tell you, like, every Canadian I will ever ask will say, I'd rather take long wait times over having to empty my bank account in order to, have medical coverage. We can walk into a hospital and get any treatment that a hospital can provide for free and just walk back out. All you have to do is wait for that. You wait. The wait times can be bad. 8+ hours I've waited before, but you know what? I'd rather wait 8+ hours. I'd rather sit in a chair for 8+ hours and then get my gallbladder removed and just walk back on out the same day and not have to worry about any bill whatsoever. It's better. This is better. So, yeah.
Garuda, the floor is yours.
Okay, so I'm just saying that I'm sadly one of the rarest people ever, because my blood type is AB plus positive, so it means I have vampire blood. So this is why I don't agree with people, because simply as a fact of this is because I don't want to mix my blood with anyone else. However, though, people who have any other blood that's not like O positive are just nothing more than a bunch of like farms for me to drink blood, but their blood is gross. So, however, though, I live it in my life. However, though, if I had a child with someone who was like A positive blood type or B positive blood type only, then we may have to have children. But I have been struggling to survive as a rare blood type, and this is why I actually know what I'm talking about. Because like the moment you touch me, I'll grab your hand and break it before you even touch me when I'm like look like I'm sleeping, because I'm just taking a nap and I just like close my eye. So this is a proven fact though that that blood types. How much time do I have? It's a proven fact that
you're good. Just land the plane, please, when you can.
So basically, you consider me a vampire. I'm really strong, and I don't give a fuck about your A positive blood, because hold on. To end this, so you stop laughing. To stop laughing. Actually, like when it comes to like every blood type, I could actually if I get hit with a car, I could take every blood type, but no blood can take my blood type, because my blood type is too strong. And we're rare because they try to kill us. But I'm still alive and we still growing, baby. One blood type out of the blood type. There's a lot of people, but we just don't want to get exterminated.
We are for you to try staying through the heart.
That was a great closing. Amazing closing.
No, I said that. No. So no, I said that. I'm done.
That was beautiful, Karuta. Thank you for sharing animated effigy. You have the floor. Confluence.
What a wild panel at the Radical Coder today. We have been on a roller coaster. Let me just say, if you're for helping people, if you want people to have healthcare, people to be fed, all of those good things that keep us alive, don't fucking vote for Republicans. That's really what it comes down to. They're the ones who don't seem to give a shit about anyone who's actually living. They want to fucking use abortion for people who aren't even born yet to try and fucking impose their will on society, while simultaneously doing all the fucking things that cause people to need those abortions even more to get worse. I'll just end right there.
That part. Go ahead, Jelly. You have the floor.
Firstly, I want to say, Ryan, thank you for having me up. This has been fun. I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed talking to everybody on the panel. But yeah, stop policing pussies, for one. And that's really it. Just stop policing the pussy. Like, don't worry about the pussy mileage. We gonna be fine. Y'all still gonna squeak out and pop out a couple of babies. It's gonna be okay. The world is not gonna come to an end. It may not be the world that you want, but it's not going to be over. It's not going to be over. America's going to be okay if they're not the superpower anymore. It's going to be all right. Y'all going to have your little babies. Y'all going to have your little families. You know, just don't worry about the other girls, you know, the ones that y'all not qualified to date, the ones that wouldn't look y'all way, the one, just don't worry about it. Just stop policing the pussy. That's all.
Well said. All right. Thank you all for being here, and fuck off. My God. You guys. What a stream. Fuck off. It was kind of rude, but whatever. It's fine. Everyone, it was all love. Hang out in VC? Maybe. I need to stand up. I need to like walk around and exist away from my desk for a minute. You barely had to work? I worked so hard. The grift always wins. We could have grifted a little bit harder, but we did well. We did well. It's a good start. Anyway, I'm sending you guys a soy pill. I think. Hang on, let me make sure he's still.
Did they see it and ignore?
He's watching. I'm sending you guys a soy pill. Tell him learning is radical. He'll know what you mean. I love you all. Drink water. That's right. My booty, my choice. So real.